Hi there, welcome to the Stormkeep. My name's Paul. I'm going to be here talking with my buddies Murgank and JJ. We're going to be discussing the Stormcast Eternals 3.0 Battletome. We've had the book for about a week now. We've had a lot of time to dig relatively deep into it and give our first impressions.
Hi there.
Go on, everybody.
Wow.
It's okay. It's all right.
Each section is broken down into a number of tiers. You can see how they're defined here. S tier is like, this unit is so good you can put it in pretty much anything, or it has an ability that's so strong that it defines a list entirely by itself. And then that kind of gets a little bit more specific as you go down the tiers. For example, C tier has a very useful thing, but it's only in certain situations, right? It could just be an issue of points, and then it goes all the way down to the F tier, which is you just shouldn't use this unit. There's no
Garbage.
Yeah, there's no argument to be made for why you should use this unit. Well, maybe there is an argument, but it's not a very good one, and you'll see the kind of units that we tagged with that.
And of course, everything could change with the further errata or rules up.
Yes, we are recording this before the book is released, so there is still everything is still subject to errata and FAQ. So take everything here with a grain of salt. But we are going to assume certain things won't be changing, and maybe we'll assume some things will be changing as we go along. But hopefully nothing too significant, because it's been a lot of fun digging into this book. I think this is the best book Stormcast I've ever gotten. So let's start off with Liberators. They're the quintessential Stormcast unit. They are more accurate than they were. Their basic weapons are less accurate, but their grand weapons are more accurate. What I mean by that is that they lost the Lay Low the Tyrant ability, so they lost their situational +1 hit. So instead of being on 3s and 3s, now they're going to be on 3s and 4s pretty much all the time, which is not a big deal because you don't really bring Liberators for damage. Having Rend 1 is nice, but you don't really bring them for damage. The grand weapons have been standardized, so if you have a hammer or sword, it doesn't matter, which is nice. And they have this new ability, Lay Low the Tyrants has been changed to deal a light amount of mortal wounds while you're near objectives. It's not a significant source of damage. So in general, they're pretty much a better version of what they were in 2nd edition. They lost their ability to reroll save 1, but they gained +1 to save rolls, which is, in this new edition, a much better, not better, but I would say it's a better ability overall. Going from a 4-up to
definitely sturdier against Rend. Being able to stack all our defense.
Yes, especially with all the save stacking that goes on in this edition, and in particular in this book. Save stacking is very useful. Liberators don't benefit the most from save stacking, because you can't get to that coveted 2+ save, but they're still an overall solid unit. I'd say their major downsides are that they don't really do a lot of damage still, and they don't reinforce well, because they have 1-inch attacks on 40 mil bases. So
definitely, they're there to hold objectives at the cheapest possible cost for Stormcast Eternals.
Exactly.
15 for a 3-up save unit is excellent.
Yep, they're 5 bodies. They have a 3+ save all the time. There's nothing bad about this unit. The only reason this unit wouldn't be an S tier is because Vindictors exist, and they are just a little bit better, I would say.
Yep, just a little bit better, just about everything. I will point out, though, in Stormkeeps, Liberators potentially can do 2d3 to whatever charges them, which is not insignificant.
Yeah, they have to do the D3 when they get charged, and then Lay Low the Tyrant, I believe, happens at the end of the combat phase. So it's a little delayed. Yep. You have to survive a whole combat phase to get it off, which is why I don't really value Lay Low the Tyrants very much. It's not going to win you a game. It's not going to make much of a difference. It's just a nice little bit of damage here.
Yep. One thing I don't think anybody mentioned yet was with the Redeemer keyword, they do benefit from the additional buddies and keep for objective control.
Yeah, Redeemer keyword is one of the only ones in this book that actually matters. There's a bunch of different things that affect it. For example, Vandus Hammerhand has a +1 attack buff on Redeemers. In Hallowed Knights, on a 4+, you can fight when you die. And there's a few other ones. I think one of the command abilities lets you resurrect a unit with 5 models. Redeemer is one of the only keywords that matters.
Well, to be fair,
it lets you replace them in squad for free.
Yeah, it lets you replace a squad, which is fine, right? Like, sometimes those are the 5 models you need to win the game. Hold an objective last minute. In Stormkeeps, those 5 models count as 15. So if you lose them early on, and then you push a hero up the board, and then you drop 5 new guys on the new objective, that can win you the game. But it's just kind of a lackluster keyword to have. And all the things that affect it are really, really good. But if they were any other units, it would be a lot better. none of these units particularly do any damage, so like how useful is it to buff the damage of a screening unit? Marginal, I would say.
Yep.
Yeah, but that being said, thematically, they do feel a little bit better now because rather than being chaffy, they're a little bit more potent.
They're much true anvil. I'll put it that way. They're a true anvil unit for 115 points.
They do everything they did before, being cheap battle line that screens. They do it better. They do more damage. They take hits better. Just all across the board better in this edition. And then let's move on to Sequitors. So Sequitors in 2nd edition had an interesting dynamic with Liberators. They were more expensive, but they did more damage in exchange for that increased cost, and they could also sometimes reroll save rolls in the combat phase. Now, that additional utility wasn't terribly useful in 2nd edition, and a lot of people ended up just using Liberators in competitive lists instead, because why spend more points for a unit that's just going to die?
That's why. Yes, I think Fight First rules mainly changed how Sequitors are rated because you could not reroll saves if the opponent fought you at the start of the combat phase.
That was a big part of it.
Yep, and that being cleared up in 3.0 is nice, but at the same time, no more rerolls.
Yeah, another reason Sequitors fell out of style. I was never on board the Sequitur train, for the record, but another reason they fell out of popularity was the rise of magic and shooting as 2nd edition went on. The first few armies that were released were very heavily combat focused, and they got some fight first abilities, but most of the game was still not stopping you from activating your rerolling shields. But then once they started adding shooting and magic, a lot of people realized, oh, these guys die just the same to shooting and magic as Liberators do, and I'm spending more points on them, and the damage increase is negligible. So we've seen some changes in 3rd edition. I don't know if these changes were specifically targeted at differentiating these two units further, and I don't know how successful it has been, if that's been the goal, because in general their attacks are weaker. They standardized their hammers and swords into a single melee profile, and they changed rerolling hits into exploding hit 6, which is way worse, obviously, especially in this book with how many ways there are to get exploding 6s. And they changed their rerolling saves into a 5+ ward, but only in the combat phase. So how useful is a 5+ ward in combat as opposed to having +1 save all the time like a Liberator? Because unfortunately we have to compare these guys to Liberators, and also Vindictive.
It's not worth it. I don't think it's worth it at all. I think it's the exact same problem as the one from 2nd edition, where in order for them to be the most expensive battle line option at 145. They really needed some protection from ranged power, and they still don't have that.
That could have been a very interesting niche for this unit to take if they were like the unit you want to pick if you want to reduce shooting. But it seems like they push them harder into the do more damage because they do get an extra grand weapon compared to Liberators. But
they get 2 because the Prime gets it as well.
That's true. Yeah, in squads of 5 they would get 2. But they're still 1-inch reach on 40 mil bases, so they don't reinforce well, so they don't stack buffs well, and that's really what you want to do with them, right? Like if you're paying for more offense in a screening unit, it's because you want to pile in more attacks and live as long as possible. But when you're still only attacking with 5 to 8 models max, you don't get a lot of value from the additional points you spend on them, and they can be empowered with. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say
go for it, JJ.
Yeah, I was just going to say we lose fervor value if we play these guys in a Hollowed Knights list, which I don't know why you would. Because why wouldn't you bring Gardas and get that 5-up ward, right?
Yeah, that's another big point, is that these guys seem to fit really well into Hallowed Knights, which, if you're playing Hallowed Knights, you should use Gardas. There's no question about that. So the 5-up ward is just straight up useless. You could say maybe now that they don't have to get the ward, they'll just switch to exploding hit 6.
Being in combat all the time, yes.
How useful is that? They're not a high...
at best, I can say their value is they're a battle line that if you take in units of 10, you can put 5 grand hammers in someone's face.
Yeah, but then as soon as you... Another problem with this unit, if you do exactly that, which I think is the optimal way to do it, 15 seems inefficient, because then you'd have a bunch of grand hammers hanging out doing nothing, because you have to fight in 2 ranks. But if you do that, if you lose 1 shield, and I think this is where potential changes in the FAQ are going to come in, because you look at other units with special weapon options, and it'll say like Liberators get +1 to save if at least half the unit has a shield. I think they maybe forgot to put that in for the Sequitors, because they can activate their ward regardless of whether or not they have a shield, which seems like an oversight to me. So it's possible that when the FAQ comes out, they might change it and say, oh no, you have to have shields, like at least half the models need to have shields in order to activate this ward. So if you lose 1 shield, you lose that ability. So you're going to be taken off. It's almost the reverse of what happened in second edition, where in second edition you wanted to kill all the shields off as quick as possible and leave the grand weapons. And now it's like, well, if I lose one shield, I lose this entire effect. Maybe it could happen in the errata. I'm just expecting
it could happen in the FAQ, or they might just be okay. These guys are just channeling some magic. It doesn't really matter if they're channeling it to their shield.
Getting off on a whole tangent here about something hypothetical.
But honestly, I don't find these guys worth it. Now, if their points drop to maybe 125, I could make a case for them maybe in some lists.
I think they would have to be.
I
think they'd have to be cheaper than Vindictors for me to consider them, because we've
why
been comparing them to Liberators, right? We've been comparing them to Liberators, which is they'd have to cost the same amount as Liberators, I think, to make them worthwhile.
I would say 10 points more just because of like the redemption cash is cute, and you do get Grand Hammers, and I know they don't always have that save, but the 3-up save, but having a 5-up combat isn't bad, considering there's only a couple of armies really that care about range projection that you have to worry about. The majority of armies will be engaging you in melee over an objective. So it's not a bad ability. It's
what I'm worried about is armies that want to get in melee but have enough shooting to tear down your screen. Right, and there are a lot of those armies. Stormcast are one of those.
Yes, I mean in a Stormcast mirror, this is terrible in a Stormcast mirror.
Yeah. Against pure melee armies, this is fine, but even then, you'd probably end up playing them in Hallowed Knights, which is of marginal value. So we should mention the Redemption Cache is a new thing. It got completely reworked from how it worked in second edition, and now has this cool ability where enemy units that are within 3 inches of a Redemption Cache, or Redemptor Cache, or whatever it's called, they can't resurrect models, which is good. That's a good ability, but it's tied to a unit that is overpriced. And you're not going to bring this unit just for that ability, so it's kind of like a nice-to-have once-in-a-while thing. The problem with it is that you have to be within 3 inches, which that's just really hard to do with a 5-inch.
You have to be in combat.
Move. Yep. Yeah. So
you have to be in combat with the unit.
Which armies?
Which is not bad. I know the armies that like resurrecting in combat currently: Ossiarch Bone Reapers, Nighthaunt, Soulblight Gravelords, and mostly demons, right? When they take Battleshock.
Yeah, and I presume the Battleshock thing is going to go away over time, given what they did to horrors. I think they're going to remove demons resurrecting in combat. But that's an aside.
Yes.
So overall Sequitors, I think D tier sounds about right based on the previous descriptions. They're good. Well, they're not good. They're not bad, but they cost too many points. And if they saw a points decrease, I think these guys could probably be B tier, because there's a couple heroes going forward, like Estrella in Hammers of Sigmar, who has a really interesting ability. These aren't like total trash. They're just overcosted and lacking a niche.
Yep.
Speaking of total trash, let's go on to our next unit.
Oh, wow. That's a great segue. Vanquishers are a new unit, and this is the first new unit we're talking about, and it's also maybe the worst unit in the book. That's a bold statement, but it's terrible.
No, it probably is right next to some of the heroes that we'll visit later.
Yeah, so it has the same problems as Sequitors, where it's an offense-oriented Redeemer unit, but you don't necessarily want offense-oriented Redeemers. You want battle lines that are cheap, that can screen, that can take hits as well as possible and survive for another combat round if you can. These guys don't have any of that. And in exchange, they have barely stronger attacks than Liberators without any bonuses, and the potential to gain up to 2 more attacks per model if they fight against hordes, which we're not in a horde meta, so I wouldn't count on that right now. If the meta does shift, even if the meta does shift to us fighting nothing but pink horrors and grots for days, I still wouldn't take these guys.
It's baffling how much of a non-bode everything on this unit's war scroll is. It wants to be fighting hordes, but it doesn't have anything like -2 Ren, right? It doesn't have 2-inch reach, but they want you to rally, but you don't get the guy that lets you rally until you take 10 of these guys. So you can't fight in 2 ranks. You're forced to take 10 so you can use the rally. It just has extra attacks. There is a complete absence of a grand weapon that does 2 damage. Nothing in the realm of mortal wounds. I just don't understand why this unit is the way it is.
And I have a note here in the cons. If they were damage 2, I think all of the problems would go away. You could have an offensive-oriented Redeemer unit. That's an interesting niche to have, especially when you consider all the Redeemer buffs there are. It still wouldn't do as much damage as any of the Paladins, but it would be like, oh, I want more offense in my screen.
If they costed them at 140 and gave everyone damage too, I'd be like, okay, yeah. It's a grand hammer. It's a unit
5
full of
grand
grand
hammers.
hammers. Yeah. That's a viable battle line at that point.
Yep. But the 10 models to require Rally and the Hornblower makes me think that it's because the kit has 10 models in it, and they only added 1 Hornblower and 1 banner in the whole kit. And that's why the rule is written the way it is.
5. Ouch. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes complete sense.
Especially when you look at the preview, there looks like 10 unique models, right? It doesn't look like there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah, it's 10 poses. Yep.
Yeah, so it looks like this. They should have just made it 10 models, given them 2-inch reach. I really don't think that would have been a problem. There's nothing.
If they could have something like Volkite Berserkers, where they have like 10 models for 160. If this was like 10 models for like 165, I'd be like, okay.
180 even.
I can see it. 180 even, yeah. I could like, okay, I can see it. 4-up battle line, potentially 3 with all-out defense, bunch of attacks. Okay.
Yeah. I just can't make a case for these guys, even if we do move into a Horde meta. I hope I don't eat crow on that, personally. I don't want this unit to be bad.
Yeah, like the F tier could, this is all subject to points change. If Games Workshop in a year realizes, oh my god, nobody's buying these, and they're like, okay, we'll shift them to 105 or 100.
Yeah,
even lower than Liberators.
The only way to make them useful is to make them the cheapest battle line, because that's currently the niche Stormcast hold. But then, how much cheaper? If they're 110, would you consider them over Liberators? It's like, well, no, you'd probably pay 5 points for +1 save.
Well, some of the use I can see is like, again, like once we move into, well, the rumored one is, I don't know what the next realm is, but let's say we move against Hordes. I guess I could see like them at 105. I take them at 105 at that point.
Yeah,
105, yes.
It would have to be. It would be completely changing their niche, which is why I put it in F tier rather than D tier. Because D tier to me is take the same rules, take the same niche, reduce it, maybe drastically, 30 to 50% cost reduction. This is a usable unit now. F tier for me is its niche is bad, and even if you reduce its points, the only reason it would become usable is because it doesn't have that. Like, that niche is still bad, but the unit's just cheap, and that's not a fix. That's just F tier. It's just bad design.
That's a band-aid. Yeah, that's a band-aid.
Nothing about this unit really makes any sense to me.
Don't take this. Don't buy it for now.
Yeah,
save your money.
But save your money and buy Vindictors, because Vindictors are excellent.
Yes,
they're
the best battle line.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
It's I thought maybe the 15-point difference between Liberators and Vindictors would be more significant, but as I go into a lot of list building, I find myself always finding room to upgrade at least 1 unit of Liberators to Vindictors. It's pretty rare that I end up with a list that has, only Liberators in it. I'll usually have a few points to spare, and I think I'd rather have that than the chance at a Triumph.
Absolutely. I think Vindictors, they're just top class. They do everything. They're good when you take them in 10s. They're good when you take them in min squads.
And they do mortals for battle line, which is pretty good.
Yeah, nobody expects them to do a lot of damage, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they can swing up and do 6 to 7 damage per combat phase and only 5 dudes. But I think it's just so weird to me that there's only 1 battle line unit in the whole Stormcast army, or melee battle line unit, that has reach. Why don't any other have that? Because you want to reinforce these battle line units to get more dudes, but it just becomes really inefficient to do so offensively. It's just such a weird design to me, that this 1 unit gets reach and the rest don't. Vanquishers, if they had reach, I would consider them.
Yeah, change them out to glaives instead of longswords there.
Yeah. So Vindictors, I think this is an interesting point to have this discussion about the value of a 3-up save versus a 4+ save with a +1, and this is going to come up a few times in this book, so it's worth having this discussion now. So everybody's losing their mind over having a 3+ save, because it is a good thing to have a 3+ save, because that means you can potentially have a 2-up save, right? But if you're not...
It's all 1 command ability.
Yes, exactly, because everybody can use all-out defense. But if you have a 4-up save with +1 and a 3-up save, and you don't use any save buffs, they're the exact same thing. So how often do you really buff Vindictors with +1 save? It's not every single time they get attacked. Sometimes it's not worth buffing them, they're going to die anyway. Other times you just don't have the command points to spare, or you want to use all-out defense on another model. So it's not always the case that a 3-up save will be relevant.
It's like you said, it depends on what's attacking you. If it's a lot of low damage or a low number of attacks with -2 or -1 Ren, that I know are not going to kill him, but I don't want to lose a model, I'll pop a 2-up save, sure. If I have a 10 block and I get attacked with, say, something like a Maw Crusher that has lots of -2 rend in spades, then yeah, I'm popping, all out defense because I want to save my 10 block that I've invested more points in.
Right. I'm just saying it's not
but against-
always the case that a 3-up save is the best thing in the world. I think a 4-up save, depending on the unit, of course, but a 4-up save with +1 is almost the same thing, right? It depends on your list, depends what you're trying to do, and generally, I don't think Liberators or Vindictors are the kinds of units that you would want to stack all the save buffs on. And we'll talk about save buff stacking, especially when we get to Protectors in the next section, because save buff stacking in Stormcast is legit. The problem is that the battle line is not where you want to save buff stack. You want to do it on your
I will say this
units.
about Vindictors, because of that 2-inch reach and because how Stormkeeps work now, these guys can be used offensively. Like turn 3, when you get map wide offset, you want to move these guys out onto objectives and start fighting. And that's when having access to a 2-up save on the regular becomes extremely valuable.
Yeah. But in that
you're
case,
not going to do that. You're not going to do that with Liberators. You're not going to move 10 Liberators and try to fight something on objectives.
yes,
Like,
and that's
those are best in squads.
that strategic utility that Vindictors have. Being able to do that, I think, is what puts them in the S tier for me. Even though they do pay a little bit more points, and frankly, the damage difference is not a lot because Liberator Prime with a Grand Weapon can do 6 damage by himself, whereas Vindictor Prime does 3. The difference isn't huge between the two units, right? It starts to become more prominent once you start putting more resources into both units. You can see, oh, Vindictors just get better and better, whereas Liberators just fall off a cliff in terms of efficiency. So that's why I rate Vindictors at S tier, right? They just and because you generally you have points to toss into it, so why not, right? It does feel like an upgrade.
All right, moving on.
All right, let's jump into the melee infantry. So I started off by talking about the Annihilators, everybody's favorite breakthrough unit from Dominion that frankly surprised me at how good they were. I didn't think that they would be as good as they are. After looking at their war scroll, I just didn't envision how impactful their combination of deep striking 7 inches away, doing a bunch of mortal wounds on impact, getting a rerollable charge, and then doing mortal wounds on the charge, and then getting stuck into combat with a 2-up save and respectable damage, let's say. 3 attacks at round 1-2 is not bad.
Oh, absolutely. It's basically they took the evocator profile and they put the mortal wounds at the start. No way.
Yes, that's exactly what they did. And evocators are over there crying in the corner because they lost their 2-inch range.
Yeah. And these guys have what, grand staves with 2 damage and -1 rend? Evocators are
we'll get there. We'll get there. We're on the shield version for now.
Yeah.
So
a lot of
they still have 2 damage.
Yep.
-1 rend, 2 damage. It's a good profile.
Yep. Yeah, only 1-inch range. So if you reinforce this unit or double reinforce it in the case of Knights Excelsior, then it ends up being inefficient, which is one of the major downsides of the shield annihilators, and that they're so weak to mortal wounds. Only 9 wounds for 200 points on a unit that you throw at the enemy. Like, you're in range of every mortal wound that they can deal now. And you might survive that one combat phase depending on what you charge into, but you won't survive the next turn. And then you just think to yourself, oh, I threw away 200 points.
So I will say this though, like the amount of investment in mortal wounds it requires to take down this unit is not insignificant.
Oh, you're right.
If you're just trying to be like, if you're just trying to kill this with like a unit of 10 Ard Boys, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, you have to invest specific resources into killing these guys, and that's a really good niche, and that's why I rate these guys at A tier, right? So I wouldn't spam them. I've tried building a list with Knights Excelsior using these guys just as the battle line, maybe even bringing 5 or 6 squads of them and dropping them all over, because the thing about defenses in Age of Sigmar is you generally don't want a mix of defensive options. Like if you have an army that's all 3-up save and your opponent only has a limited number of ways to deal with 3-up saves, you're looking good. But if you have a bunch of 4 or 5-ups in there and your opponent's like, oh great, I can put my weapons that are good against 5-up saves into the 5-up units and then my mortal wounds into the units that are 2-up saves. So you kind of want to go all in across the faction with having like really good at one defensive type. Because they will run out of mortal wounds. Not every army can kill an army full of paladins like this. It's a lot of mortal wounds you have to do.
Yeah, I mean, most armies will struggle to deal with it, and that's the thing. Like they're so good because they drop in so close. If they don't deal with it, they can keep charging, keep doing those mortal wounds, keep doing their hammer damage.
Yeah, the impact mortal wounds are the best thing about this unit, I would say.
Yeah.
Their regular melee attacks are not spectacular. It's nice to have a 2+ save because you pretty much never all out defense. It's generally not worth it on this unit. It's nice to have a 2-up save, but their damage just isn't that great. If they're not charging, their damage isn't that great. I'll say that. But then we move to the very next unit, which completely fixes all of those problems. The Grand Hammer Annihilators might
Grand Slammer.
Yeah, these guys might be the best unit in the book. I think
they're definitely the most efficient.
I think they're better than the Drakes, honestly. And in terms of strategy, I think these guys are better than the Drakes. The Drakes are, we'll talk about them later. They're really good. But I think Grand Hammers do so much damage.
These are downright scary to face.
Yeah. It's so easy to bring a squad of 6 of these guys in any list. It's so tempting. What was that?
I mean, they hit like a truck.
I just mentioned 2-inch reach with the 6-man squad.
Yeah. So they went out of their way to remove 2-inch reach from Evocators, and then they introduced a new melee unit that does even more damage and also has 2-inch reach, so you can buy more of them. How convenient. But no, these guys are phenomenal. Everything that the Shield Annihilators were lacking. And I did put Shield Annihilators in A tier because I think they are an excellent unit still. They have a specific role that they can fulfill. These guys fill a different role, which is murder everything. Anything that gets in their 7-inch, move and then charge bubble, because they're not going very far at 4-inch move.
I mean, it's not on the slide, but I'll say this: like -2 rend is gold this edition. Absolutely,
it's very good.
The fact that these guys wound on 2s, not 3s. So they're not 3s and 3s. If you put all-out attack on them, they're 2s and 2s on 10 attacks, -2 rend, 3 damage. Yeah, I mean, it will melt.
A consistent thing across the book is that pretty much everything in the Stormcast book is on 3s or 2s already. So I kind of started looking at, after doing a lot of list building, it's like, oh, well, any unit can just hit and wound on 2s, right? You can give it +1 hit, lots of ways to do that. You can generally give them +1 wound, and you can be on 2s and 2s. But the fact that Grand Hammers start wounding on 2s is really good from a list building perspective, because you don't have to buff them with Celestial Blades.
It gives them deep strike value. They don't need to start on the board. That's the biggest thing for me. Because a lot of buff stacks, you do need to start units on the board. This thing, it's ready to go. It comes down, it's ready to go.
Yeah, and now the fact that they're Battleline and Knights Excelsior is one of the best things about them, because when you are running a list, when you start going into the list building, what you find is like, oh, I don't want to necessarily spend, 375 points or 345 points on Liberators. Maybe I want to shave off 115, and that way I can fit in a bigger squad of an actual dude that's going to do damage, right? Like, I'm willing to have less screening in exchange for this. Now, I wouldn't suggest replacing all your Liberator squads or your Vindictors, but replacing 1 or 2 here or there is really good, and Annihilators fit that role perfectly, right? 6 of these guys for 480 points. If you drop 6 of them in play and you use the Holy Command to give them +1 attack, and you can give them all-out attack, I think they can kill Archaon in 1 turn, because they don't rely on
mathematically on average. Mathematically on average, they should kill Archaon, and even things like they'll melt Kragnos, they'll melt Gargants. Like Gargants, these are the units. If you're playing Stormcast and you want to pass the Gargant DPS check, this is the DPS check.
Yeah, these guys are they're going to do all the damage in your army. And this is something we're going to talk about when we get to Drakes, but you need really high damage. Drakes are not that high damage unit. Grand Hammers are that high damage unit. This is how you kill stuff. This and a couple other units. We'll mention them as we go.
Right.
Consistent theme with all the Paladins we're going to talk about, so I don't know if it's worth mentioning every single time, but they all have a 3-up save, aside from the Shield Annihilators who are 2-up, and they all have a 4-inch move. So really, what these units are meant for is counterattacking, deep strike charging, or teleport charging. If you're using this unit and just moving them normally in the first 2 rounds of the game, you're probably not doing it correctly. They should generally only be teleporting.
Wasting value.
Yeah. If you want speed, pick Dracoths, pick Evocators on Dracolines, pick something else, pick some Cavalry. Don't pick Paladins. So, moving into the old Stormcast. Starting off on a low note here, unfortunately, Decimators, I've put them in the D tier, and I don't think it's, if you just saw their war scroll, you'd be like, oh, these guys are so much better. They're not totally useless if they fight a non-horde unit. They still get bonuses against hordes. They have Rend 2, they have all these bonus attacks. Star Soul Maces can be buffed now. Like, oh, why are these guys in D tier? Well, the reason is because Protectors exist. And we'll talk about Protectors in a bit, but the comparison is shocking how much better Protectors are. So in
I
general,
will say they lost a lot. They lost a lot. I mean, compared
They're-
to Blade Lords, these guys don't have unlimited attacks anymore.
yeah, that is a downside. It's a double-edged sword because on one hand you lost your infinite attacks, well not infinite, but scaling, which was really situational. But you did get standardized attacks, 5 attacks per model all the time. If you're fighting a Bastiladon, it's better to have 5 attacks than 1.
Definitely, and -2 rend. I mean, that's
Yes,
again,
yeah,
like I said,
that's a
good.
big thing. All the old paladins are now Rend 2, which is awesome. It makes them way better at doing offense than the Redeemer units, which is, one of the reasons we mentioned while talking about Redeemers is that they don't do a lot of damage. It's because you're not meant to do damage with them. These are the units meant to do damage. Decimators still only have 1-inch reach, which is weird. They have these huge axes. You'd think maybe they'd be able to reach over or something. They are also Battleline like every other Protector, or Paladin in Knights Excelsior. Anything I want to say about them, I just want to talk about Protectors instead, and then kind of contrast it with Decimators and say, oh, well, this is why Protectors are better.
They're in the same spot as Liberators. Like, it's like they're the cheapest Paladin. Like, if you get into an awkward spot where you want to fit a Paladin in, you want to get some attacks of -2 rend, and you don't have the points, they're 215. Which is not bad.
That's something, but if you're, Paladins are not where you want to shave points. You want to shave points on things like your battle line. Like going from Vindictor down to Liberator is not a big deal, but going down from Protector to Decimator, that's a big deal, right? Like that does make a big difference.
Yeah.
So,
and like I said, if the Horde meta comes back, these guys will see play before Vanquishers do. I'll put it that way.
Yes, they're not Vanquishers. That's their best features. They're not Vanquishers.
Yes.
So let's talk about Retributors. So these were my favorite unit in first edition next to the Heraldor, rest in peace. Retributors were always my favorite. Teleport them around, move in for a 4-inch charge, or just teleport them straight into melee combat with a Knight Azuros. That was always a lot of fun. And second edition, they were completely outclassed by Advocators. They're just their stats stayed exactly the same from first to second edition, and their points just kept going down every General's Handbook, and they just never saw play. And it seems like they finally realized the problem wasn't the points, the problem was the rules. So they gave them +1 attack and +1 rend, and
+1 save, like every other Paladin. Yeah, they're chonky boys.
Yes, they are quite good and quite efficient at what they do. And I think they really shouldn't be compared to any other unit except for Annihilators and also Vindictors, but I'll talk about that later. They should be compared to Annihilators because Annihilators will do all their damage up front. Like, they do a whole bunch of mortal wounds on the charge and a bunch of mortal wounds when they land, and then a lot in that first combat phase. But Retributors will do pretty much that amount of damage every single turn in just the combat phase. So if you can set up situations where Retributors are fighting every single turn and surviving, they're going to overall do more damage than Annihilators. Now that's tough to set up because you're generally going to lose a couple models here and there. But it is worth noting that these guys are more efficient overall. And they do have a lot more bodies. So if you're getting hit by a whole bunch of mortal wounds, it's like, well, instead of taking 9 mortal wounds to kill 240 points, it's going to take 15 mortal wounds to kill that many points. And having a 3-up save all the time on an offensive unit is beautiful. It is such a great thing for an army to have. And I think it's one of the major selling points of Stormcast now is that their offense
This is one of those units that if you can keep them alive, you can keep them in the fight, they'll consistently keep giving you like top tier damage. They're not like an alpha strike unit, but they can grind it out as a paladin unit.
Yeah. Now it is worth mentioning, for the sake of people bringing this up later, Retributors generally should not use Star Soul Maces. You do less damage overall. Even with Unleash Thy Hatred active, the holy command that gives you +1 attack, Star Soul Maces still do less damage on average than the regular Retributor attacks. But with Decimators and Protectors, you should use the Star Soul Maces. They're quite good. Quite good.
Agreed. Yep.
The downside of Retributors, they don't reinforce well. So even though they are this very efficient unit that I've been talking about that should be compared to Annihilators, they don't reinforce well because they have 1-inch reach. So you end up just using them in minimum size squads, which is questionable for the points that they cost. I think that's only really viable specifically in Knights Excelsior. Because if you look at a comparison between Retributors and Vindictors, if you treat them as a 5-model battle line unit, what else do they have in common? Right? You think, oh, well, one of them is offense, one of them is defense, but they both have a 3-up save. So they're really defensively the exact same unit. What matters is that Retributors have more points, or they cost more points, but in exchange they get more wounds and I think quadruple the damage that Vindictors do. So if you kind of look at that comparison, you're like, well, I like Vindictors, but what about Vindictors that cost 80% more but deal 400% damage? Would you use that unit? And I think a lot of people would say yeah, because that's a lot more damage.
Yeah. I could, yeah. There's nothing like I would say like taking one as like a slow-moving Battleline and Stormkeeps even is like sort of viable behind the Vindictor wall for like a counterpunch. They're just decent units.
Yeah, and as long as translocation stays the way it is, you can always teleport them around and get off some easy charges.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about the other really, really powerful Paladin unit, the Protectors.
Probably my favorite model.
They're so cool. I love the two-hand guy, or sorry, the guy in the middle there, the Prime. The way he holds it with both his hands pointing up. I've always loved that pose. Even though the guys holding the beads and rosaries are really cool, I've always liked the Protector Prime the best out of all of them. And I'm really stoked.
It's the Vexillor pose. It's like he's holding a banner almost.
Pretty much. I mean, Vexillors are paladins in the lore, right? They go through the gladiatorium and they fight and they earn the right to wear the banner. And Protectors are incredible. Unlike all the other paladins, well, not all, because Grandhammers, but unlike most of the paladins, they reinforce really well because they have a 3-inch reach. So even though they don't do D6 hits on a monster, and they lost their cover ability, they're way better in every way that matters now. They're just as defensive as all the other.
I'd say their cover ability is better because that's a +1 to save all the time.
They can't give other units cover, which is a downside. So they have less utility, but they always have a 2-up save, right? All the time. That's incredible. That's an incredible ability for a unit that does this much damage because they have 5 attacks per model at Ren 2. That's absurd.
That's amazing. And 3-inch reach means like you could have a line of Liberators like hugging these guys up front and they'd hit over their heads. It's pretty good.
And you can put in Star Soul Maces, put the Star Soul Maces up in the front rank and all the glaives in the back.
Yep.
And you will lose the save bonus if you go down to less than half glaives, but you can just keep the ratio about even, right? And you can keep that save bonus the whole time. Protectors, when you crunch the numbers, are phenomenal because they can reinforce so well. If Retributors can reinforce, they would blow everything else in the book out of the water.
Yep.
And that's pretty much where Protectors are right now. If you take 6 Protectors with Star Souls and 9 Protectors with Glaives, you're looking at an average, when you use Unleash Thy Hatred, you're looking at an average of 20 mortal wounds and 55 glaive attacks at Ren 2.
Ren 2, amazing.
It's an absurd amount of damage, way more than Evocators could do in 2nd edition. Granted, that amount of damage is once per game, but you're, outside of that, you're still doing 10 mortal wounds on average every combat phase with 6 Star Souls.
Even on a unit of 10, if you take 4 Star Souls and 6 glaives, that's 30 attacks at known 2 -1. I mean, there's not a lot in the game that can easily survive.
And they scale well with pretty much every buff in the book, right? They work well with Celestial Blades. They work well with All Out Attack. They work well with the Toralon. They work well with every save buff because they can get to -2+ on their save.
And we'll talk about save stacking, but the save stacking on these guys is insanely good.
Yeah, and the fact that they do that much damage while save stacking is awesome. This unit's phenomenal. There's nothing bad about this unit except its movement. That's the only downside on this unit. The points are
if translocation stays the same, this unit, you should be taking this unit.
Yeah, either this unit or the Grandhammers. They're both excellent in their own ways. Grandhammers will do more damage overall, but Protectors are just so durable while doing it. Because picture a list where you have 15 Protectors in Knights Excelsior, and you just teleport them up on the front line, and you give them every save buff in the world before you teleport them. So you give them a Castellan Lantern or 2 because they stack. You give them Mystic Shield. You maybe even have a general nearby for Envoy of the Storm. You give them a 6-up ward from the Priest Prayer. You just give them every buff, and you throw this 45 wound tar pit with +4 to saves at your enemy. How long is it going to take them to chew through that?
Oh yeah, it's not going to be easy. Again, it requires a significant more wound investment to get rid of these guys.
Yeah,
but that's a theme that's common across the Stormcast book. We just outside of, and we'll discuss this later, Gardas, we don't really have mortal wound saves. And I guess Hammers of Sigmar can get you a 6 up ward near objectives. But
yeah, and we'll talk
that's
about
the only thing that can. Yeah.
We'll talk about Hammers of Sigmar versus Hallowed Knights on another podcast. I think there's a lot of interesting nuance that comes in with the Hammers of Sigmar. I don't think it's as good as people suggest. There's a lot of limitations on it, especially in Gur, when the objectives are getting eaten as you play the game. So.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, so
Sure.
moving on.
Protectors are S tier. Moving on.
Yeah, easy S tier. Evocators. So Evocators, when I first saw them, I noticed how nerfed they are. It's very obvious their Grand Stabs are really a lot weaker. They don't reinforce well as a unit anymore because both of their melee weapons are at 1-inch reach, and they can't reroll save 1 against shooting, which could have been an interesting niche to have. So what do they do that other protectors don't? Well, they are wizards, so that's an unbind and a dispel if you don't feel like casting your spell. They still do a bunch of mortal wounds all in one packet, and it doesn't have to be necessarily on the melee unit that they're fighting. They can be something just out of their reach, right? Because you pick a unit within 3 inches. And it's still a bunch of mortal wounds, right? It's not an insignificant number. Not as much as Star Souls,
dice
mind
for a
you.
squad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would say that's one of the primary reasons they probably lost the incentive to reinforce, because rolling 20 dice on 10 evocators was pretty much enough to kill most
Yeah,
of them.
and now all you get out of reinforcing is the additional lightning arc. So that's not worth it. So these guys are basically stuck in Retributor 5-man squad land, which is a bad niche. It works for Retributors because they can be Battleline in certain lists. I don't think it works for Evocators. So why am I ranking them at A tier? It's because they are still an excellent counterpunch unit, right? They still, you've come to me, okay, here's a bunch of mortal wounds in your face. And the secret to these guys is that they can empower ballistas and castigators when they're not fighting in combat.
And redeemers. Which
Any
is a big
redeemer,
one, too.
yeah, any redeemer as well. If you care about that sort of thing. Personally, I don't. I'm not a big fan of the redeemer
Well,
bombs.
I view it as this way, right? So evocators, when they're coming closer to you and you're playing Stormkeeps and you have your reinforced unit of Indictors, empower them. Why not?
Yeah,
right?
that's
And
not. It's not
once
bad.
they get closer, once they get closer, you can empower yourself and go out and fight them.
Yes, and that's exactly where I like them because castigators, surprisingly, are playable, and ballistas are pretty good. I would say that evocators actually fill a little bit of a niche that the other paladins don't, right? Like if you're using those particular units and you're setting up like a defensive formation where you want your enemy to come to you, they fill that role nicely. They have something to offer when they're just standing around that, if your enemy's not coming to you,
Yep.
if your enemy's not coming to
you, the
you,
hero phase on as opposed to the combat phase on.
yeah, if your opponent's sitting back and shooting at you, your retributors aren't doing much, right? Like if you're not deep strike charging them, and that's not always the best strategy. It is a good strategy, but not always the best. Then so they have this little niche carved out. A tier might be a bit high. We'll see with play testing. They might end up dropping to B tier, but it is a nice niche, and they still do a lot of damage. So I think maybe A tier is justified for them.
I think A is still good. I still think they hit things above their weight. Grand staves. I mean, it's a bit sad that they didn't upgrade the rend on these guys, which is the most surprising part, considering all the other paladins went up, and these guys are still at -1 rend on the swords, no rend on the grand staves. They still hit above their weight with the mortal wounds. Empower is a great spell to have. It got changed to +1 to wound, which means cast on any redeemer or castigator or ballista unit, it's going to be wounding on 2s, which is excellent.
Yeah, castigators are one of the few shooting units we have that can wound on 2s. It's them and raptors, which we'll talk about. So yeah, evocators A. I think they might be due for a point drop, and in which case I think that would solidify their position in A tier.
Agreed.
235 just seems like a bit much for these guys.
I think they're 230, but yeah, I think more 220. Basically, the points from second edition when they were 220 is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I would maybe even go far as say 200.
Because if you think about it, nothing really changed for these guys. They just lost a few things, so I don't think a points increase is necessarily warranted.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of thing they put their stats into a number generator or number cruncher that determined, this is how much the unit should cost, and then they added maybe 10%, just because it's a new book and they don't want to take chances. That's how it feels.
But points is an easy thing. Like mechanically, they're sound. Points can be fixed. Like that's not what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Mechanically, they're still A tier.
Yep. All right, so let's talk about. I lumped these guys together with the paladins. I'm not sure if I should have because they fill a totally different role. Praetors. What more is there to say besides if you need a bodyguard, this is the bodyguard unit in the army?
Why do you need a bodyguard?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Why do you need a bodyguard?
It's there to protect Gardas.
Yes,
it's there to protect Gardas.
That's pretty much the only hero I could think of, because if you really need to protect a hero, you just block it physically with models so nothing can melee it, and then you give it a mirror shield. Like if you really need
but guard is being unique, sort of suffers in that department against 40 Sentinels or, I don't know, a rival Stormcast list that plays, I don't know, 12 Raptors or 6 Raptors.
Yeah, so they are good at what they do, right? They are good at what they do. They can protect, they can just soak wounds for, let's say, Krondys or Andrasta, and then, she revives them. That's a good combo. How good, I don't know, but that is a solid use of abilities. But how useful is a bodyguard? It depends on your list, and I to this day, I haven't found a use for them in any list. I can't think of when
I think it's also highly meta-dependent. Highly meta-dependent.
If it's all about hero sniping...
Yep. If it goes back to the shooting days of Lumineth and Kharadron Overlords dominating the field, these things become good. Otherwise, probably not.
Yeah. Then there's even some limitations here that I noted down. Like, for example, the hero they're protecting has to be deployed on the board. So if you're protecting, for example, a Lord Imperatant who's deep striking in, who then later wants to deep strike some Annihilators right after, the Praetors can't defend him because both of them have to be deployed on the board.
And yes, the soul bond is declared at the start of the battle. So this is not like an Immortus Guard like for OBR, which just protects any hero. It just protects one hero.
Yeah, and it is also
at the start of the game.
It's also marginalized by the existence of wards. A lot of heroes that might want this, Celestant Prime, Bastion, Andrasta, they have wards already. So a 3-up ward is barely better than a 4-up ward. I mean, not barely, it's quite a bit better, but when it comes at, models dying, it's not worth the points necessarily.
I will say though, their ward is having a 3-up ward with their caveat is slightly better because when you roll that, because instead, let's say you protect Gardas with a 5-up ward, on a 5-up ward, you ignore that wound entirely. So so I guess like it's in some ways that it lessens the damage that Praetors take, because if you're taking like 5 dice, 1 damage each, you're gonna pass some wounds onto these guys, but you might also completely ignore the other ones. So it sort of functions like a weird ward.
Yeah, they're not useless by any means. The problem is that their specific use is niche, and I don't see it right now. Maybe it'll become more obvious in time.
It's entirely, like I said, meta defend. Totally meta defend.
So C tier seems about right. Good, but just kind of lacking function right now.
Yeah, design-wise, these guys are weird too. They're squads of 3, so they're easy to wipe out. And then on top of that, they have these pole axes with 1-inch reach. There's no reason to actually
1-inch. Good lord, what is going on?
Yeah, there's no reason to reinforce them unless you want more bodies for the board, basically. But a really inefficient perspective.
Yeah. They are 3 wounds apiece, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Okay. And a 3-up save. But just take Annihilators instead, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about Aetherwings. They were the most overpowered unit in Age of Sigmar 2nd edition with the most broken ability, and they have fallen so very far from that status. With no stat changes. Nothing has changed about them. There's still no save, no damage, 2 wounds, no bravery. But they lost their one ability that made them so good. And that's unfortunate, but what new use can they possibly have in this edition? I try to look at it with fresh eyes, so it's painful that they've fallen so low.
Yeah, it's tough to look at it with fresh eyes because you're constantly reminded of what you lost.
Yeah. But let's try to be objective here. So, good things. They don't have to be near the Raptors anymore. They can be as far away from them as you want. You don't have to keep them in this tight castle formation. They are still a 12-inch fly move chaff unit, right? 3 bodies on small bases that you can just sneak onto behind a wall or something and guard an objective. And they are still the cheapest way to give Raptors +1 to hit. And what's useful about their specific way of giving +1 to hit is that it works in every phase, which includes the hero phase and the charge phase, which is really important because that's a phase when you can't use all-out attack, typically.
Yep, that is a Unleash Hell without the -1 caveat.
Yes, and a Thunderbolt volley with 2 up
in the hero phase with a 2 up to hit, absolutely. And it has to be said, that 12-inch bubble where they gave every Raptor +1 hit, that's board wide. Like, that's not insignificant. It allows you to drop Raptors in random locations, like all across the map, and have all of them hit on 2s, which is amazing.
And it's nice to be able to drop Aetherwings anywhere, and against that unit, you get +1 to hit, which is what the old Azros used to do, basically, is he was a nice accuracy where you needed it. And they can also still retreat and charge, so they can't, if they get stuck in a weird combat, something's just within 3 inches of them, you can just be like, nah, I'm out of here, I'm going to go use my body somewhere else. And,
and as a funny meme, they had the Stormcast keyword, they get Blaze of Glory.
yes, they're exploding birds. Picture a pigeon with a hand grenade, and you've got an Aether Wing. So they're still useful, and I think their use completely depends on how good Raptors are, because obviously their one ability is to buff Raptors. So if a unit with no damage and no stats, who went from the best unit in the game and lost the ability that made them the best, is still in the C tier, it makes you wonder just how good are Raptors then? If all these guys do is buff Raptors and they ended up in the C tier. And the answer is they're pretty damn good, and we'll get to that.
They get you a battle tactic as well.
Yes, they are cheap battle tactics, which is important in this edition, because Stormcast don't have a lot of disposable chaff anymore. We're a lot more elite. Every unit has to serve a purpose, so it's nice to have a unit like Aether Wings who can just run around in a circle and score you a point.
Especially good for that battle tactic where you have to end a unit within their zone, or like a couple units within their zone.
Yep. Disposable units are useful. Every body matters. So 65 points for these guys is not bad. They are not a bad unit.
But disposable garbage.
Gryph-hounds are terrible.
Garbage.
I can't understand why they gave them one less wound. Like, why would you nerf Gryph-hounds? Is it like...
Blaze of Glory,
How many Gryph-hounds come in a pack? 6 Gryph-hounds
Blaze of Glory. Blaze of Glory is too powerful. We have to nerf Gryph-hounds. Sorry, guys.
Are these, 105 for 6 Gryph-hounds?
110 maybe? Something like that. It's just...
Yeah, it's bad. If they were like if they gave us a squad of 3, same as Aether Wings for 65, 50 points, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah. Now, they can retreat immediately after attacking, so you can do some shenanigans with, charge an objective and then walk past them, but they're still just, 6 models. They have to keep that weird cohesion. There's so many things I dislike about this unit. It just keeps getting worse in every edition. And it costs points.
I would say the only good Gryph-hound is the one that comes, the separate unit Gryph-hounds, not the attached one.
That's why I
put the one from the Night Judicator.
Costing points is a downside of this unit, because you can potentially just get them for free.
Yeah.
All right, not much more to be said about that. Gryph-hounds, sorry, you suck.
Don't take them. Don't buy them.
Don't pay points for them. All right, prosecutors with hammers. So let's talk about this unit, because it's seen some changes in this edition, because they were one of those first edition Age of Sigmar units that came with the starter box that had rules that made sense for the starter box, and then they were just never updated. So they had 2 shooting attacks at 4s and 4s, and that was considered good. And they've seen some changes from there. So let's talk about the hammer version first. They had their missile weapon range reduced from 18 to 9, which is, okay, that kind of makes sense. I guess you can't throw a hammer that far. And they gained rend on everything, which is good. And paired weapons are a +1 attack, which is better, I'd say, than rerolling hit 1. And their shields add 1 to their save rolls, which is interesting, because they're basically flying liberators at that point. Flying liberators cost a bit less, charge 3d6 in exchange for less bodies, less wounds, and less damage.
I want to say they have better hitting stats than Liberators.
Yeah, they do. They're a little more accurate.
They're on 3s and 3s always.
Now, is it enough damage to matter? I don't think so. I don't think their damage is significant yet.
Not at all. No. I mean, the grand weapon helps, like on the Prime, just having 3 attacks with 2 damage. I think that's good.
But the reason you bring this unit isn't for its damage, and it's not for its durability or its wounds. It's because it's fast and it has a 3d6 charge. That's why you bring this unit.
Yes. I think the only thing that 3d6 charge matters is against if someone has like a squishy support here on the back, you can drop in 9 inches away, 3d6 charge over their screen, hit that support hero, take it out, and then die in the attempt, and then you've just traded like 110 points for whatever, 145 or 125 points.
It's a very optimistic use, considering you can't even throw your hammers if you deep strike, which is unfortunate. So your damage output's really limited on these guys. I don't think a squad of 3 would be enough to kill a foot hero. Even a 5 wound 4-up hero would probably still survive. I'd have to check the numbers.
Yeah, you would still have to get lucky with your grand weapon. That's basically it.
So are they worth running in a squad of 6? Maybe.
No.
Maybe, 220 points is not a lot to ask. 3d6 charge is really useful for just tagging stuff and preventing it from using Unleash Hell, but
I'd say it's mainly their value is in the 3-inch coherency. If you plan on running these in 6s, the 3-inch coherency is where that becomes good, because that's a lot of area they're occupying with their giant bases.
Yeah, it is good zone denial, but the problem is that they're so fragile that even light shooting can just take them down. I mean, fragile in terms of Stormcast. It's still a 3-up save, right?
Right.
But 2 wounds per model for 110 points for 3 models is just not an efficient ratio. So light amount of damage can take these guys out, and then you're left, 10% of your list is gone. It's significant, right? It's hard to justify a spot for these guys. I think the one spot you could argue is that they are 3d6 charge that can jump over screens and put units in combat that then can't use Unleash Hell. Right? Like that's like
absorbing Unleash Hell.
Yeah, and that works really well in a lot of other armies. I don't think it works that well in Stormcast because we have the shooting power.
We can't spare the points. Yeah, we can't spare the points for that kind of niche effect, and we have highly efficient shooters that can already do that.
Like we don't need to. We're not Soul Blight. We don't need vampire bats to tie down enemies to stop Unleash Hell. We can just shoot their enemies. Like, oh, you have this big unit that's going to Unleash Hell? I'll just delete it. Okay, thanks. And it'll charge in. Don't have to worry about Unleash Hell if you're not there. So it's a very niche use of this unit. They do become the cheapest battle line in the game if you're playing Tempest Lords, so that's a thing. And if you're playing Tempest Lords, they do get to reroll 1 dice on charge, which is a good ability. But again,
it makes it can potentially make their charge insane levels, allow them to cover a lot of distance.
But low damage, low wounds, they're just not impactful, and that's. I want them to
I think I'd take them at 85. If they dropped in points again to like 95, like they were before this new book came out.
Yeah, I could see them around 190, something like that. I'd bring them in my list.
Like 95 and 100, they'd be fine.
I think so. I think that would be an interesting unit to take. But as it stands right now, I'm not that interested in them. It's possible the meta might evolve to a point where we do need to stop Unleash Hell. So this is not an F tier unit by any means. Even it is not the best unit in our army. It's not complete trash though. It's not Vanquishers.
Right. The other prosecutor.
No, we're talking about melee units, so why are we talking about javelins? We're going to talk about Vanguard Hunters, who I'm still calling a melee unit because their shooting actually arguably got worse.
Yes.
So Vanguard Hunters, all Vanguard are kind of changed, right? Before you were totally reliant on the Aquilord to just kind of ping around your units around the board, and now what Vanguard does is the units themselves teleport around, which makes each individual unit more interesting in a combined arms force, and makes Vanguard armies, way less interesting because every unit acts the same way whether you're playing Vanguard or not, so it's a lot less interesting. But in terms of a tournament list, Vanguard Hunters are interesting. Not good, but interesting. They can't teleport out of combat. That's one of the restrictions on their ability specifically that the other guys don't have, and they have to teleport to a board edge. And before they used to teleport 7 inches away. I guess they had to take that away because they wanted the new units to sell, so they have to give them the good rules. Their pistols have a little bit longer range. They have, -1 hit and exchange for +1 rend. Their melee is straight up better in every way, but they still just don't do a lot of damage. And their teleport only on board edges, not out of combat, is questionable because if you're bringing Vanguard Hunters, you generally are replacing something like Liberators with them. And you still want those bodies to screen things. And in an ideal situation, what you'd be able to do is take the hits with or absorb a charge with Hunters, something light, not something that's going to wipe you out, and then just teleport out of there and go somewhere else. But they can't do that.
I will say this. Yes, I mean, not being able to teleport out of combat kills this unit for me. But I agree with the C tier ranking because there's 2 things that I want to look at. And one is, how do I get lots of movement out of a Stormkeep list? And this is one of the ways, right?
Yeah, I could see an Astral Templar Stormkeep list, yeah.
Yep, right. And B, it's very good. This is one of those units alongside Aether Wings that can achieve those kinds of battle tactics that require you to be in like a deployment zone. Somebody's deployment zone.
Yeah, I just have trouble fitting them in lists. Even when I play Astral Templars, I have trouble fitting these guys in my list.
Yeah, I can't find a justification because I think right now they cost 125, the same as Vanquishers.
At least they're not Vanquishers.
At least they're not Vanquishers. I will say this: if they dropped by 10 points, and became the same as Liberators, or maybe even to 110, 115, I can see them being taken as a one-of in an Astral Templar list.
Yeah, they have a good ability.
Defense for mobility. Yeah, it's a defense for you're trading a 3-up save for mobility.
Yeah, Yeah, and that's a fine niche for a screening unit to have, to be able to just get out and go do something else somewhere else. That's a good, like, if I could just teleport my Liberators every turn, I'd be down with that. But at their current point cost and the fact that they can't do it out of combat, I think it's not justified. So I'm
at 115, I could like legit see this achieving a battle tactic and then having your opponent try and commit a resource to them, because otherwise they'll charge in and try and kill like their heroes in the back, like a wizard or something.
See, they could go all in on that playstyle and give them rerollable charges, or maybe a bonus to charge when they teleport or something. It just feels like they're just not quite there, and what they're left with is not worth their points. So
fair, yeah.
Cool models though. I always love the Vanguard Chamber. The lion helmets with the plumes just look sick. Yeah.
The fur cloaks are amazing.
Yeah. I learned how to paint fur just for that. It was great models.
All right.
And let's talk about a couple leftover melee units here. Steelheart's champions actually got worse. They got weaker with the changes to Liberators, who tried to standardize Steelheart's champions, and they're now less accurate, and they lost their ability to reroll save rolls of 1 while Angarad was alive. Angarad, however you pronounce it.
Angarad got Red Shield, yep. I think the one thing they did gain is that Oberyn's Grand Hammer, the guy in the center,
it's strong.
It's 3 damage.
Yeah.
It's 3 damage now. So,
but that's not why you bring this unit. You bring this unit because you had 90 points and you don't have Raptors, so you can't put Aether Wings in. That's the reason you would ever bring this unit.
You're trading 2 more models for 2 grand weapons, one of them which is 3 damage. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, and that's not a good trade, because that's not why you bring Liberators.
That's not a good trade. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. I can't see this being like, oh my god, I'm going to bring Steelheart's champions.
And their hammers are Sigmar, so they can't get the 5-up ward from Hallowed Knights.
Yeah, nothing like
that.
So,
it's just confusing.
It's 90 points worth of Liberators with 2 grand weapons. If you have 90 points spare in your list and you really need a backline objective holder,
and you don't have Aether Wings for some reason,
and you just keep building these caveats until you realize, okay, it's not worth it. Just bring something else.
F tier, yeah, and that's I'm always going to assume Underworld Warbands are going to be F tier, because historically they're just never good. There's been a few exceptions, yes, but in general,
only until they realize that they underpointed them.
Yes,
and I'm talking about the DOK Hack Queen.
Yeah, but in general, they always go out of their way to overcost these units, specifically because I have to assume they don't want people going out of their way to buy these kits just to play Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
Yep.
Like, if you have them for Underworlds and you want to use them, cool, but they're not meant to be like a real choice in an army. Mm-hmm. I assume that's the design goal. So anytime they break that, it's fun. But it's, like the Farstriders, for example, they're another F tier unit. They're like Vanguard Hunters, but less bodies, less wounds, and the ratio is not there. So they're still the same thing. 90 points in your unit. They can teleport around, which is a cool use of 90 points, I would say. But no.
The only time I can see this being good is like there's a tournament in the US called the Midwest Meltdown that lets you add a Underworld Warband to your army for free.
Oh, that's cool. I would do Everon's Cursebreakers.
Yeah, I would do Cursebreakers, but I'm just saying, like, that's the only time I can see someone being like, oh yeah, let me put this in my list.
That's a cool rule. I really like that. I would like to play that format. So it's almost like there's like a mini game of Shadespire happening in your Age of Sigmar game.
Yeah, and if your faction didn't have a specific warband, you could bring one from your allegiance. I think that was a rule.
That's cool. Or at least an ally, maybe. So yeah, there's not much to say about the Farstriders. Same thing as Steelhearts. They're just inefficient for what they do. They can fill a gap, but there's other ways to fill gaps. I would say, though, if I had to pick between Farstriders and Steelhearts, I would pick Farstriders, because the teleport's more useful than
Teleport's good. Stats. Yeah, teleport's good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think even reducing their points would make me care.
No.
All right. Let's move on to shooting units.
The bread and butter of 2nd edition.
Yeah, melee units are fun to talk about, but Stormcast, despite my protestation, have always been a shooting faction, and they always will be a shooting-focused faction. Their melee units are there to take hits and hit you with big weapons, and sometimes they ride dragons, but Stormcast are a shooting faction primarily. And that's not because, shooting completely defines them like it does with Karajan. It's just that they can't win with pure melee. You have to use shooting with Stormcast.
It's like, bolt guns are great. Yep. Lightning claws are good, but bolt guns are great.
So let's start with one of the most improved units from the old book. And not because they were bad by any means. They were definitely playable. But Judicators have seen a significant increase in their output at
40 points. 40, just 40 points. Yeah.
Compared to the start of 3rd edition, yeah. So they doubled their attacks and they give mortal wounds on hit rolls of 6.
So one thing to note when we're going on with shooting units here is that, sorry for you Anvil players who don't get double tap anymore, but you get double tap across all your units now. So
yes, there's a command ability that lets any Justicar or Angelos keyword unit shoot in the hero phase once per game. Not every turn, so it's not as oppressive, I would say, as the old Anvil's command ability, which was 5 rounds of double shooting long strikes. But we will talk about long strikes. They're actually much stronger now. Let's
yes,
take
Judicators got turned into Bloodstalkers. They are the DOK Bloodstalkers with a 4-up save, and because of your Stormcast, you get silence.
Yeah, so they're good. They're Battleline, which is excellent for a shooting Battleline unit is always nice, right? There's no downside with that. Replacing a Liberator for a few more points and being able to shoot while holding an objective is good. And they're one of the better units to use Thunderbolt Volley because of their really good range, 24 inches, the fact that they do mortal wounds on hit rolls of 6, they have Rend, they have enough dice to do a bunch of damage, and because they're Battleline, you can double reinforce them. So you can have 30 shots in the hero phase, 30 shots in the shooting phase, plus the leader. And that's enough damage to just kill something on the first turn. And it's Battleline.
Yep.
And it's 30 wounds that your opponent has to get through if they want to try to stop you.
I mean, if you want to know how good these are, just look at like the past year what Daughters of Cain have been playing. It's just a solid unit.
Yep.
And for those of you wondering, when we were talking about the Underworld's Warbands, what to do with 90 points, this is what you do at 90 points. You upgrade your Liberators to Judicators.
Yes, that is a better use, I would say, than adding 3 bodies that don't do much. So there's some notes here that are worth mentioning. Shockbolt bow, if you run the numbers, the special weapon bow is actually better than the regular bow. Even on the prime, it is equal on a 3-up save. I think I saw that in my number crunching earlier. So there's no, if you have the D6 bow, keep using the D6 bow. It's better, a little bit better against most targets, and the only time it starts to get worse is if you fight like a 2-up 5-ward monster. That's the only time it gets worse. And even then, it's like half a point of damage, so it's statistically not going to matter.
Yeah,
and
solid unit.
They are expensive. 200 points for 10 wounds and 11 shots. It's not great. They are inefficient. However, they're very potent.
However, yeah, I feel like that's the model for Age of Sigmar, to make shooting units that carry significantly less risk as they have output to be more expensive. I think that's a good model in general.
I think dedicated shooting units should cost more. Yeah, they should be powerful and they should feel good to use, and they should feel good to kill if you're the opponent.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't just make weak shooting units. That's not fun for anyone.
Yeah.
Expensive, powerful shooting units are fun to play and more fun to play against, I would say. It's not fun to get tabled in a double turn, but it's more satisfying to kill them, I'd say. So let's talk about the variant of the Judicators, the crossbow. Another unit that's been massively improved. They effectively always have 4 shots. Before they had 3, and they got a 4th one if they didn't move. Now they just always effectively have 4 shots because they have 2 shots that double every time you hit, and they are way more accurate. Way more accurate. Instead of 3s and 4s, they're on 3s and 3s, and then in this edition, it's really easy to get on 2s and 3s.
Yep.
And the Thunderbolt crossbow was changed from doing D3 mortal wounds to big units into just straight up 2 shots, Rend 2, damage 2 weapon. And that special crossbow is so good. Is a really powerful weapon. Really powerful.
Like on the prime, that's 3 attacks on 2s and 3s minus 2 with a command point. And that's not insignificant.
And worth noting, I'm not sure if I put it here, it changes in 3rd edition. They went up from 12-inch range to 18. So they're only 6 inches shorter than the bow Judicators. Now their value obviously depends on what you're fighting against. If you're fighting against a lot of 3-up monster metas, not very useful because they pling off their 2-up save. But if you're fighting against Grots, if you're fighting against Horrors, if you're fighting against even, I would say, Daughters of Cain, these are a better choice.
If I'm fighting 4-up saves, even like there's a case to be made for just drowning them in buckets of dice and forcing 4-up save.
Yeah, especially if you have you can just like with bow Judicators, you can double reinforce them and then Thunderbolt Volley, and you just do a ton of damage, or not a ton of damage, I should say, a ton of hit rolls. How that translates to damage is to be seen. And we'll talk about shredding enemy armor with spells later when we talk about the heroes. But crossbows, they're kind of weird because any effects that would activate off hit rolls, they don't benefit from. Or they can, but at the cost of their own ability.
Well, it's like you can't combo these with blessed weapons because your dice roll triggers an extra hit, or it triggers two hits. So you're not going to get multiple 3-4 hits or anything like that. You're going to have to choose which effect.
Yeah, and it seems like a deliberate design decision to do that because they want to rein in the total power of shooting. They don't want you stacking double tap on top of blessed weapons, on top of curse, on top of 4 shots per model. They don't want that interaction. They want to keep it as constrained as possible so that shooting doesn't get out of control. Now, one of the downsides of crossbow adjudicators is I think the best way to play them is squads of 5. They're actually quite useful in squads of 5 because of that special bow, and that makes
it's not 1 in 5. It's 1 per unit, I think. So you only get 1 if you reinforce your squad of adjudicators. Is it 1 per 5 or is it 1 per unit?
I think it's 1 per 5 still. I think for adjudicators it's still 1 per 5. But because the prime gets it and he gets that extra shot, it's a lot better to run multiple squads of crossbows, drop them into play, maybe tear down some screens, and then let your cavalry charge in, than it is to try to go up to 15 with them because their range is such a big limiting factor. Big squads really want long range because it's really difficult to move them around the board.
I will say though, I don't think I'd probably cost these at 20 points less. I feel like 10 is not significant enough to where I want to lose the mortal wounds. I feel like at 180, I'd consider this as a Battleline unit in a Knights Excelsior list to clear a screen before my Annihilators go in.
Well, with the way they're currently costed, I think it creates an interesting dynamic where bow adjudicators are not worth using unless you reinforce them, and crossbow adjudicators are just this cheaper variant that is, it's straight up less points and you don't have to worry about reinforcing it. So it depends on what your list is looking for. And, we're going to talk about Raptors in a second, but both Judicators have analogs to both Raptors that we're just about to talk about. So how well do bow Judicators stack up to Raptors with long strikes, and how well do these crossbows stack up to Hurricanes? I would say that the crossbows, because they're battle line, is it's nice. You don't need to bring 15 to make them good. It's a 5-man unit, and you're fine with that. So they can actually find room in some lists, I would say.
Sounds good, yeah.
All right, so let's talk about, before we get into Raptors, let's talk about the odd man out in shooting, the ballista. I've ranked it here at A tier, which seems to imply that it's better than the crossbow adjudicators, and in some ways it is. I don't think the Celestar Ballista is the best shooting unit in the book, obviously, but it does have some really cool things that I like about it. So it has this Rend 3 shot that does D6 damage, and it's really accurate. It's on 3s and 2s, pretty easy to get +1 hit with an Ordinator nearby or a Toralon, and that's just nice to have. Now, it's really swingy, right? 2-up is still not guaranteed by any means. Rend 3 is really good, but D6 is very variable, and there's no way to re-roll that, unfortunately. So you kind of have to play a bunch of ballistas. So when do you find yourself having room in a list to stick 4 ballistas in an Ordinator?
Stormkeeps, I don't know. Stormkeep sounds good for artillery.
If you have a castle set up, if you have a gun line, this is not bad. If you scions them into play and then drop an Ordinator next to them, that's not bad. It's not going anywhere, but it's going to do a whole bunch of damage until it gets charged. And they're just a nice versatile unit, because if you consider that they're just always more or less going to be using their Rend 3 shot, and then sometimes you want to swap to the 2d6 Rend 2 shot, that's just an interesting niche for a unit to have that versatility. Because no other shooting has Rend 3 in this game.
Yep. Oh, no, I think their range also got increased, aren't they? I think they're 36 inches now instead of 30.
I thought they always were.
No, I'm pretty sure they were 30 and 15.
I wouldn't know. I honestly never used the single shot before.
Never. So I looked at the new single shot. I looked at the new single shot. It is 36 inches, meaning considering you deploy 11 inches up, 36 inches.
Most of the
11. That's 47 inches. I mean, your opponent can't backline a support hero on a 40mm base and have it survive.
Yeah,
it's gonna die. Like you're gonna single shot it to death with an Ordinator because you're gonna be on 2s and 2s, and when they get close, you can empower these with some evocators that you have handy, and then hit them with 3s and 2s.
Yeah, and that versatility I think is what makes them an A tier unit. If they just had one shot or the other, I don't think they'd get out of C. But because it has both at the same time, it's good, right? Like this is one of those units that forces your opponent to come to you, because you can't be taking 4 ballista shots every turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
you have to deal with them. So forcing your opponent to come to you is exactly what Stormcast want, because they're slow, they're reactive, they have a lot of counterattack units. They're slow, some units are fast, but a lot of the playstyle revolves around this kind of riposte fencing style of you hit me, I absorb the hit, and then I hit you back twice as hard. And ballistas fit into that nicely. The single shot fits that very nicely.
Also, I mean, they have a good number of wounds. I think they're
they're 9 wounds now.
instead of
9
7?
wounds,
Yeah.
which is for 140 points. That's the most durable shooting unit in the army.
Yeah, that's decent. I mean, that's almost like Battleline number of wounds, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are down on ballistas because their points went up relative to their old points, because I think they used to be 110, but their points went up 30, whereas Judicators went up from 2nd edition, they were 140, they went up to 200. So we're not talking about a huge jump for ballistas, and
I think it's people also mostly worried about rapid fire. I think people were so used to spiking, they'll hit, they'll roll 4/4s on rapid fire, they'll roll like 20 hits, but then how many of those were you hitting, really? I mean, how much damage were ballistas actually doing?
Yeah.
I think this version is much better because it makes a single shot -3 rend, which to me is all the difference.
Yeah, the Rend 3 shot is what you use it for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people are just tied to the old design. They can't see past it. They think, oh, it's 2d6 less shots, and in exchange for +1 hit. That's not worth it. But it's the Rend 3 shot that sometimes turns into the 2d6 shot. That's how you got to look at this unit. And in that paradigm, this is not a bad unit at all. It also doesn't require anything from your list, right? It's a little core that you can just slot in. It doesn't require any artifacts or command traits or anything, right? So if you're running dragons, you've already got your command trait set. You've probably picked your Thunderous, not your Thunderbolt Ball, your Final Thunderstrike in order to deal a cycle combo. You've probably picked out the rest of your list, and you're thinking, oh, I need some shooting power, but I don't want to invest heavily into it. Ballistas are there. They don't need a lot from you.
Yep. Not a lot of investment required. A tier for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, speaking of which, another unit that is kind of just there for you if you need it. Castigators are very improved in this edition, and it's not obvious at first glance that they're much better, but just changing their damage, their shots from 1 to D3, effectively doubling their output, has made a huge difference in this unit. So they're 6 wounds for 105 points. You can reinforce them, make them 12 wounds for 210 points. That's already more efficient than Judicators, and we've talked about how good Judicators are. Mm-hmm. They are 18-inch range, which is a little bit less than the bow Judicators, but they're also Rend 2 shooting. And they're, 6d3 plus 1 shots for 210 points at Rend 2 shooting. That's good. There is nothing bad about that stat line. Now, they are random, so they can swing really high, they can swing low, which I'm not personally a fan of. But there's all kinds of other good stuff going on here, too. The fact that they deal double hits, like their crossbow thing, that every other crossbow in the Stormcast book doubles hits when they hit, they do that only to demons and malignant. So if you do a value judgment on these guys and you don't account for that, sometimes you'll face those demons and you're going to be stoked, right? Castigators are at a point where they're worth using even if you're not fighting demons, and then sometimes you fight demons and you're like, my list is the best.
Oh, I'm facing the Bellicor Legion of the First Prince list. All right, time to go.
Yeah, so they are more efficient than some other shooting, but the problem is that they're not Battleline. There's no way to make them Battleline, so it's like you've already filled out the core of your list. You've got your offensive hammer, you've got your screens, you've got your maybe some cavalry, and you've got your shooting core. And then maybe you'll have 105 to 200 points left over, and it's like, Castigators can fill that hole, right? And the fact that they can be buffed by Empower is another nice little point for them.
Yeah, because that means you spend a CP on all-out attack, you buff their Rend by channeling the power there, and you have Empower, so you're on 60. A reinforced unit of this is like 63 shots, 2s and 2s, -2 Rend, 1 damage, and that's not a bad stat line at all.
No, it's just fine.
I mean, it's not going to be your main strategy. Like, you're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to go in and win this game with Castigators. But as a side strategy that doesn't require a lot of investment, and it's fine.
Yeah, it's kind of falls in that same spot, that same space we were talking about with prosecutors, where it's like you just need a little bit of something extra. But I think these guys actually do what they're supposed to do better than prosecutors. Well, I shouldn't say better, because prosecutors are good at what they do. The problem is what they do isn't that useful, whereas Castigators, Rend 2 shooting is useful. Always. Yep. It's always useful to have Rend 2 shooting. Well, unless you're playing Night Haunt. I contradict myself too often.
Yeah, but hey, that's when those extra shots come in handy.
That's true. They do deal double shots against Night Haunt. So, yeah, the Castigators are just solid. I'm glad, too, because I love the models. I always have, and they were so bad in 2nd edition, and I was so bummed out by that. Yeah. But now they're good, so I don't feel bad about taking them. If I'm not playing the most competitive list, I can bring, 3 squads of 6 and feel good about that, because they're not trash anymore.
Agreed.
All right, let's talk about prosecutors with javelins. So it's hard not to talk about the fact that they have been gutted from their previous edition. The Prime can no longer get a bonus attack with the trident, which is disappointing, and their regular javelins don't deal 2 damage anymore if you throw them from half range. They do gain a rend in exchange, but I think that's not a good trade-off, right?
Not at all. I think I much rather prefer the 2 damage.
Yeah.
Because it allowed them to be this highly mobile harassing unit that you could, have on a corner objective somewhere. In fact, I think if you are running prosecutors, the hammers are much better because the potential damage on those is much higher.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be stacking saves on either unit. I think I would actually value the hammers more than a 3-up save characteristic, because that's functionally the same as a 4+ with a +1 in almost every scenario.
When you consider that these are the same points as Liberators, it's like, what are they doing that I can't not achieve by translocating Liberators? And the answer is not much.
Even if they errata that the Prime does get a bonus attack with the Trident, I don't think I'd use them still, because the hammers exist, and I think the hammer's actually a better choice. And as we talked about, I'm not a big fan of the niche that these guys fill, which is a shame, because I love these models. I've got 9 of them. They're great. And
so I actually looked at it. The Prime... Oh, yeah, the Prime doesn't get Trident attacks, but he does get... Oh, yeah, no, that's terrible. Oh, yeah. Goodness, that's terrible.
Even if they fixed that, I don't think they'd be worth it.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, you're talking about potentially 6 damage, like if you would roll everything perfectly and they fail all their saves.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not
and funny enough, that's exactly where Castigators were last edition. 6 damage max, or sorry, 3 damage max for like 60 or 80 points or whatever they ended up at. I feel like Javelins are the new Castigators.
Yep.
Which is unfortunate.
Cool model, though.
Very cool. And let's talk about Vanguard Raptor. So we'll start with the Hurricanes. They are effectively 8 attacks all the time because they have 4 shots each that double. And they're way more efficient than they used to be. Or not efficient, accurate. They're way more accurate than they used to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
4s and 4s was complete garbage. I think 3s and 3s is much better. Yeah. Much better.
Yeah. So they're basically in the exact same spot that crossbow adjudicators are in, but they're not Battleline. So you have to wonder, when do I need high volume shooting in addition to anything else going on my list? Can't take a Battleline slot up. And right now the answer is you don't. I like Hurricanes. You can get, 50 hits per volley, and you can double that up to 100. That's just so many wounds, but it's no rend, so it's going to bounce off 2-up saves, and it's 200 points that doesn't fill your battle line, and they're only 6 wounds, and they're only 18-inch range. It's just a lot of things come together to make this unit less and less useful. If the meta shifts, you're going to see a lot of these guys.
Oh, definitely. One thing we should mention, how it says combos with the Curse Prayer. So you do have to choose, because on every successful hit, you have to choose between the extra hit or a mortal wound, and it's effectively the same thing.
Yes, yeah. A mortal wound is better than an extra hit, because these guys are wounding on 3s with no rend. So they are still, 25 shots per volley. You can double that with Thunderous Volley. And if you curse on that, instead of getting an extra hit off each one, you just get a mortal wound every now and then. But if you want mortal wounds, pick Judicators or Long Strikes instead. So it's a combo.
Don't build these guys around. Don't build these guys around getting curse off.
Yeah.
Build these guys if people start using troops way more. Just start bringing a lot of bodies. Just ground them in saves.
If there's a lot of 5-up saves out there, Hurricanes are going to be really good. Really, really good.
Yeah. Against Nighthaunt, I would take these guys. Like, if Nighthaunt comes back with a vengeance, I would take them.
I would take Castigators because they double their hits.
Sure. I mean, I'd actually have to do the math there.
Yeah.
Because 210 versus 230 points.
We'll picture 12 D3 shots versus 25 for basically the same cost, but Castigators
sure, but like you're hitting
wounds.
on 2s, and over there you're exploding on 6s. So I feel like
no.
This is every hit.
Castigators always explode, not just on 6s, if they're fighting a demon or malignant. That's just their crossbow ability. It only works against specific.
No, it's 6s, man.
Is it just 6s?
Yep, hit rolls of 6s.
Oh,
against
okay, never mind. They're just
demons.
rubbish then. Ignore everything I've said about them fighting demons. But
yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, no, I don't think they're bad. I think Castigators are good because of that -2 rend. I think
rend 2 shooting,
-2 rend shooting. You can fit this in a list and have it as a side strategy. But if Nighthaunt comes back with a vengeance and you want to drown 4-up saves with shots, this is the unit.
Yeah, I'd say that would be good. And let's talk about long strikes. Since they've been introduced, they've been one of the best shooting units in the game, if not the
they've been
single
S tier
best.
since the day they came out.
Yes, and they consistently get propped up. I don't know how many kits Games Workshop wants to sell, but apparently they haven't reached that number yet, even after 4 years of them being out. They just need to sell more. They're so good still. They actually got stronger in this edition. They doubled their shots. Straight up.
They effectively gave you, for those of you mad about Anvils of the Hilt and Hammer double tap going away, you got the double tap for 60 more points.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out at the beginning of this section here.
Yeah. Raptors are insane. They double their shots outside of Anvils, and then you still have the Thunderbolt volley to double their shots again. So in one turn, they lowered their unit size, right? You can't do 12 or 9 anymore. You have to do 6. But they just do double damage all the time compared to their old
incarnation.
That's
24 shots. 24 shots at -2 rend 2 damage. That's,
with headshots,
and they're
too.
winning on 2s.
Yes,
they switched
that's
it
a
up,
big thing.
So,
yeah, 3-2 is better than 2-3 because hit buffs are all over the place now and wound buffs are pretty rare. So 3+, 2+ is really good. You're going to be on 2s and 2s with these guys pretty much every time you shoot, if you do it right. They don't suffer any range penalties if they move. I mean, they can't move their wings anymore.
They retain headshot.
Yeah, they still do 2 mortal wounds on a headshot hit 6. They're phenomenal. Like, the big downside has always been they are 6 wounds per squad and they're very expensive. But if you can build a list, if you can build a list that protects these guys and lets them shoot 3 turns without getting gimped, you're going to win almost every time. And that's been
I will say this: their survivability, or rather their fragility, is propped up, like is helped by Unleash Hell. Like previously they had this like weird Overwatch rule where you hit on 6s and you automatically did more wounds, but changing that to Unleash Hell, especially with Aether Wings around, is like you're gonna get value even as these guys die for a command point.
Yeah, Unleash Hell is definitely stronger than that hold ability, and the fact that you can Unleash Hell from 9 inches away makes the Castle Formation Stormkeep list is so much better than it was ever been. And the fact that you can give them a 5-up board with Gardas, you can save them with Cycle, and there are cost-effective cycles in the game now. You can revive them with a Life Swarm, you can revive them with Andrasta. There's so many ways to protect
reviving these with Life Swarms is nothing but value. You're reviving like 60 points worth of models.
Yeah.
Or more, 80.
Yep, 80 points per model. And I think what puts these guys over the edge into being the best, I'm gonna call them the best shooting unit in the game. What puts them into that category for me is because you have Scions of the Storm to protect them from other shooting armies. Because that's really their main weakness right now, is like you could just body a bunch of melee out. You can't be hit by melee if you just put bodies in the way, right? And you can stop spells with Incantors for the most part. You can stop enough spells. And you can do enough to kind of negate some light mortal wounds here and there. But their main weakness is, teleporting shooting units. So, or units that can shoot you further away than you can shoot them, like Lumineth Sentinels. Seraphon can teleport units into range that can potentially kill you in one turn. Caradron can do a whole deep strike shooting thing. Any army that does something like that, that's the long strike weakness. And it's such a significant weakness that even if you had accounted for everything else, that hole in the meta that they can't deal with is so crippling that they would not be S tier. They would be maybe B, right? They would just be a meta choice. But Scions of the Storm exists, and that keeps them alive on turn 1, which is all you need.
You almost always play these in Scions for that reason, in my opinion, unless you can absolutely control the turn order and you have a good positioning, really good positioning in Stormkeeps. What I will say though is, beware of coalesce lists and Seraphon, because man, do long strikes suck in that match.
Now it doesn't reduce their mortal wounds, which is good.
It does not.
But their regular damage gets cut in half, which is unfortunate. How popular is Coalesce right now? People seem to be playing a lot of Thunder Lizard. I have a suspicion they're going to swap to Starborn as the meta continues to evolve to counter 3-up save monsters, especially with Stormcast coming on the scene with a lot of good 3-up save monsters. People are going to start building to counter them. I think Starborn is going to start being more popular than Coalesced. That's just my opinion. So that is a downside to these guys, yeah. Or units that ignore Rend. Rend 2 shooting doesn't do anything.
But really, that's like one very specific sub-faction. Against everything else, these guys are killer.
Yeah. And I mean, you can't really do much about that. You can't cover all your bases. You have to have some kind of weakness in your list. And if your weakness is one sub-faction of one army reduces the damage of one of my units, it's not the worst weakness to have, considering you still do full mortal wounds headshots. It's still an excellent unit. You will build lists to protect these guys. You will have entire playstyles devoted to keeping your long strikes alive because they will carry you through wins. They are so deadly. They're one of the if these guys were these guys are like grand hammers from 30 inches away. They just do tons of damage. They're going to punch through anything you need them to. They're phenomenal. S tier, easy. If there was a tier higher than S, they would be in it. But it comes with that caveat of fragility. So if they're dying, stop using them. You got to practice more. And Vigilors. So a new shooting unit. Their specific niche is that they don't particularly do the best damage for their points. They don't have the highest wounds for their points. They're about Judicator level. But everything they hit and wound, you get +1 hit against them with the rest of your army for the rest of the turn. So you can try to be fancy and split their shots around and get +1 to hit against multiple units. It doesn't really seem worth it to me because you have to hit and wound and they have to fail their save. And you only have 11 shots in the squad on 3s and 3s rend 1. And it's just not that likely to happen against multiple units. So you really want to focus on one unit to make it as likely as possible, which can still fail.
Yeah, I would say 1 or 2 units at max, and it can still fail. That's the bad part. I don't think giving because effectively, if you're not really going for damage, I don't think 195 points, so 5 points less than bow adjudicators, is worth it.
No, you basically give up the mortal wounds the adjudicators do and a special weapon, which is more damage.
Yeah.
And that's not a worthwhile effect, +1 hit. There's lots of ways to get it. Generally, Stormcast lists don't need multiple units in the same turn to get +1 hit. Like, you'll have a shooting unit and you'll have a combat unit and you'll have enough command points to all-out attack both of them. You generally don't need more than that. If you do, there's other sources of +1 hit, like the Toralon, which we will get to. They're just expensive for what they do. Their melee attacks don't make up for their weaker shooting, because they're not weak shooting by any means. Like, they're comparable to Judicators, but you could maybe, if the Knight Judicator was cheaper and viable, these guys could be an interesting battle line choice. I just don't see room for them. They have a nice effect, and I think it's nice enough that it gives them still something to do. They're not Vanquishers, but they're certainly not going to be in most lists.
Yeah, I agree. That's perfectly. I mean, if they points drop these guys to maybe
180, maybe
170, maybe I would maybe take them at 165, 170, not even at 180, because then you're competing directly with the crossbow adjudicator, and it needs to be at least 15 points below the crossbow adjudicator for me to be like, okay, I'll take some ping damage for a +1 to hit. Sure, why not?
Yeah, it all depends on the value of that +1 hit, right? So how big of a hammer, how many hammer units do you have? Like, if you have 5 Retributor squads, Vigilors seem pretty good in that situation.
I will say, though, this slots well into a cities list.
Yeah, because it does work for everything. It's not keyword limited to Stormcast Eternals. It does work on every single unit.
If you want to ally, if you're one of those factions that can ally Stormcast in, and you don't want to spend command points on all-out attack, if you're IDK, DOK, Seraphon, I don't know, just take some adjudicators, pop some damage and +1 to hits.
Yeah, they do have a 23-inch threat range, so something on the first turn is getting shot by them, and you're going to get +1 hit on it. If you're an army that doesn't have a lot of sources of +1 hit, or is just really inefficient at getting it, and you want to focus fire, Vigilors are a solid ally for Order armies. Unfortunately, not the best choice in a Stormcast army.
Yep.
Okay, Section 4. So next up, we are talking about cavalry in the Stormcast army. So Stormcast are a unique army because they have a lot of different cavalry. Not many armies have this many options, so I'm actually kind of impressed that they managed to find a niche for every particular unit here, even if it's not very good. I don't recall putting F tier for any of these. So let's start off with concussors. So there's 4 kinds of Dracoths. Concussors have always been the do mortal wounds consistently throughout the combat phase as the game goes on. That's always been their thing, and they still have that niche here.
Yep, they're mounted retributors, just jack of all trades kind of thing.
Yeah, so they did lose their cool ability to stop pile-ins, which I really liked. Hitting a unit on the flank and preventing it from getting models into combat with you was really, really cool. And they don't have that anymore, unfortunately. But In exchange, they have +1 wound, Ren 2 on everything, and 2 damage on everything. So,
yep, and mortal wounds just like Retributors.
Yes, and their breath attacks have been standardized. They no longer get bonuses to hit, which means when you unleash hell with them, they no longer get minuses to hit, which is, that's a trade-off. A unit of 4 doing unleash hell is, that can do some mortal wounds.
2 to 4 mortal wounds, yeah.
Yeah. And they are Battleline in Hammers of Sigmar, like all Dracoths, which is a very interesting identity for Hammers of Sigmar to have. Not what I would have expected them to have. And these guys, like you said, they're Retributors on mounts. So they do less damage than the Retributors, but they're faster.
Yep.
Less models.
And they're faster, and they have, I guess, a shooting attack. That's the trade-off.
Yeah.
If you're trading them.
It's almost 1-to-1. These guys are just mounted Retributors.
I will say though, the Dracoths also got a big glow up because they no longer do that intolerable damage of
that intolerable ability.
Yeah, I mean that's what it was called. It was intolerable, but it was also called intolerable.
Yeah, I think the number of times that ability has mattered, I could count on one hand in the last 6 years.
But
it never comes up.
Instead, they got I only ever used it maybe once. Yeah, Ren 2 and 2 damage all the time. Not bad.
Yeah.
4 attacks each. Pretty decent.
Yep, they're good. Dracoths are a good unit. I'm glad because I have 6 of them, and I was hoping that they would be good.
They're a nightmare to paint.
Oh god, they take so long. Got to make the skin, and then the armor, and then the details on the armor, and then the rider, and then the cloak. It's just so many things.
Yeah, it definitely is a sub-assembly job, especially on the rider because the cloak sort of.
Now, a big problem that most of the Dracoths have is that they are 1-inch attacks on huge bases. Right, so they don't reinforce well. They don't double reinforce well, I should say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even one reinforcement, they end up this weird, wide unit that just doesn't always fit into combat because of the way terrain and everything shakes out in this edition.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always the right choice to reinforce.
Single reinforce.
And the problem with not reinforcing is they might not do enough damage the turn they charge in or when they need to get out of combat. So they might get stuck in bad combats because you didn't reinforce them. It's kind of just this, it's a minor thing, but it does come up, and I'll say it's one of the reasons one of the things holding me back from just making a lot of Dracoth lists. Next up, Desolators. So Concussors were Retributors with mounts. Desolators are Decimators with mounts. Almost exactly the same as a Decimator. They have a bonus against hordes, but they're just not as efficient as Concussors, because instead of dealing 2 damage, they deal 1. They don't deal any mortal wounds. They have more attacks, but overall they're just lackluster.
I will say though, losing the 2 damage was pretty huge.
I guess we should mention what changed with Desolators, because they didn't have this design before. They weren't just mounted Decimators before. They used to actually, instead of scaling their attacks with the enemy unit like a Decimator would, they scaled their attacks with the size of their own unit. So if you had 6 to 8 Desolators, you were dealing a whole bunch of attacks per model. It ended up being the most efficient Dracoth unit, especially when they just kept reducing their points every single General's Handbook. It eventually got to the point. It eventually got to the point that eventually got to the point where a squad of 6 was one of the better hammer units in the book. Now they've been redesigned. They're meant to be an anti-horde mounted unit, which is fine, I guess. Stormcast have a lot of anti-horde stuff in a meta that isn't well adapted to that. About it. Yeah, but it's an interesting niche to have, because they are the 3-up save meta that everybody's worried about, the elite 3-up save meta, and they have the counter to it, presumably, right? If hordes start becoming more popular, Stormcast are ready to take that on. Except with Vanquishers. Vanquishers are terrible.
I mean, I will say these are, I think, 225, which makes them cheaper. I think they're 230 or 235, which makes them cheaper than a lot of Paladin units, which normally isn't the case when they put these guys on a Draco. So that's something to consider.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Concussors and Fulminators do it better. I would say even Tempestors do it better. If I wanted an anti-horde unit, now they are more likely to get the horde bonus because they're only 2 models, but I think I would rather just go with Decimators. I would rather have 3 more bodies with 5 attacks apiece than 2 bodies maybe getting 2 more attacks apiece.
Fair.
Yeah. So there's not much more to say. Same changes on concussors happen to desolators. So let's talk about fulminators, which are very good.
Amazing.
Yeah, you want to take this one?
Sure. So the main changes that happened were they went to -2 rend, right? But instead of their normal 3 attack profile with -1 rend and 3 damage, they are 5 attacks on the charge, -2 rend, 3 damage. For those, these will delete things off the board. These are mounted annihilators. Like we've been talking about how concussors are mounted retributors, desolators are mounted decimators. These are mounted annihilators without the impact hits. And these things will absolutely melting combined with translocation. It's the best Drakot in the book, best cavalry ever.
See, I'm gonna disagree. They're good. I love them. But the fact that they need to charge, if this was 40k, it would be fine. But in AOS, sometimes you get double turned. Sometimes you get stuck in combats where you don't wipe the enemy unit out and you're just dragging your feet. Or sometimes something else is faster than you and you get charged first and you don't get the bonus attack. And you'll be sitting there thinking, should have picked concussors. So
I will say, okay, I'll disagree for simply one reason. A unit of these reinforced, or even 2 of these, quite easily passes the Gargan DPS check.
Sure, if you get the charge off,
second combat, if you are charging something, you are deleting that more likely than not. Like, there are very few models, and by very few, I mean like maybe Archeon that survived this.
Yeah. Now, the fact that they take up a battle line slot is a really important thing, because if you had to take full battle line of Liberators and then you had to spend points on a reinforced unit of these,
they'd be terrible.
Yeah, I'd say there's just you couldn't fit it in the list, right? You're giving up too many other things, but because they effectively take up that Liberator slot, that's great. It makes taking a reinforced unit of these guys a lot more tolerable, and you could even take these guys alongside concussors. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Yeah,
you could have one for a different unit as an anvil, and these guys as your hammer.
And I mean, in Hammers of Sigmar, because that's where these guys are battle line, right? You're talking about a 3-up save, 6-up ward save. I mean, I know, like, we talk about how it's only wholly within 12 an objective, but wholly within 12 an objective is a huge amount of area.
It is.
Because if you think of it as a circle, you're talking about, pi r square. So you're talking about 36 versus, 144. So.
And this is the kind of unit you want fighting over objectives. They're really high impact. Yep. You don't want them skirting around the flanks. They don't have the mobility for that sort of thing. They are meant to fight over objectives and use their huge bodies, 6 wounds, 3-up save, to fight over those objectives, right? My problem is that just the sustained combat, they're not the best at sustained combat. And unfortunately, we lost the Heraldor, so we can't retreat in charge of this unit.
Yep.
That's what's holding me back, because you have to dedicate a Lord Relictor.
Is still good. Translocating, you have to pair these with a Relictor. Like, they're too slow to get anywhere. And they're too slow to, they have no ways of getting out other than a Relictor's translocation. Yeah. So that is a crutch these guys have to rely on.
And frankly, that's not a big crutch, because every list is going to have a Relictor. Almost every list is going to have a Lord Relictor with translocation. So that's not the biggest deal in the world, but it is resources you have to put into them, whereas you don't necessarily have to put that resource into concussors. So that's the argument. I think they're both great.
They're great, but the only feel bad, I don't even think you'll get stuck into combat with something. I think what more likely to happen, like you said, is you'll get into combat with something, you'll delete it entirely, and then get charged or double turned, and then that's the only feel bad.
Yeah, I like how you put it that these guys are mounted annihilators, because that is what they are, right? They're mounted annihilators that need to charge. They're not mounted protectors, and you might think they would be, given that the previous 2 models are just mounted paladins, but these guys are not mounted protectors. Their role is not to take hits with a 2-up save while dealing a bunch of damage. Their role is to kill something on the charge, and they're very good at it.
Yeah.
They, a lot of people are talking about Storm Drakes. We certainly will be soon. The comparison will be, well, you could do a lot more damage with fulminators.
Yes.
So we'll get to that. So let's talk about Tempestors, which are not as bad as I thought at first. Because looking at them, I thought, oh, well, they don't have the high Ren 2 attack volume that the Fulminators have. They don't have the charge bonus. They don't have the mortal. So what do they have? Well, they have quite a lot of crossbow shots. And that's not a bad thing for a simple 220-point unit that kind of just sits around the flanks. So it's really easy to compare this unit to other Dracoths, because they're on the same mountain. There's so many similarities. But if you compare it instead to chariots or some kind of shooting unit, it's a mobile, durable, shooting unit that can dive into melee to finish things off. And that's pretty good. This army doesn't really have something like that. That's kind of like what Vigilors are trying to be, but they're not good enough at it. And
I see what you're going for. Something like
Compressors are quite good at it.
Okay, I see what you're going for. Something like a Boltstorm Judicator that can also charge in with 8 attacks at Ren 2 damage to kill something.
Yep. And that would be, if you could pay 30 points to upgrade your Judicators to that, you would, right? That's good. That's a good thing to have.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine.
I think this, so going back to your earlier argument, I think this is a much better choice at the same points as Desolators than Desolators.
Yes, certainly. I mean, most things in the book are better choices than Desolators, unfortunately.
So if Desolators, have to come back into a Horde meta, I think you use these guys.
These guys are fine too. Yeah, the fact that they can be a battle line that, fills that role that I mentioned is a good niche for them. They don't need to compete with Concussors and Fulminators. Those two compete against each other, and they both have a place. These guys are completely outside the paradigm of the other Dracoths. They don't belong in the same role. They're skirmishing, kind of dance around the enemy line and dive in when you need to. And they're a nice mix of shooting and melee, which is frankly, I think how Stormcast should be playing. You shouldn't rely entirely on one or the other. So, thematically,
I can mention this is probably the only crossbow also with Ren, if you don't count the Castigator as a true crossbow. So
they are Ren one shots. Yep, they're not bad. I hope people give them more of a chance. I'm not putting them in an A tier and anything like that. They're just good. They're not great. They're just good. Give them a shot.
Yep.
You probably won't be disappointed. Anything else we need to say about the Dracoths before we move on?
We covered it.
No, they're good. Just run them. Invest in Dracoths. More than Drakes, I would say. More
they're
than
good.
Drakes.
Avoid the Lord Celestin on Dracoth. Just avoid him.
No, don't build that. It's terrible.
But the rest of them are pretty good, I'd say. A lot better than they were. All right, let's talk about Evocators on Dracolines. So, lost their 2-inch range. Their Empower was changed. Lightning Arc changed. Interesting thing about Dracolines, Lightning Arc rolls 3 dice for Dracolines instead of 2. So they roll 9 dice per squad, whereas Foot Evocators roll 10 dice per squad. It's almost the same amount of mortal wounds, right? So that's a huge improvement. That was one of the downsides of Dracolines. And Dracolines, let's be clear, were an A tier unit before. They were just on the cusp of being so good that you want to slam them in every list.
Yeah.
They were
they've
situational. Yeah.
Yep.
Losing their Bravery Aura actually bums me out because there's so many Bravery effects now that just don't have a way to activate and become more reliable. There's no Bravery buffs at all.
Theme, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't discussed the Orc books, but there aren't a lot of Bravery debuffs outside of like specific command traits either.
And it makes me think, are they going to take Bravery 10 away from Demons and Death? If they do that, I will be very impressed because that's been a crutch in this game for a long time. Anyway, talking about Dracolines, they do D3 damage all the time now, not just on the charge, which is a big deal because often if you ever found yourself getting charged first with Dracolines, you're like, well, that was a huge waste of points. They're probably going to die, and then they won't do a lot of damage if they survive somehow. So D3 damage all the time is a big deal, especially because the Pride leader has been changed to just +1 attack on that D3 damage attack in particular. So that's a nice little bump. They still have Lightning Arc. They're still wizards that can buff Castigators and Ballistas. They are fast. They reroll charges natively. Their downsides are really that, you have to compare them to other cavalry units. You can't really compare it to Foot
and
Evocators.
They're pricey. They're 280 points. You're talking about a 50-point upgrade 60-point upgrade over something like, say, Concussors.
Yeah. Now, they are a lot more wounds. Well, not a lot more now that Concussors are 6 wounds apiece, but they are more wounds. They are more bases, which, for the sake of capturing objectives, these count as 2 more models than Concussors do, which is not nothing. But they're really held back by the fact that they don't reinforce very well anymore. And I used to love running them as a squad of 6 with all the buffs in the world and just deleting something on the charge. But you just can't do that anymore.
I think not having, again, like them not gaining anything in terms of Ren hurts. The D3 damage all the time is really beautiful because that was one of the most frustrating things about Dracolines is once they get stuck, they're stuck.
And the extra 3 dice per squad on Lightning Arc is, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's like a D3 mortal wound free at the end of each turn.
Yeah, I do think they're still a very good unit. I just don't think they're worth 280. And we'll discuss when we get to Stormbreaks why they're not worth 280.
Yeah.
I think they're worth 260.
There's something about that 280 number.
Yeah.
I would say Evocators are
250.
Yeah.
I'd be more than glad to take them.
Evocators are on the cusp of being in B tier. They're like A-, B+. I think I ended up putting them in A tier.
Right? I think they sort of conservatively bump the points on these guys just to not break them.
Their specific niche that I see them in is their speed combined with their ability to buff castigators. That's the particular thing. Like if you're building a castle formation list, you really want a lot of shooting, more possibly than just raptors would give you. And in that case, you start slotting in on maybe a unit or two of castigators just to round out your shooting. And in that situation, you still want a fast unit that can reach out from your castle and start contesting objectives or wiping out units, like finishing blows and things like that. And Evocators on foot don't do that. Evocators on Dracolines, however, do. They buff and they have the speed. So they have that niche. Like you said, if the points
they're
drop,
a very independent unit. They're a very independent unit too. Like they don't need like huge amounts of support auras. They can go out and kill something on their own on 2s and 2s.
Yep, they don't need command points really, because a lot of their damage just comes from their lightning arc. Right? They're not the biggest investment in any particular way. I think you could still run a squad of 6 of them in Hammers of Sigmar using Estrella, because she does give them +1 save every combat phase. It's not great, but it is something. Like there's enough little things here and there on Dracolines that I'm like, they're still A tier. They're pretty close to being knocked out, though.
Yeah. If they went down to 260, they'd definitely be A tier.
Yeah.
At 260, they're A tier.
Yeah. So let's look at the reason why they're potentially just being dropped out of A tier is because Stormdrake Guard exist, and Stormdrake Guard are excellent. Everybody is talking up a storm about them, and they are excellent. They almost live up to the absurd hype that everybody's giving them.
Yep.
They are very durable, 9 wounds apiece, 18 wounds for 285 points on a 3-up save. There are monsters that aren't that durable, straight up, or that efficient, even if they have that many wounds and points.
I mean, you're talking about 18 wounds on a 3-up save with shooting attacks, mortal wounds, a bunch of attacks at -2 and 2 damage, and Bloodthirsters come in at 280 points for like 5 attacks, 2 damage.
Yep.
So, yeah.
They explode when they die. They have a 12-inch flying move. They have a mortal wound breath attack. 4-up ignore spells for some reason. They can instantly kill models, which isn't that useful in ability. Thinking about it, like rolling one dice per squad their carnivorous jaws are not that good.
Oh, carnivorous jaws? Oh no. You're talking about the dragons and the tempest. That one?
That's the one. Yeah, it's basically the jaws from the Star Drake, but for one enemy model per squad of Storm Drake. So it kind of encourages you to go MSU, but you don't want to go MSU on this unit for know. So the reason I say this unit almost lives up to the hype is because for 285 points, if you don't invest heavily in buffing the defense on this unit, so if you don't give them a Castellant Lantern, if you don't give them all-out defense every phase that they can get it, if you don't give them Mystic Shield, they will still die because they're not heroes, so they can't use Heroic Recovery, they can't use their Finest Hour.
And they're giving away 1 VP per model, not unit.
Yeah. And it's a huge chunk of your army. You know, you're losing 10 to 15% of your army every time a unit of these guys dies. So if you go MSU, you're feeding your opponent victory points to the point where it will actually tip the game in their favor. Because if both players are trading evenly, you're going to go 5 and 5 each turn effectively. Yeah. That extra VP from killing a monster can lose you the game. Just once per game if you give up a VP from a monster.
Well, and not only that, but because if they do like a battle tactic where they kill a monster with a monster or any one of those battles, that's worse. That makes it even worse.
Yeah. Now it works both ways, right? Like you're playing monsters, so you can score some tactics easier, but your opponent isn't necessarily playing monsters, right? So you might not be able to score that same amount of points. So it is. There's that risk.
The reason I say it's not the same is because people are spamming hero monsters. This is effectively a 9 wound 3-up save monster. And there's another monster in the game that is falling out of favorability that sort of is in that same durability bracket, and it's the Ossiarch Bone Reaper Gothazar Harvester, who is a 10 wound model on a 4-up save.
Yes, and he's actually being brought less because he's giving up victory points as a cheap, not that durable monster. And like Stormdrake Guard are durable, but if you don't invest heavily in them, they will die still.
Yep.
Right. Like the meta is evolving. People are starting to counter 3-up monsters. Everything's getting more rend with each new book, as we're seeing. So you have to invest heavily in them to the point where I don't think you can run more than one squad of them, because whatever squad you don't buff, the enemy will kill.
Yep.
So you have to run them. I think the best way to run them is in one squad, and if you're only running 2 of them, you're not getting the most value out of them because you really want to run them alongside a Knight Draconis who's going to let them shoot in the hero phase. That's an absurd amount of mortal wounds. On average, it's not that high, but
the potential to spike on those and just ruin your opponent is very high.
Yeah, so you really want to run those 2 together. So you want to run at least 4. 6 seems overkill. It does.
No, I would never run 6. I mean, they have the same dispersed formation thing as prosecutors do, but 6 just seems way too high in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, think of the wall you can make with 4 of these guys.
Good Lord.
Rotate 90 degrees. 4 of these guys can cover so much space, right? So Draco.
I mean, you could use it as a pinning unit. So I think so. In that sense, I think of them as what's it called? Blood Knights from.
They're a phenomenal anvil, and I think they do enough damage. Not enough to kill Gargants, not enough to kill 100 skeletons, but they do enough pinpoint damage that your enemy can't ignore them, which is a
and the thing is longer they're so they're in this like awkward place where they're like Blood Knights where they're not the DPS. They're not going to pass a Garg DPS check. The average is like 10 damage to like a 3-up save on these guys. But if you engage something, you can pin it down for a while, and then as long as it's alive, it can keep breathing fire. It can keep fighting. It can keep doing its dragged into the Tempest model sniping ability, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. So they're fast. They're durable. They have all kinds of tricks. They have a cool spell immunity thing, not immunity, but a 4-up to ignore spells. There's so much going on with this War Scroll that is good. But the fact that their damage is not spectacular holds them back, and it's the exact same problem that a lot of other characters in this book have, like Andrasta.
Yeah,
she is held back by the fact that for 300 points you don't do a lot of damage.
Her max damage is 12. Yeah, her max damage is 12.
These guys, they're better than Andrasta. They're good. They're S tier. There's no doubt that Stormdrake Guard are S tier.
You could slot these into virtually any list and be okay. It's just that. Just know what your aim is to be. Don't like YOLO these into the opponent and expect to like wreck them.
Like play with Grand Hammers.
Don't build them with lances either.
Yeah.
Don't build them with lances. Build them with
war blades seem to be better just because they're an anvil, right? A charging anvil is not that useful. If they could retreat and charge, sure. Build the war blades instead, or be a true Chad and magnetize. And it's also worth noting that the breath attack is huge swing. It can do, on average, it does about 2 mortal wounds per Drake. So 4 mortal wounds per squad on average. Sure, that's cool. But it can do 12 mortal wounds per squad. It can just spike up there sometimes. And that shouldn't be discounted. The threat of that breath is tremendous. Especially when you get 4 or 6 of them and they're breathing twice a turn. Mm-hmm. Huge. So I would really suggest if you love dragons, play these dragons. You're going to have a good time. If you're trying to make the best
I need to mention something.
Go ahead.
The hero phase once per game move means you can avoid Unleash Hell, which is amazing.
Yeah, charging in the hero phase, they can't use Unleash Hell, which is good. I mean, that's a point against prosecutors. If you think of prosecutors as using this niche to stop Unleash Hell, well, Stormdrake just do it for themselves. They don't need your help doing that.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would, if you want to make the best list possible, see how much damage Annihilators with Grand Hammers can do, see how much damage Protectors can do, see how much damage Fulminators and Concussors can do, and then play with Stormdrake. Like, you have to experience firsthand just how the meaningful damage the Stormdrake do is not there. It's good, but it's not good enough, right? It's not good enough to just... So, 285, a lot of people are saying they're undercosted. Maybe 300. I wouldn't go past 300 with these guys because you really need high damage output in Stormcast. You can't just have an army of anvils,
Yeah. It's like Blood Knights. It's like Blood Knight players only take like 2 MSU squads to pin things, and I think one squad of 4 with these, or maybe one squad of 2 in some lists is more than okay. Don't like buy 8 boxes of these.
I mean, I will. I'm going to buy 8 boxes of them, but I'm not going to play 8 boxes of them. Necessarily.
Sure.
I did make that cool monster mash list. I don't know if I showed it to you, but it has Taurolon, 6 Stormdrakes, a Knight Draconis. Yeah, that's a fun list to play. Not the best list, but fun. All right, so S tier, Stormdrake. Great models.
Yep.
Good rules. Great rules, even. All right.
Yeah, they might take a points bump. Like, they might go to 300 next year.
They could.
Just be aware of that.
If they do, I think it'll be a situation like Sequitors where it's 6 months ago this would have been a relevant point change, but they're probably going to power creep the game to the point where by the time they make a change, it won't matter. It's already like, oh, why are you doing this? You're 6 months behind. So let's talk about the chariot. So,
Oof, mixed opinion. A lot of mixed opinions on this one.
yeah, I think so let's talk about the good things about it. So it's a lot of dice for Blaze of Glory. I put that up there. I like that for some reason because I find myself running Cycle of the Storm more and more and more. In most lists that I'm using, I have a Toralon now because it's just such an efficient way to buff a lot of units in a castle formation. And what I really like about a Stormstrike Chariot in a castle is that when it comes time to leave the castle, the Stormstrike Chariot is a good unit for that purpose. It's pretty cheap. You know, it's not the most efficient damage per point, but the fact that you don't have to dump, 280 points for evocators or something like that, it's a lower investment. So you can just have more flexibility with your list. The bow is straight up useless. Don't use the bow.
Don't ever build it, yeah.
The Ren 2 spear is much
max
better.
2 damage is better than max 2 damage at 18 inches is bad.
Yeah, and chariots aren't worth spamming. You have 1 or 2 in a list. I really wanted to make a list with 4. I don't think you can get that many because they're just not that cost effective. But there's a lot going for them.
I think, they're actually. So we talked about pinning things with Stormdrake Guard, and these are actually very good pinning units.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage on the charge, right? They just need to get that charge off, and they're fast, so they're going to get it. They can reroll charges natively. Their melee attacks aren't going to be good in sustained combat, but you're not using these guys to chop down Archaon. Maybe you're using these guys to pin Archaon for a bit, because they are a 3-up save, so you stack a couple save boosts on it, and suddenly people are wondering why your stupid chariot is tanking half your army.
If you're going up against like Khorne or any army that isn't, is just traditional foot slogging and isn't sending like big flying monsters over your line, you put 2 of these giant bases in front of their army, they're not moving past without dealing with these guys. And 12 wounds, 3-up save, potentially 2-up with a command point or like 2-up with a mystic shield is incredibly survivable. I can see these as like a huge blocker for like a Vanguard Raptor shooting list or like a shoot cast.
Yeah, they're not a hammer and they're not an anvil. They're kind of a weird mix that's also fast. They're like the ballista of cavalry, right? They're versatile enough in a lot of different ways that their value isn't obvious from looking at the war scroll. You have to think about how you'd use this unit tactically and what role it can fill that other units couldn't. And when you start thinking of it that way, it's a good unit. The mix of speed and durability and good enough damage, it's just a solid unit. I had it in S tier originally because I thought it might be more common in my list building, but I can't seem to fit it into that many lists after getting like a squad of 10 protectors and 6 raptors. I just don't have that many points left over.
I found list building to be a little awkward because I feel like there's always something else I can put in. I
don't want to see these guys get cheaper. I don't think they should get cheaper. They're fine.
I think 165 is fine. I just think somebody has to like try out a list with these guys, and then we might see more of them. Or like we just need to experiment more and like play test more before we can.
Yeah. Now there's definitely some downsides.
Kind of you should be building.
Definitely some downsides too that are worth mentioning that are significant. They can't retreat and charge, so if you get stuck in a combat, you need to be charging to do those impact mortal wounds, and if you're not doing that, your damage just falls off.
I think they're the only chariot that can't do that. Pretty much every other chariot.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
If only we had a hero who could let us retreat and charge, would have been nice.
Well, they should errata everybody else, right?
Yeah, obviously.
No, obviously, but they're not going to.
So another problem with the chariot is that it's a huge base. For better or for worse, it's a huge base. And trying to fit multiples of them in combat at the same time, just the way terrain lays out, it's not always doable, right? Sometimes you get these constrained little spaces, and because it's not flying and it's only a 12-inch move, so you kind of have to wheel around stuff with this big base, it's a little awkward to use. I think the chariot will only keep getting better if it stays the same point cost, and I think it's fairly costed, maybe up or down 5 points, depending on how well Stormcast are doing.
Yeah, I would say that.
But as other stuff gets cheaper, you'll find, I can slot in a chariot now.
No, yeah, like we just talked about Evocators getting cheaper by 20 points, Sequitors getting cheaper by 20 points, and if that keeps happening, and suddenly, you find space for chariot.
You might slot in a chariot instead of a unit of castigators, for example, right?
I could see that. Yeah, I could legit see that.
Okay. All right, so let's move on. I think there's only a couple cavalry left. The Vanguard Paladors. So Paladors are our strange unit in this book. Their damage is a lot better. They don't have that weird 66 move anymore. Now it's just a teleport, which is good. That's an excellent ability to just have a unit, especially if it's a Battleline unit with 15 wounds.
And it can do it out of combat. It can retreat.
It can do it out of combat. Now, it can't do it within 1 inch of terrain or objectives, which is weird.
That is huge.
The fact that you're limited to not doing it next to terrain is a big deal, because people typically put their models between terrain so they can move around, right?
Yes.
So the fact that you can't do that really limits where this unit can go.
I think they don't want you to teleport into cover.
Yes, exactly.
That's it.
But why not just say can't be in cover or something, right? Like, if you use this ability, you can't gain cover.
Yeah, sure.
It
feel
limits
like
their
this is more
usability. It's still a really good ability. A unit that teleports every turn is good. There's no doubt about that, especially because they do count as 6 models for an objective, which is more than a lot of armies running minimum size 5 model units. So they can just potentially steal objectives outright if they make the charge. My problems with this unit is that even though their damage is improved objectively, even though they lost a bunch of mortal wounds or whatever, their damage is just across the board better, right? Even though that's the case, they still don't do enough damage to really be a threat where people are like, oh, I should keep more stuff on this objective, especially because they don't reroll charges natively. If you're teleporting these guys and spending command points to reroll charges with them and using all-out attack, like, you're dumping a lot of resources into taking an objective that you could have just done it with something else, like it's...
For that, I think so I agree that this is not a hammer unit by any means, okay? If you're hoping to teleport and charge into something or do any effects like that, you're going to be very disappointed. I think its use is that it's Battleline and Astral Templars, and it's extremely mobile, more so than the Hunters. It's got a shooting attack. The shot hand axes are actually pretty good now. Like,
they are, but you do give up the double damage javelins, which are also good and can be used after teleporting.
Double damage. Did they have double damage?
The javelins just do +1 damage now, compared to their old form, both melee and range.
Yeah. But I think, like, potentially you could do more damage on the hand axes. They lost that weird mortal wounds on 6 to wound with the grips, but they got more attacks and -2 rend, so I think it evens out mathematically.
They do more damage now, but before their damage was so bad, even after improving it, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I think the way to use these guys is, these are your extremely mobile units that'll give you battle tactics, harass enemy units. They can actually do that very well now, and when you're done shooting everything in a National Templar's list of your Raptors, they'll pop onto objectives from anywhere.
Yeah, battle tactics is the main reason I was going to mention them. Staying out of F tier. That, they could be fixed with points as well.
I think this is truly a points fix. I think, like, they don't do enough damage to justify their 215 because that puts them at 5 points less than, put them at 190, 180. I'd play them because at 215 you're 5 points less than a concussor. So
yes. Yep, because the fact that you can just take Dracoths and you can just teleport Dracoths and move them with translocation, really marginal benefit to teleport another unit like this. And they don't compare well to Evocators, who are good in a castle formation. These guys are a skirmishing, teleporting around, never getting locked down kind of unit, which is of questionable value in a Stormcast army that is really good at that sort of thing already.
I will say, though, these are excellent at screening Raptors because they have big bases and you can put them horizontally.
Yeah, that is a good use of them, is just teleporting them into the midfield to block a lot of space. But is that worth 215 points? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think
180? Sure, maybe, right? But not 215, that's for sure. And that's kind of a relief. It's one of the few Stormcast units I haven't painted yet in my vast collection, and I don't look forward to painting them one day because there's just a lot of stuff going on with these models.
Yeah.
Not as bad as Cruel Boys.
Oh god. The Cruel Boys are like an experiment in how many little details they could add to models before people go insane. They're like they're like Space Marine captains. It's nuts.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the heroes, and there's a lot of them, so
the biggest section in the book. I think we have more heroes than actual units.
Yes.
Yeah, half the slideshow is heroes.
Yep. It's just heroes and uniques. That's half of it. So, well, we talked about all the units, so it makes sense to talk about the heroes afterwards, right? Because you don't want to talk about the heroes with no context of how they're interacting with the army. So, we're going to do non-unique heroes first. So, let's do the Knight Arcanum. One of the few bad units of Thunderstrike. Has a cool ability to block the movement of endless spells within 3 inches, but that's not worth points.
It's not worth points, and I would have, because here's the thing, right? It's what, 135? You get that Incanter, who is the best wizard in that book for 135.
Oh, we'll talk about the Incanter. We will talk about the Incanter.
If this thing was a cheap wizard, like the Lord Exorcist was last edition, something you could take for 110, 100.
Yep.
It'd be better. And it has a niche ability that can come, useful. It's not something you would take to build around. That's the problem with it. It's for a niche ability, it should be 110 points, and then you're like, okay, this came in handy this game.
Now, if endless spells ever become popular, you could take like 4 of her and block a lot of space and completely deny endless spells from getting past your front line.
Yeah. But become an endless spell screen for your Raptors at that point.
And that's cool, right? Not worth 135 points.
Oh.
She needed something else in addition to that. That can't be the only thing she does.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe something like a scroll that lets you once per game plus 3 your cast. I don't know.
Anything. I would love it if all the wizards had a once per game scroll, like our old Battletome had. Like Incantor's once per game scroll. That's a cool effect. Give it to all kinds of units. But as it stands, Nun Arcanum is just bad. Now, I put her in D tier rather than F because there is a possibility that she could be salvaged with points. If she becomes a 110-point wizard, she has a niche of being the cheapest wizard. Okay, that's something, right? Like you said with the Lord Exorcist last edition, that's something. It's not nothing.
Yeah.
But right, she doesn't even have
we talk a lot about the thing is we have I don't think we have any heroes other than like some really defunct ones below the 110-point range.
I don't think we have any. I think the cheapest one is the Heraldor.
I think we have the Azeros or Heraldor. I think the Heraldor is 105, but that's about it. That's what I say when I say non-defunct. Non-defunct heroes.
It's like they went out of their way to make sure we didn't have a 100-point hero again, because our last few books are just full of them. Okay, moving on. Knight Azeros.
Ouch.
How the mighty have fallen.
Let's talk about how one of the best heroes in the game has been completely destroyed, and then let's talk about what can possibly rise from the ashes. Yeah, he was so good that I was using him in Seraphon, and Seraphon have so many keywords and buffs that they love to do. This guy still made the cut in Seraphon, should tell you how good he is.
Yep.
How good he was. Rest in peace. So he used to reroll hit rolls of 1 against all enemies within 10 inches. Now it's been changed to +1 hit against 1 enemy unit within 9 inches, and
can't
only
even
in the combat phase.
him. Oh my god. You can't even silence the Storm anymore.
It's not even in the charge phase, because maybe there might be some kind of unit that could shoot in the charge phase too. No. Just the combat phase. And it's just so disappointing. And it happens at the end of the charge phase.
So what Paul's saying is like the ability triggers at the end of the charge phase. So since charge happens after shooting, it does nothing for shield.
It doesn't even do anything defensively with Unleash, because
it's only until the end of the charge phase. End of the Yep.
He is still a 12-inch fly move hero with a 3-up save. Only 5 wounds, but he has a real attack now, right? He's got the Lord Celestin attack without the mortal wounds. It's 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1, 2 damage. Potentially 10 damage in combat. That's not nothing, right? And there could be situations where you want to save as many command points as possible and you're running a lot of melee, and you want to use him because he is a fast flying hero. There could be a lot of battle plans that really need fast heroes to swap or something. It's not totally hopeless.
But that's you're talking about a scenario where he's also literally just a beat stick with a +1 to hit caveat, and he's 95 points at most. He's 120 now.
Yep.
Which is competing with the Incanter, the Relictors or what have you. And no, sorry.
Now, another big problem with this is that there are other ways to get +1 hit besides all-out attack.
A lot of them,
right? Which is the most obvious one.
Yeah.
What units in melee for Stormcast really want +1 hit that can't get it from some other source? What niche is this guy filling that you can't get?
Okay, I'll give you one possible niche. Very, very extremely niche. Let's say you're a Grand Slam Annihilator player in Knights Excelsior with Scions, and you want to build a 1-drop list. You don't want to increase your drops using Hunters of the Heartland for your Annihilators. This guy comes in, he gives you +1 to hit, and that means you don't. If you get roared charging a monster because you didn't take Hunters of the Heartland, you're hitting on 2s.
Sure.
That's it.
But you can, yeah, and that only works if you're playing Scions, right? Because if you're not playing Scions, if you're just teleporting into range, you could argue just use a Taurolon, right?
No, actually, no. So that's why I really hate this. It's within 9, which means if he uses Scions,
Yes.
you will not get to use it.
Yeah, so he has to run up the board to
he has
meet
to run
your
up the board, or you
Annihilators
have
that
to
have
use
come down.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to either run up the board or use a Relic to teleport and then move up.
There's so many things they could have done to make him still usable.
If they had just kept it within 10 like last time, it would have been perfect. It would have been like that.
It would have been something.
It's just bad.
Or give him something new, right? Give him a 3d6 charge like a Prosecutor, right? So at least he can get into that 9-inch range in the charge phase. Make it all units within 9 inches.
Or just give it like a lamp, blinding lamp or something. Like make enemies unit -1 to hit.
Oh yeah, maybe that unit that you get +1 hit against also has -1 hit against you. That would be cool.
Yeah,
that would be something distinct and unique about this model that would justify its point cost. But I just can't see anything. The only reason I could see him is for battle tactics, or some kind of battle plan becomes super popular in the meta that requires heroes to score it, and his fast movement becomes a bonus.
I mean,
but
let's say a year from now we get into a realm where they're like all-out attack no longer there. Nobody can use all-out attack.
Even then, Taurolon. Stormcast have so many built-in +1 attack or +1 hit that don't rely on all-out attack. It's just
don't play this model. If you have one, put it at the back of your drawer.
It's in the retirement cabinet now. It's just let it go. You know, don't hold on to the past. Let it go.
It had its glory days. It's over.
Knight Draconis is excellent.
Oh, very
11
very,
wounds,
very efficient.
Monster hero, 3-up save, 4-up ignore against spells. He's got the shooting attack that all the Drakes have. He's just one Drake basically, but he also makes one unit of Drakes shoot twice. Yep. And he's an 11 wound, 3-up save, fast flying hero monster. Try saying
You're
that.
really grasping for cons, aren't you?
Was the phase move that the other Drakes have. That's not on him. Fun correct.
Yeah, the fact that he's 11 wounds is actually a con, because he's like barely above the threshold to get cover and whatnot and look out, sir. That's a bummer. I mean, at least they didn't make it 10, but 11's like, I don't know. He's one of one of the least durable monsters in the book, which is, I mean, still durable by Stormcast standards, but yeah, he's not like this super killy Maw Crusher that's going to go around, murder everything, and survive all the attacks against him.
That being said, his attacks are pretty good. I mean, you're talking about like his sword is doing 2 damage at -2 rend.
-3 rend.
Oh, -3 rend.
Yes, he's got the Lord Celestin attack with -3 rend instead of -1. Which is like, did he need that? No, but he has it, so sure. He's good. If you're using Drakes, you'll use this guy. Straight up. They live and die together. If Drakes are good, Draconis is good, and vice versa. So use them together. Everything we said about Drakes applies to this guy.
And he's a very cheap unit. He's probably the cheapest monster we have for that -1 to wound command trait at 255.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah. He's also generally a good target for it, especially because you can stack it with an Amulet of Destiny and make him really durable.
Yep. So that's why he's good. Like, don't expect him to take on hero monsters alone, but he's very good.
Yeah, he's a nice support piece to fly next to your dragons. He's really good at what he does. So he's not as high on the S tier, I would say, as like Raptors or something, but if you're using Drakes, and Drakes are good, you should use him.
Mm-hmm.
An interesting con I should have noted here is that he is not the only way to get Battleline Drakes. Like, you don't have to run him with Drakes.
Yeah, you can run a Star Drake.
Yeah, but I can't see myself doing that because the double breath is so good. Like, it doubles the...
Yep.
It just adds so much damage once per game. Like, it's phenomenal.
I think it depends on how you want to play. If you're in the I want to run a Knight Draconis and 1 squad of 4 Drakes, then you run him. I could legit see some player out there going, I'm going to run 2 squads of 2 MSU Dragons, then you probably go for the Star Drake.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, because you get a lot less value out of that double breath. Mm-hmm. Even then, that's a lot of points, 2 MSU and then Star Drake. It's a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, that's 1,080, I think, on its own.
All right, well, one of the better Thunderstrike models. Probably people are going to be complaining about him for a little while.
I mean, like the amount I can expect this guy to handily go up to like 270 or 280 by next year.
It's also worth noting he does roll 12 dice for Blaze, which does interact with Cycle of the Storm to roll 24 dice when he dies. So that's kind of fun. If you're playing a monster mash list, you might not have use for the Paladin command or the Justicar command, so you might end up actually running the, double mortal wounds from Blaze command. And this guy's a pretty good target for that.
Not double, the 5-up mortal wounds.
Yeah, it's double
from Blaze. Yeah.
Instead of 6s, it's 5s and 6s.
Oh yeah, no, but if you combo it with cycle, then it's
it's
even
quadrupled.
more, right? 'Cause it's 20.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
24 dice dealing mortals on 5s. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Once per game, that's fine. Oh, you killed my cool hero. All right, here you go. Here's a bunch of mortals. It's not nothing. It's worth mentioning.
And he's not easy to kill in melee. -1 to wound is an exceptionally good command trait to have.
And you'll probably end up taking the retreat and charge trait on him, so he's hard to pin down. He's slippery. Yeah. All right.
All good things.
Heraldor. We just keep bouncing back and forth with really good to really bad. Heraldor has been completely gutted. I think the reason that Heraldor doesn't have his ability anymore to let a unit run retreat and charge is because we're not supposed to be a fast faction. Stormcast are not fast. They are durable and they are hard hitting with good stats. They're not supposed to be mobile. So anytime you get mobility, it comes at a premium, right? It has some drawback to it. And the Heraldor...
Honestly, if this thing existed, it'd make Fulminators insane. Like, they'd be, like, if there was a tier above S, like Paul was
a lot of our
about,
units, I think, how insane would this be if it could run retreat and charge? So, I love the Heraldor. He's been... I played him in first edition, and 6 of them in one list in Celestial Warbringers, and I would just horn blast people to death. I love this model. I love what he's always been doing in this book. It's sad to see that ability go, but if the book overall is stronger as a result of that, then I'm at peace with it. I'm already I'm at the acceptance part of my grieving, if you can't tell.
Yeah.
He still does have his Thunder Blast, right? Like he can shake terrain and deal mortal wounds to everything on a 2+. It's not nothing. He is still the cheapest hero. You can give him an Arcane Tome and he becomes the cheapest wizard, right?
Yeah, that's true.
If you need a cheap hero to drop in next to your big Paladin unit and activate the Holy Command, boom, Knight Heraldor, right?
Yeah, and he's a totem, so 18-inch commands.
Now, is any of that worth 105 points? I can't find a list with it yet, but maybe one day. Maybe he'll drop down to 80 points, and then you bring 6 of them, and you just horn blast things to death again.
If Sylvaneth becomes really powerful, sure.
If they can ever use woods outside their own territory again. God, what a terrible rule.
Yeah.
Knight Heraldor, F tier, rest in peace, my dude. You were
back into retirement cabinet.
Yeah, unfortunate. Knight Incantor, just
best
on a roller coaster here. Knight Incantor has gotten worse in every way you can get worse. He costs more points. His spell didn't get any better. He lost abilities. His bravery went down. He lost attack range. And yet he's still S tier because he still has one of the best abilities in the game that other armies wish they could take as an artifact, which is to just dispel a spell once per game, or unbind, not just dispel. Just get rid of a spell once per game.
If you want to know how strong that is, go look at Host Arcanum. They love being able to auto-unbind.
Yeah, one auto-unbind in the game attached to a wizard that can sometimes cast a spell. That's 125 points. Yeah, the S tier. Every list has an Incantor in it. He is amazing. He's one of the reasons Stormcast are anywhere near viable in competitive play, because all you need to do is shut down one spell portal, or one Comet's Call, or one key spell, and you can snowball.
He buys you time. Let's say you want to shoot 2 targets. He buys you time towards magic to shoot that magic target next turn.
That's right. He's phenomenal. Or she, depending on which model you use.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of them. There's like 4, I think.
Not enough. We need more. We need more Knight Lieutenants. So Spirit Flask is just gone from every model that had it. I'm not going to miss it personally. Aside from that,
it was a good. Don't get me wrong. It was like newbies had a very difficult time understanding like how it worked.
Too many things to keep track of. It was unnecessary.
I will say though, I will miss it because I do remember like just absolutely nuking like 3 groups of 10 Mortec Guard with it, all 3 at the same time for 3d3 more wounds.
They could have given him maybe like an extra melee attack to compensate for that, but
yeah, I feel like he could have gone to 4 instead of 3 attacks. Yeah.
1-inch range with that big staff he's got there. That makes sense, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what they did to all staffs. Staffs no longer do the 2-inch thing anymore.
But Grand Hammers do. Not Retributor Hammers, just Grand Hammers. and not halberds, which are functionally the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the whole reason for halberds? So like, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Knight Judicator. So we're not going from S to F this time. Knight Judicator has a strong Rend 3 shooting attack, right? Like accurate 3s and 2s, Rend 3, 3 damage. Even has 2 shots, right?
Yeah.
This is what the Venator could have been for its entire
Venator
life.
wishes he was this guy. Yep.
And it comes with Gryph-hounds, which is cool. I actually love having these disposable Gryph-hounds attached to a unit like this.
Separate Gryph-hounds, yeah.
Yes.
No longer attached.
Yeah. I really liked using the Veritan and the Castellan because they gave you this extra unit that could move on its own, block space on its own, hold an objective on its own. Totally disposable trash unit. You don't care what it does, but it's a body. And that's a useful
I have one objective.
And it covers Warning Cry as a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my short career playing this game, I have actually won a game because I've moved my Gryph-hound and Veritant separate to each other. All the objectives.
Yeah, and that's a really nice thing. And I would say that's the best thing about the Knight Judicator, because everything else just starts to fall apart starting from that point. He's only 5 wounds. Why is he only 5 wounds? I don't know.
I don't know why they... like. It's a common theme across our knights. Some are 6, some are 5, and there's no logic or reason. My guess is they move the wounds to the Gryph-hounds. They're like...
Maybe.
Not like they're attached, but it's like you're getting... For 205 points, you're getting a 9 wound mod.
5 is just so fragile. I don't know. I figured the models that typically the 5 wound knights are all models that have just been gutted, right? Like Azeros, Venator, Heraldor, they're still 5 wounds. They've all been gutted, right? And I thought maybe it was just an oversight that the other ones didn't. But then you look at Knight Arcanum, Knight Relictor. They have 6 wounds for some reason, even though they're wearing less armor than this dude. Whatever. Gaze of Sigmar is one of those like AoE deal mortal wounds in an area, and there's always rattling around in the back of my head some kind of list that's like, yeah, take this list in Prime and 5 meteor banners and just crap out mortal wounds. But those lists, no, people can see it coming.
Not at GTs.
Not at GTs. Fun for casual games. He fits into that. Yeah. Honestly, he doesn't even fit into that because it's once per game and it's not guaranteed, right? And it takes up his shooting. He has to sacrifice his 6 damage. He can be your general, and then you get Vigilors, which is, we talked about Vigilors, they're questionable at best, right? They're fine, not great. But then the worst thing about this model... Go ahead.
Is his points, I think. It's his points.
The worst thing is his points. He has 200 points around that area. Like, what?
205, actually. Yeah, like 205 is I think for 205, I would have preferred him having 3 shots.
You can get
3 shots.
You can get 6 Castigators for the price of this guy. You can get a whole squad of Judicators for the price of this guy. I know they want to price shooting higher in this edition, which is fine, but this guy at 200, I don't understand.
Yeah, it's his max damage potential is like 6, and then maybe he'll splash 1 more wound on like 3 units.
Yeah,
if he's lucky.
Are they worried?
I don't get it. I think he's more like 175.
Did they bundle some of the cost of the Gryphs in with him? They're like, oh, 2 out of 6, that's like 40 points. So
I know that's exactly what it is, because if you look at a Gryph-hound is like 105 points, I think. So 20 points a Gryph, right? So this guy has 2 Gryphs, so 40 points.
Yeah,
he's a 165 point hero.
I still wouldn't pay 160 for him. I still wouldn't.
No, I know, but that's what it is, because the Venator, which we'll get to, is a 175 point hero. This is a 165 point hero with 2 Gryphs. That's what it is.
But the thing is, he's better than the Venator. The Venator's anyway. They shouldn't have costed the Gryphs in him, right? It should have been a bonus for him to do that. Maybe, I don't know. But
I would say I'd take him at 180. At 180, I'd consider taking it, because that long range damage. Because I think the range is 30 inches on his gun.
Yeah. Are they worried that maybe people will take 6 of him and deal, 6 or 12 shots at damage, Rend 3, damage 3? Like, are they worried about that? Is anyone really worried about that list?
No, I mean, because he's only 35 points less than Vanguard Raptors. So it's not that. It's that Rend 3, so it makes him a really good, like, sometimes I don't want to commit my Vanguard Raptors to try and shoot support heroes off. I want to focus on my opponent's army. This guy is literally, I'm going to sit around the entire game for 5 turns and aim shots at your 5 and 6 wound support heroes. And because it has -3 Rend, it means your all-out defense isn't going to save you.
So is it an issue where they're worried about people just having really bad times playing against multiples of this guy?
Yes. They've overcosted this guy because they don't even expect Stormcast heroes to survive against him. Like a Stormcast Herald will be put on a 5-up save. 2 of those goes through, they're dead.
So
like, and other factions have way more squishier heroes. Like most of the other factions heroes, they're on 5-ups normally. So even all out defense isn't gonna work.
So what about ballistas then? They're Rend 3d6 damage.
That's what I was getting to. Like if you could get 2 ballistas for I think 280, or you could get 1-shot d6. I think it's a judgment call. Some people will want this. I can't see why. But
No,
like
what I'm
if
saying
this
is
180, I would take it over the ballista.
If they're worried
If it
about
was
like
180.
negative play experience, that that whole topic, and they're worried about this guy just multiples of this guy sniping down heroes all the time, ballistas exist and do exactly that. So I just there's so reduces point cost, and we'll have a conversation about him. I just can't.
Yeah.
Spending points on something that just shoots is questionable, right?
I would say though, over the ballista is d6 damage. So
Yeah.
if you're not one for variance, because you're gonna roll one of those and you're gonna feel bad.
Well, that's why you bring 4.
This guy, but then again, if this guy was 180, I could see bringing him, because it's like, okay, I can always rely on 2s and 2s, Rend 3.
Look, there could be some kind of all-in shooting list that ends up working. It never has in the past. All-in shooting is just doomed to failure because you don't have the zone control.
Like we said, also, like, one of the things is he unlocks Vigilers, but like we said, like, Vigilers don't have much use in a Stormcast army.
Yeah.
Unless they drop in points by a lot. Which, if that day ever comes, and this guy's points also drop, then yeah, I get him. Maybe
one day, yeah. I'm not willing to put him in F tier like he is in D. He's not complete, he's not a hopeless case like a Heraldor, but they really missed the mark with this one, which is ironic because he's a sharpshooter. Haha. All right, Questor, F. Do we need to talk about the Questor?
No, he's always been bad. He's a board game unit, not even for Age of Sigmar.
Why is he still in the Battletome? Take him out.
The model exists.
Just take him out.
Because the model exists. No, because it's for some reason they love printing these over for.
But the Errant Questor exists. Events. They stopped putting the Errant Questor in the book, right?
Yeah,
they
love printing this and the Errant Questor for Warhammer events. I have no idea why.
He's a great model, but stop putting him in the book. Unless you're going to give him a role, stop putting him in the book. This is the third time he's been useless.
I use him as a Liberator Prime. Don't even use him as a...
Yeah.
Don't even use him as a Night Quester.
Yeah, you could just call that a grand weapon, right? Like it's got a cool moon on it. That's a grand hammer.
Yeah.
All right, next. Night Relictor, another miss.
Big miss. If this was 120 points or 110 points, it'd be like a cheap priest. Like a cheap priest, yes.
All right, let's talk about why it's a miss. Lord Relictor exists. That's why it's a miss, right? We are now completely spoiled, and we haven't even gotten to Lord Relictor, but we are completely spoiled by the existence of a 2+ Translocation or 2+ Divine Light with a reroll potential. That
not only that, Relictor, the Lord Relictor still has his Healing Storm and Lightning Storm.
He can't use them at the same time as other ones, but they're nice. We're just completely spoiled by the Lord Relictor and how good it is, and it's not like overwhelmingly powerful or anything, but it's just a good unit. And then this thing just sucks.
Like for 5 points, really? Like think of all you're getting with the Lord Relictor for 5 points. Like why is he in the game for 140? He should be like 120, 110.
Yeah, and I wrote here, enemy prayers can't affect nearby friendly units. That's not true. On a 4-up, they can't affect nearby units. So, like, how many offensive prayers and invocations are there? Really, a lot of them are defense oriented, and then you only on a 4-up ignore them. Like why?
It's literally there for Blood Boil, and I guess if Flyer Slayers want to chuck the Inferno at you.
My theory is that they don't expect this model to sell because it doesn't look good, frankly.
I mean, it's either that or like they're printing a whole bunch of invocations, or they're about to.
Maybe the next army, like Chaos Dwarfs, are coming, right? So maybe they're gonna have all kinds of cool priest stuff going on, and he's not a hopeless case because that is an interesting ability. But he just will never see use as long as Lord Relictor exists. Yeah, because you can just take 2 Lord Relictors.
If they had turned this dude into something like the Fire Slayer Nulcidian icon, where it's like you ignore prayers and spells on a 4-up.
Or maybe even a 5-up, make it more versatile. It's just really niche and not reliable, and its niche is bad. And he doesn't even have...
bet you this guy's cost. Yeah, this guy's gonna be 120 by the end of next year.
He could have a niche as the cheapest priest, which that's fine. Even with his lower range on prayers, that would be an acceptable niche. That's also just an insult, right? Like there's only 3 priests in the book. 2 of them are lords, 1 of them is a knight. So the fact that knights get lower range on prayers is just an insult to this model. It was put in there to insult this model. D, can't justify spending points on him.
Yeah.
Make him 100 points and we'll talk.
Yep.
Because Stormcast prayers are good. All 3 of them are good. I would use all 3 of them in a list if I could. Can't justify.
Yeah, I could see a priest list. Like if I was building a priest list, I could see putting one of it. He was like 120 or sorry, not even 120, 110.
On that topic, why don't our battle tactics or anything interact with priest or anything useful? You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of
they want to
wasted
sell
potential.
Dragons. It's all dragons and redeemers.
And that's what I was saying. I don't think they expect to sell a lot of this model, so they didn't want to make a lot of this model. You know.
Yep.
So they just made him weak. I don't know. Conspiracy theories. Whatever.
Yeah.
Knight Venator. So his Starfated Arrow can't even absorb all-out defense anymore because it's now just changed to Mortal Wounds ability. It is D6 Mortal Wounds to a hero or monster. D6 is swingy, and it's not even guaranteed. It's a 3-up.
Yep.
The rest of his shooting has been improved, I would say, overall, even though it's not strictly better, but it is improved overall. But the problem is he's 175 points.
Yeah, I was like, what are they doing? Like, what is it trying to kill? Like, at max he's doing 6 damage. If he shoots Starfated, he's maybe doing 3 mortal wounds. Like, what about him is 175?
It has to be what we talked about with the Judicator, where people would be annoyed playing against 5 of this guy, flying around, shooting constantly. Yeah. But he's not even as strong as the Judicator. His point cost makes no sense. He's being priced out of the game.
The thing is, he's not on like 3s and 2s like the Knight Judicator.
Yeah,
he's on
3s and 3s. Yeah.
Like
Rend 1.
That's bad.
1 damage.
Yeah. No, it's bad. Don't like if you have him, put him in your retirement cabinet.
They are phasing this model out of the game. It's pretty obvious. Either that or they just completely missed the mark.
I wouldn't be surprised if by next edition this model was no longer there.
I'm not going to go that far. I think we're going to get one more edition with the old cast still in there, because they got to put out a couple releases of the new cast to fully replace the range like they've been doing. Hey, you know what? 3 years from now, we might be using Knight Relictors because they got rid of the Lord.
Hey, I mean, I don't think so, because the only way to get the Lord is from they start collecting bots.
They might start making it, man. They'll stop making it, so, just phase it out. Okay, F tier, Knight Venator. I'm sorry, buddy. You had a good run. You taught me how to paint birds. Let's talk about the 3 different Knight Vexillors, because I count the 2 banners as different units. So the first up, they got the standard Stormcast stat increase, 6 wounds for a knight, great. Bonus damage, great. He doesn't hit like a wet noodle anymore. -1 bravery is weird. Okay. The banner, the meteor banner, it was changed from 2d6 inches to 6 inches, which does seem like a nerf, but not really, because most of the time you're either hitting stuff in a 6-inch radius or you're just not hitting that stuff at all. Like the amount of units that were between 7 to 12 inches away, like you don't hit that much.
It has also another use in the sense that if you use it on something close, you're not likely to hit your own units within 12. If you roll Yahtzees, for instance. Yeah. It's controlled, so there's no splashback anymore. If you're building a list to do splash mortal wounds, you bring a bunch of these guys because it's guaranteed. It's none of this 2+ nonsense that the Heraldor has to deal with, or 4+ like Adjudicator. They have no value after that, but they're guaranteed D3 mortal wounds. And that. Did they go to 2 damage? I think they did, didn't they?
3 damage?
No, 2 damage.
Oh,
they used to do 1 damage.
Yeah. They got the standard standard support.
4 attacks, 3s and 3s, -1, 2 damage. Yep.
Now the problem is that once they use that banner, if you don't have a critical mass, doing D3 mortal wounds in an area is not useful, and it's questionable if the critical mass is worthwhile, right? Like, is it worth spending that many points to deal 6 D3 mortal wounds in an area once per game? Maybe not.
Probably not.
Probably not, because you're not doing a lot after that. And re-rolling charges is good, but there's a lot of ways to re-roll charges, right? There's just a command ability to do it. Some units already do it by themselves.
Stormcast aren't elite enough to where you'd want to reroll charges. The value really shines when you want to reroll on 3 different units, and Stormcast are too elite to have 3 units wanting to reroll charges.
Yes, exactly. Rerolling 1 charge at a time to spending points on that's just not the best idea.
Yeah.
So, yep, D tier. If he was really cheap, maybe, but no. Stormbringer. So all the same stuff from the Meteor guy applies, except instead of once per game Meteor, you have a once per game teleport. But the Lord Relictor exists, who has a 2+ translocation. So when do you need a guaranteed teleport that you can't just bring a Lord Relictor and take the command
No,
tree?
it's actually worse than our Lord Relic.
It is worse because it happens in movement.
This one's end of movement. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
It's
some
just-
kind of shenanigans where you scions and then teleport the unit away right away. I don't know. I can't think of a use for it.
It could be something like because the thing is the teleport range is map wide. The Relictor needs to be within 12, I think.
Yes.
Only within 12. This thing is like you could put this in a corner, and if your shooting unit is getting threatened, you pull it out, and place it somewhere else.
Yeah. Is it worth points? No.
Probably not.
I think it's no.
Because I just take a Relictor to put behind my shooting unit.
I don't know how many points this would have to be for me to care, but the amount
100, 90, 100.
Not even. I'd rather not. Then the healing banner.
I think the problem is like it makes it's really hard to put Stormcast heroes in 100 points or below category because they're all like 4 attack, 5 attacks, 2 damage. It's like they did that on purpose almost. It's like weird.
I'm fine with Stormcast being more elite. It's what I wanted all along. So it's an internal balance problem, not an external balance problem, right?
Yeah. Okay. Night Vexillor Apotheosis.
Healing banner. So he still rerolls charges. Banner still once per battle. The banner in this case is it heals or revives. So when do you want to heal 3d3 in one go? Or when do you want to revive 3d3 worth of models? Now that is one guaranteed paladin, right?
Yes.
Once per game, one guaranteed, sometimes 2, almost never 3.
Yep.
Right, on average 2, almost never 3. But when is that worth spending 160 points on? When you could take Andrasta, who does it every turn. She is double the points.
Double this dude's points,
but
yeah.
She does it guaranteed every turn.
Well,
every unit around.
Yeah, and here's also my other opinion. How is this guy better than an Emerald Life Swarm for 60 points? Because if you do an Emerald Life Swarm, it happens when you set it up, when you move it, and then on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, well, you dispel it on your opponent's turn, and then you cast it and move it and set it up again. Yeah. So
yeah,
so when is a burst of healing really worthwhile? And is it worth stacking it with those other effects that we mentioned? No, not for 160 points.
No,
right?
I think if he was 130, I could legit see him in like a shooting list where people are afraid they're going to lose their Raptors to range rejection and then just bring 80 point
he would be an interesting backup plan, right? Like he's cheaper than Yandrasta, not cheap enough where he's useful. But if I didn't have to spend 320 points to get a revive off, or rely on some life swarm, like he could actually have a niche there.
Yeah.
But as it stands, I can't ever see a list for him. I think it's a points issue, personally. His effect is so niche, I think it does come down to a points issue.
Well, the good news is it's anywhere on the battlefield, too, right? It's like, that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Just being able to revive things that are even nowhere near you, it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But yeah, it's a points issue. He needs to be like 20, 30 points cheaper.
Yeah. But again, internal problem or external problem? That's an internal problem.
Yeah,
externally, we can't have Stormcast be too cheap, unfortunately.
Yep.
Knight Zephyros. Just
rip.
It's a fighting hero, and it's not that good at it. It can teleport.
Yeah.
But do you need?
No, that's the weird part because it used to have like I think +1 damage against like foot heroes if it fought like the
was that
people
her,
with the keyword
or was that
hero.
the special character?
I think it might have been the special one, but that ability was so unique. It was actually pretty good because you had like 8 attacks at like 3s and 3s.
I think maybe that was even the previous edition. I think she lost that. Anyway, point is spending points on a foot hero that just fights and teleports and doesn't fight that well and doesn't have any way to like reroll charges or anything, so it's unreliable. I don't know. Even if this was 100 points.
No. It feels like she feels like it's like a what is it? Like a slightly better Night Quester.
Yeah. So let's move on to the next slide.
Yep.
Lord Aquilor.
Let's move on to the next slide.
Oof.
Aquilor has
no reason to exist in the book.
Well, he does have a free command for vanguards once per round, which is.
It is not once per round. It is once per battle.
Are you sure about that?
I
know a lot of them are once per battle. I thought the Aquilor was once per round.
It's one free command once per battle for any Vanguard unit. And it's not even on the battlefield, it's wholly within 18.
I gotta double check this. Because that's the only saving grace that I have for him. So if he doesn't have that, I don't.
Nope, it's once per battle.
round.
I also thought it was once per round.
It says battle round. Once per battle round.
Is it not once? But it says once per game in the battle. Okay, let me check that again.
No, it's okay. It's once per battle round. I was correct about this.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
He does more damage than before. He teleports. So everything you can say about Palladors, you can pretty much apply to him. The problem is, do you want a Pallador with more wounds? Like one Pallador for the cost of 3 Palladors, basically? And the upside is...
his damage isn't spectacular either. You're talking about a max of, I think he does like 13 damage max. Yeah. Like, that's if everything goes perfect.
Now, he does have multiple weapons for Saintly Assault, which is good. I like finding stuff that works with Saintly Assault. And there is value in a like Hallowed Knight, Stormkeep with Vanguard Hunters jumping around me. I'm really reaching here. No.
I mean, the thing is, his thing was he unlocked Battleline and he did the teleport thing. Now those things have been taken away and given to those units directly. I don't see a use for him.
Yep.
I guess the only niche I could possibly see is he's a cheap hero with that Lord Imperator, not once per turn, but once per battle round, free CP.
Yeah.
So he's the most mobile unit that can do that.
Even if you're using a lot of Vanguard, I still don't see it. If you treat it like a free Unleash Hell and a free AoA on Raptors every turn, is that worth the points?
Well, that's my issue. It's like if this was a game where unit sergeants could not issue commands, we'd be seeing this then. But with that existing, I can never see this guy anywhere because his main thing is being able to go anywhere and issue commands, right? Mm-hmm. But
you can also pay less points for a Lord Imperator, who's going to do that exact same effect per turn on other units than just the Vanguard in your list.
Yep.
So, yeah, F. I can't see points fixing him either.
Yeah,
he'd have to get really cheap to the point where it's an external balance problem.
Yeah, I just don't see what he's doing. He's giving you 5 CP. You're buying 5 CP and some 2 damage attacks, like 5 2 damage attacks.
You could buy 10 CP for less points.
Yeah, like
and they work on every unit instead of Vanguard.
Yep. Yeah. Don't take me.
Lord Arcanum on foot. So like all other Lord Arcanums, Prime Electrids, which did extra damage on Arcane Bolt, has been removed. Spirit Flasks have been removed. His weapon damage has been standardized, and his command ability has been replaced with another ability. So why is the Lord Arcanum useful? Because he gets a guaranteed 6-inch extra move on any spell. Any spell he controls. That's the downside. He has to cast the spell, he has to control it, and he has +0 to cast, and he casts 1 spell.
Yeah, them not moving Lord Arcanums to 2 casts was perhaps the most astounding thing.
I would have
lost so much.
I could have sworn Prime Electrids was gonna. I wrote Prime Electrics. It seems. I could have sworn Prime Electrids was going to be +1 to cast at least because they're a Lord Arcanum, right? They're Sigmar's holy wizards.
Yeah, they're masters of the Sacrosanct Chamber. They're like the leaders of it.
And that would have been a cool niche for Arcanums to have compared to a Knight Incantor. But no, +0 cast. But it's not all totally worthless because there is that universal command trait that you can reroll 1 spell per turn. And then you can reroll the Dispel on it too. So there is some world where you might want to, for example, add 6 inches to the range of... You can translocate the Arcanum and then cast a Pendulum through the entire enemy army because it moves an extra 6 inches. Right? You might want the extra 6 inches in order to cast Geminids and reach out and touch more units and prevent more of them from getting all-out defense and Unleash Hell. There's niche cases where that's a good ability, and he's also Cycle of the Storm, which is a good ability.
Assuming one day we get, and this is a far-fetched thing, but let's say one day we get Sacrosanct Thunderstrike and they come with new Endless spells, sure.
Yeah, and if they ever release new neutral Endless spells... So he's not D. He's not terrible, right? He's not a problem that needs to be fixed with points necessarily, because there's niche case uses for him. Like if you slap the enemy team with Geminids, they can't do all-out defense on shooting, which is great.
They can't do Unleash Hell.
Yeah. If you combo that with, let's say, a couple of other spells from a couple of other allies, which we'll talk about on another podcast, to reduce enemy save rolls, all of a sudden crossbows are shooting at effectively Rend 3. And crossbows are a high volume unit. So it's not worthless. He's not bad. He's just not good enough to... I still haven't found a list for him.
Like you don't slot him in.
No.
He's very niche, which is C tier. That's what we said.
Yep. I like his spell too. Pick a unit, -1 hit. Yeah. That's not bad. There's very few -1 hit sources in this book.
Yeah.
All right, and let's move on to the Dracoline version. Dracoline lives and dies with the other Dracolines, right? If Dracolines are good, Lord Arcanum on Dracoline is good.
Yep, loss of Pride Leader, man. Oof.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We have so many sources of +1 hit now that it's not that big a deal. He does give bonus attacks all the time, which is nice, and he buffs himself finally instead of just buffing his units.
Yeah.
His signature spell. I hate all these like pick a point in a line and roll a 4-up and deal D3. You just no. I'm not going to cast that. If I'm bringing a wizard, if I'm paying points for a wizard, I'm going to have him cast Celestial Blades or Azurite Halo or something like that.
Or Mystic Shield.
Mystic Shield. Yeah, I'm not going to use these weird 4-up D3 mortal spells.
Like just run and bind your Evocator on Dracoline, put them on a 3-up save.
Now I wouldn't bring this guy unless I had at least 2 squads of Dracolines, right? Because with one squad, you could just bring Dracoths or something instead, and it would probably be more efficient than bringing this hero. But if you have 2x3,
he competes with Astrea. Like, I know you don't want to, like, Dracolines may not be the best in Hammers of Sigmar, but there is we'll get to Astrea, but I don't even take him. I think I take Astrea.
In Hammers, I take both, right? Like, why not?
Sure, yeah.
2 cycles.
I don't see why not.
2 Dracoline heroes.
Yeah, and Astrea, we'll get to Astrea.
If you're going to play the Astrea list, which I don't think is very good, but if you're going to play it, then you could take both.
Yeah.
I don't think they compete. I think they fill different roles. Astrea is defensive and he's offensive.
Yep.
So, yeah, all the changes that happen to Dracolines happen to him too. D3 damage all the time, no bravery aura. He's good if you're using Dracolines. If you're using enough Dracolines, you can use him. Again, bottom of A tier. We'll see how point shakeups happen in the next General's Handbook. I would probably use other units instead. Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger. So what makes this one? He teleports every turn. So he has Cycle the Storm and he teleports. And he has a healing spell. And that's about the extent of what there is to say about him. Do you need a teleporting Cycle of the Storm wizard with a healing spell? Maybe. Maybe you need that. Teleporting a hero every turn is really useful if you are trying to activate Holy Commands. Because you can translocate a group of Annihilators and then teleport this wizard next to them so he can use the Holy Command on them. Because you still need a hero to activate Holy Commands. That's a real downside of them. So that is a niche. You could also just drop a cheaper hero into play next to them.
Yeah, just Deep Strike one.
Yeah. So it's questionable. I don't know which list needs a teleporting Cycle of the Storm healing spell.
I just don't like how every other Lord Arcanum, their command ability got changed to something like a generic ability.
And he got nothing.
They just do without a command.
Yeah, he got nothing.
He had probably the best command ability in all of Sacrosanct.
I love that design. And it would have been a great ability to have to auto-cast Empower. That would have really raised...
Empower, double channel Sequitors, double Empower Castigators.
Yeah.
I think that would have been awesome. If they had just, I don't know, made some version of that and made that a generic ability, I would have loved it.
Yeah, I agree. It's unfortunate that they didn't put the extra work in to make this guy viable, or they just didn't want to, and it's hard to tell, really. Yeah.
I mean, it's some one model. A lot of Stormcaps there in general is from Soul Wars, and they never released a separate one until literally 2 weeks ago.
Yep. Yeah, they finally decided to sell the Sprue separately now that his edition is over. Side note here, I've always had a theory with this model that it wasn't supposed to exist. I think because it looks unfinished, right? If you've seen the underside, it's just a flat panel. Yeah. And it seems like and it's so similar in terms of Sprue to a Lord Aquilor.
Actually, the other thing, I don't know if you've noticed, his helmets don't match what Lord Arcanums typically have.
Yes, it's an Evocator helmet.
Yes, it is not. The Dracoline one is just bareheaded, and the Arcanum and on foot and the Toleron have these Lord-like helmets, like Retributor type helmets. And this guy just looks like they plan on making evocators on Griff charges.
So my theory is that they were pretty close to the release date of Soul Wars, and they were still workshopping what exactly they knew they needed a centerpiece hero for the Stormcast, and they were the Lord Arcanum on Dracoline, the Astrea, that easy build kit. I think she was supposed to be in that, but I think she wasn't finished in time in order to get in the box, and they had to create this kind of hodgepodge from CAD assets to quickly manufacture it, and that would explain why it's unfinished and why it's so very similar to the Aqualord. Like, the tail, I think, might even be identical. Like, if you look at the little, how the tail bumps, I think it might even be the exact same tail. And the Aqualord's not unfinished, which is weird that this guy is. I think that's like a mold production issue, how the mold actually comes together. So that's, I finally have a chance to talk about that. That's been a conspiracy theory in my head for a long time, is that he wasn't supposed to exist. He's just a combination of different CAD assets that they were able to quickly pull together.
Yep.
He has a cool staff, though. I like that.
Yep.
All right. Lord Arcanum on Toralon. So this one surprised me that he is an A tier, because I had never considered him a worthwhile creature until 3rd edition started. And in 3rd edition, having a fast, flying, 3+ save monster hero is an excellent thing to have. Just awesome. Just ticks all the boxes. You want speed for objectives, you want monster for tactics, you want hero for durability, you want 3+ save for durability and save stacking. He's a wizard. He only casts 1 spell. He used to cast 2. That sucks. But everything this model does is just good. And the fact that he has this Comet Trail ability to give every unit in your army +1 hit if you position properly, that lasts until your next hero phase. It's like giving every unit in your army all-out attack every single phase until your next turn. Unbelievable. Unbelievable value.
And the best thing is, it's not an aura. He just gives it to them, and they can go off and do.
And they can leave, and he's fast enough to catch up with them later, right? And he's not, and his damage isn't spectacular in melee, which you can say that's a negative, but you don't lose much from keeping him out of melee, right? He can attack when he needs to, and
if you go after soft targets, 8 attacks with 2 damage is not a bad profile.
Right. He's got the multiple profiles for Saintly Assault. He's got he can stomp, right? Like, if your list isn't using a lot of monsters, and if you're not running dragons, there's not a lot of good monsters to really run in Stormcast now, which we'll get to with the Star Drake. But the Toralon, he uses monster keyword for rampages. He can cast a spell sometimes. He's just good. Every time I'm building a list, I'm thinking, an Arcanum would go really well in here. Just
And think of all the CP he saves you because of that all-out attack ability.
Yeah,
you can just all-out defense on attacking units.
Yep, and you can also unleash hell pretty much every turn. You can even redeploy and rally sometimes because you'll have extra command points left over.
Yeah. It is pure value. And he's pretty much stayed the same points, I think. He didn't even go up. I think he was 285, and he's 285 now.
He lost the spell, but he gained 2 wounds. And everything else is kind of negligible. Not really worth mentioning. Those are the big ones, right? Now, he can't... There's a weird thing in the rules right now where, for some reason, in the mount trait page, his keyword is not listed. Toralon is not listed as a mount that can take a trait. And it would be
that's an oversight.
It would be really cruel for them to specifically exclude the Toralon from the mount traits, considering he can't even get, I think, 3 of them because they're locked to other keywords. So
yes,
it really...
he can only take the retreat and charge, the impact, and 1 more. I can't remember which one.
Yeah. Now, he's also a monster. If you're running a monster mash, he fits in there pretty well. He keeps up with the Drakes. He gets the -1 to get wounded by melee weapons. He can give a +1 save to the Drakes through Mystic Shield. He has Cycle of the Storm and Blaze combo.
He's fast enough to keep up with Drakes. Yep. He's a good support piece for that.
Yeah. So while we're here, let me explain how the Blaze Cycle combo works in case people are wondering why I keep mentioning it. How this interaction works is both abilities happen when you try to remove the model, right? But Blaze of Glory specifies before you remove the model, and Cycle of the Storm is when you try to remove the model. So what happens is a model dies, you do Blaze of Glory before you remove the model. There's a specific window there. Then the model would get removed, but at this point, Cycle of the Storm kicks in, prevents the death, heals it. Now, because Blaze of Glory says you deal the mortal wounds at the end of the combat phase, or whatever phase you died in, I should say, there's no restriction on actually having to die in order to trigger it. So it seems like the developers actually went out of their way to make sure that you can do this combo where you Blaze of Glory, die, Cycle of the Storm revives you, you die again because there's more damage coming, then you Blaze of Glory again. So with that, you can do stupid things like a chariot rolling 24 dice, or 26 dice, and each 6-up is a mortal wound. And you do that every single turn one of your dudes dies. So if you're running a lot of elite, big wound things, Cycle of the Storm actually turns into a significant damage boost, which is hilarious.
It doubles the typical, I would say, 80 wound Stormcast army into potentially like 160 dice for...
and it stacks. Cycle of the Storm stacks with other Cycle of the Storm. So if you have let's look at a really extreme case, right? You've got a Star Drake that dies. You roll 18 dice. You use, let's say you even were smart enough to pick Final Thunderstrike and they're doing mortal wounds on a 5-up. And then you Cycle the Storm, die again, roll Blaze again. You have another Cycle the Storm, you die again, Blaze again. So it's hilarious that Cycle the Storm was kept in this edition, and I think it's because of this exact... I think it's specifically because of this interaction. So there's a lot of value in Cycle the Storm, and that's why I've mentioned it on every Lord Arcanum we've talked about, is that they do have Cycle the Storm because it's relevant. It's not just randomly saving you a wound every now and then. It actually does.
If it's exact, other than Blaze, like sometimes like your opponent does the exact number of damage they need, and you save the model on one wound, and that's, if it's an Annihilator, that's 80 points. You know.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, if it's a Raptor, it's 80 points. You know. So Lord Arcanum on Toralon does enough good things. It fits into so many lists. It's just efficient. It's fast. It's durable. It can take an offensive spell to help with battle tactics. Just great. Try it out. I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Yep.
The model's kind of ugly, though. Look at that face. Good lord.
Yeah, the beast, not the most impressive ones.
Lord Castellant. When I first looked at him in 3rd edition, I thought, he's okay. Why would I want another +1 save? I've got enough of them, right? It turns out you can never have enough +1 save. Mm-hmm. Ever. There's never
save
enough.
Stacking is good. If you want to know how good, go ask Arcan.
Yes. If you can get a unit to +3 to save, why not +4 or +5? Why stop? Why ever stop? So Lord Castellant, he has merged souls with his Gryph-hound. They share pain, apparently, because he can take 7 wounds and the Gryph-hound and him are still alive. The Lantern no longer heals, which is a small downside. It almost never occurred unless you were going like heavy on a Star Drake with Staunch Defender and Lantern and a few other things. The Lantern can also now just do mortal wounds to an enemy if you have nothing you want to buff or you just got to pump damage into something. Yeah. Niche, but fine, it's there.
Actually, it lost the... Because I don't know if it was the Azeros or him, but did he used to do D6 to Chaos?
That was the Azeros.
Azeros.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that ability's gone too. We didn't even mention that. It's just sad.
Yeah. That model's so bad. I just don't want to mention it. Okay.
So Lord Castellant is a guaranteed stackable +1 save to any Stormcast unit that can't be stopped, can't be unbound or anything, and it stacks with Mystic Shield. It stacks with every other save. It stacks with itself. If you have 3 Castellants, you can give a unit +3 to save. So I find myself...
Is that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's true.
You can stack it on the same unit? Really?
I'm pretty sure. Let's double check the War Scroll in case I'm making an ass out of myself.
Oh, yes. Okay, so you can't pick the same enemy unit for this ability more than once, but you can pick the friendly units. Yeah,
that's right. So if you want a Star Drake with +4 to saves, you can have it without even using all that defense.
Yep.
And now I'm finding Lord Castellant fitting in more and more of my list as I go through writing more.
Stick an Arcane Tome on that bad boy.
Yes,
and he becomes a +2 save source.
He can Mystic Shield and Lantern something by himself for 155 points. You can give something +2 save. And
like
Stormcast,
that, putting that on like Storm Drakes, like oh god,
Protectors,
1-up save,
Fulminators, Drakes, all kinds of good things. And he has also technically multiple weapon profiles for Saintly Assault. I try to put that everywhere I could remember because I like Saintly Assault. Gardas is good. he's an expensive hero at 155, and all he really does is buff your save rolls, so I try to squeeze out as much value out of him in my list as I can by giving him that Arcane Tome. And he is a Lord, so he does get the bonus range on a lot of spells. I usually just end up casting Mystic Shield with him. I don't think he's good enough. But maybe like a Celestial Blades if you don't have another wizard or something, you know? The only downside I have with this is that he doesn't really work well with Scions because his buff happens in the hero phase, and then you drop into play at the end of movement. So if you're using Grand Hammers, probably not right to put a Castellan in your list.
Nah, this is your Stormkeep list. This is if you want to protect your Stormkeep
or just castle formation in general.
Yeah, castle formation. This is your. I mean, he's a Castellan. The castle.
Yep.
That's what his job is.
Yeah, and he's good at it. I had him initially, I think, at C tier or something, but I have completely turned around. I'm even thinking of buffing him to S. I don't think he's quite there yet, just compared to the other heroes that are in S.
I don't think he's an auto take, but I think he's very good.
Yeah, he's very, very good at what he does, and what he does is very useful. So, yeah, A tier hero. I'm going to miss having a separate unit for the dog, though. Lord Celestant is greatly improved over his previous self. I think that is just objectively true, because all the Lord Celestant did before was fight, and now all he does is fight, and he's way better at it. He's got more attacks.
Yep. He's got more wounds.
More accurate. All of them have rend and 2 damage, and he hits like a Retributor. If he gets a hit 6, he does 2 mortals. So he's got good damage. The problem is, why would you spend points on a hero that just fights?
Yeah.
And I'm a little upset.
I guess that little caveat of free once all-out attack, but that's once per battle, not even like battle round.
Why couldn't it be once per battle round on a warrior chamber unit? Like, why cut out all these synergies?
I guess like this is one of those models that nobody ever plays, and like my guess is they want to stop producing this.
I really dislike this model too. His pose is annoying. If you try to imitate this pose, it's a weird tangent, but if you try to imitate this pose, his chest is facing one way, his arms are kind of twisted, and his waist, like, try to imitate that pose just in your room right now. Go ahead and try to imitate that. Standing on a rock, twisted, it doesn't feel natural, right? It doesn't look heroic, it just looks silly. And it gets worse because his chest has eyes on it. So it's like it's looking a certain direction, but he's looking another way. It's just weird. So I've never liked the model. It's one of the
It's also weird building the model, because like the chest aligns weirdly than you would think it
I just magnetize Gardas, and I use him on a 40 mil base when I want a Lord Celestant, which will be never going forward. F tier hero. I don't know why
he's
you spend
130. He's way too expensive in my opinion.
Why bother?
Yeah.
Lord Celestant on Dracoth. There's a lot changed. Basically, he just does more damage. Every weapon is better. He doesn't give Battle Shock immunity anymore. His Storm Blast was standardized to the Dracoth one, and he lost his ability to reroll save rolls of 1. That's the high points.
I think didn't he gain Always On Azerite Halo or something for his Thunder Shield?
I don't recall. I don't. He might. Even if he does, he's only 7 wounds.
Because, I mean, it's not strong enough to make me consider him, but I think
it is something, right? It's something. And we try to look for something here. He has no buffs. He's just a fighting hero
against melee.
Yeah,
he has Azerite Halo against melee.
He's just a fighting hero. And like the Lord Celestant on foot, why would you pay points for a fighting hero in a Stormcast army? You need buffs, you need synergy, you need force multipliers. Our heroes are expensive, we need them to do more than just fight. They have to be really good fighters to justify it, and this ain't it. Now, the only reason I have him in D tier is because he is such a competent fighter with the Dracoth combined that in a Saintly Assault list he could maybe find some use. If he was cheaper, because the problem is, like, why take him when you could just take 2 regular Dracoths?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, the only reason I can think of taking him is if you want a single Dracoth with the Thunder Shield. That's literally his only advantage. Because if you look at his profile, it's literally the same attacks as the different Dracothian Guard.
Yeah. So
and I guess he has 2-inch reach on his spear, which the Dracoth with the Fulminators don't. That's it.
It's just so questionable. He is a hero. If you want to fight a hero, he's one of the more competent ones, I would say. He's still not great, not worth points. The only thing keeping him out of F tier is that he is, he fights well. But that's not much. That's not worth much.
I mean, it's also there's no reason to actually like build this model. Like Vandus exists, just stick a shield on him.
Yeah. It's a really easy kit bash. Alright, Lord Exorcist is vastly improved from 2nd edition. His spell is much longer range. You have to roll less than or equal to 12 instead of less than 10, which is a lot easier to do. And he has an extra wound. So he's better across the board, right?
He did go up to 175 from being the cheapest wizard in the Stormcast army to probably the most.
Yeah, wasn't he 90 points at one point?
95.
Yeah, like he was 90, 95. I think people were slotting him into like Seraphon and like.
I was finding uses for him as a 90-point wizard. I remember. He has this cool ability that denies resurrection within 9 inches.
I think that's why he's 175. I think they're overvaluing it because it shuts down like so many death lists.
If they were overvaluing it, it would explain why Vanquishers are the way they are. Because that, 5-up rally, they're like, oh, this is so good. People are going to love this. No, it's not that good. Against most armies, it'll do nothing. And, God, especially for these points.
Just if you're playing your friend who's a Nighthaunt player or an OBR player, bring this and like watch him die.
It's a narrative model, right?
Yeah.
It's not for match play. I can't see it in match play. But if they reduce the points, I could really
it's there to bully your friends who play death.
Now he could potentially do D3 mortal wounds to every enemy within 12 inches. That's a lot of mortal wounds, right?
Yeah.
But bravery.
There's no bravery on average, you'll probably do it to like 2 or 3. Not that many.
All right, Lord Imperatant. Finally, we're back to talking about good units. It's been a while.
The actual Lord Celestant that we've been waiting for.
The new Lord Celestant. S tier is right in the right situations. The problem is he's like a very situational S. When he's in a list, he's really good at what he does. But when he's not in a list, it's pretty obvious why, right? Like he has one specific thing that he does, and that's deploying Thunderstrike units 7 inches with Scions. And not every Thunderstrike unit, only ones with 3 or less wounds, which means
so really Vindictors or Annihilators.
And sometimes
Annihilators 95% of the time, maybe like 1 out of 100 times a Vindictor unit.
But those units are so useful and so common that it makes him S tier, right? Because that's just such a strong ability. And the fact that
if those 2 units are an S tier, what better unit to pair with them than one of their kind?
And the fact that he also uses a free command every turn, which I didn't value as much as I value a lot more after playing with it. It is useful.
I mean, he's 10 CP. If he survives 5 battle rounds, he's 10 CP.
He lets you do things with your command points that you would not normally do. Like, oh, maybe I wouldn't unleash hell with 5 crossbow adjudicators, but if it's free, I would.
Yeah,
right. If I'm not doing anything else, or redeploy or rally or something, like he enables options that wouldn't otherwise exist, and that's strong. Now the effect doesn't stack, so there's no reason to ever bring more than 1, because using 5 CP in a or 10 CP in a game is not worth 175 points. And he only works with Thunderstrike units, so it's very narrow band of what you use him with. So he's niche, but he's so good at it that it bumps him up to S tier. And anybody who's played him from Dominion knows this. He is better than he might seem. Despite his limitations, he's still very good.
Yeah, find ways to keep him alive, though. Like, because if people know you have Annihilators in him,
you just keep him in Scions. Who cares?
Yeah.
You drop him, and then you drop the Annihilators.
I guess they both happen at the same part of the fate. Yeah,
same trigger. You control it.
Same. Yeah. You got it.
Lord Ordinator. A tier. You brought him to give +1 hit before. You're going to bring him to bring +1 hit now. They actually improved him across the board too, which is cool.
Yeah, they improved his attacks. I will say though, people might not see his main use because Stormcast has 1 artillery piece. He's really good when you start allying in artillery pieces from other factions.
Yes, I particularly love gun haulers from Caradron. They are a teleporting Ren 2 D6 cannon shot. Love that because you can drop ballistas anywhere. And then teleport your gun haulers up there for that 1 turn, and then the next turn you teleport them somewhere else and keep shooting.
And when the inevitable Cities of Sigmar Dawnbringer Crusade units come out, I bet there's going to be artillery that's going to love him.
Yeah, I'm quite excited about that. I think I would actually start that army. I love the aesthetic. I'm hoping it's devoted to Sigmar, heavily focused.
It is from the rumors. It's supposed to be very. It's like Empire, but like everything is about the cult of Sigmar.
Nice. Yeah, I'd be down with that. I was actually hoping this third edition wouldn't bring us new Stormcast. I was hoping it would bring us like a devoted to Sigmar chamber of basically like a couple just really elite Stormcast leading a bunch of these dregs of society into battle. I was really hoping for something like that.
I would even like a Covenant chamber, like Sisters of Battle, like a Warrior Nun chamber.
Yeah, that could have been cool.
Yeah.
Some Pegasus Riders in there, maybe some Valkyries. Yeah. So
it's like a thing waiting to happen. That will absolutely happen. Valkyries will absolutely get visited.
I'm surprised we didn't get
They just got the Knights
Valkyries
this time around.
Yeah, next chamber. We're going to see the revamped Prosecutors. So Ordinator lost his Battle Shock immunity aura, and I think some people listening to this might have just heard for the first time that he had a Battle Shock immunity aura.
Like,
it's gone. Yeah. The Astral Hammers seem to be strictly better, just based on damage output, which is kind of a bummer. If you bought the other one, sorry.
Ballistas, more Star Strike.
Yeah. Ballistas can't really move a lot, so he just kind of lives and dies with the Ballistas, because he doesn't move a lot either. There's other ways to buff Ballistas. He does it the most efficiently because he doesn't have to make a normal move to do it. Whereas if you might want to drop this, you do want to drop the Ballistas in with Scions, so he combos really well with that. And a big thing here, Ballistas don't give lookouts, sir, so he just gets sniped off pretty easy. And he's not worth bringing Praetors for.
Well, the good news is if you know they're going to do that, just like Finest Hour him. 2-up save, only mortal wounds are going to get through, really.
Yeah, you can always drop him in cover or something too. Like you can play around it, but it is worth mentioning, right? Like a lot of other heroes hiding around their units get that -1 hit, and people become accustomed to it.
You're not going to get that from Ballistas. Yep.
No, not from gun haulers. Nothing he buffs really will give you that. You can't even bring a unit of 3 gyro bombers anymore. So
yeah.
Yep. A tier, good hero, situational, not every list, but good when he's being used. Lord Relictor, best hero in the book, right?
Best hero in the book. Yep.
Easy. Not even a contest. Nitroconus, lie down, Lord Relictor's here.
The fact that they gave him a +1 to chanting, oof. Like, he was already good when he was doing translocations on a 3-up. Like, on 2-up? Like, oh god.
3-up reroll was good enough. Now it's a 2-up reroll. He's so good that you want to make him your general just to get that 35 out of 36 chance for translocation. That defines lists. Lists that didn't exist before are now possible because you can almost guarantee translocation. And he's got other stuff going on for him. He's got 2 other prayers. He's got, good stats for a Stormcast hero. He's 6 wounds, relatively good damage. Like, he's not one of the bad attackers. And he's got the totem keyword.
He's got a totem. So 18-inch commands.
Now, if he's your general, totem doesn't matter. But if you bring a second Lord Relictor for Divine Light, there's a totem. This is a good war scroll. Why can't more units be like this? Have some interesting thing that makes you want to bring them, that gets you excited.
I feel like this is like one of the war scrolls that's been good since like first edition. It's just always been good.
Yeah. Well, in second edition, it was he's the cheap priest. You don't want to justify spending more points on the Veritant. And that's still fine.
Yeah.
But now he's just like the king of priests. It's amazing. Like I love it. Make more war scrolls like this, please. Simple, powerful effects.
Also, the model is baller. Like, the amount of detail that thing has going on, like with the banner and with the scrolls on his back, like, it's a killer model.
I've always been a fan. Lord Veritant. Lord Relictor exists and is cheaper than the Lord Veritant. So why would you use the Lord Veritant? I can't think of a reason.
Unbind a spell, I guess.
I guess?
I guess. I mean, you're taking out enchanters. I guess if you want 2 priests
all
and
priests
you want
dispel,
one of them to be able to unbind a spell. No, they dispel. They dispel endless spells. They do not unbind spells.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They all dispel, right? So him having an unbind is nice, but having a dispel isn't special to priests. Like, all priests can dispel.
Yeah.
So his
losing
prayer...
the +3 was like, if they had actually made him like a really anti-wizard priest, like, I really hate wizards and I want to go after them.
Yeah, that's what he should have been, right?
Yeah,
that's what he was.
I don't see him taking.
He also used to be one of the competent melee fighters in Stormcast, and for some reason they reduced his attacks. They buffed everybody else and they nerfed him.
I just don't know why. Yeah.
If they change the points, he could be usable. I don't think they will, because they merged the Gryph-hound into his profile. So he's always going to be an 8-wound hero, and he's always going to be overpriced for that. So maybe it should have even been F tier.
I think D is fine. I think if by some miracle he becomes one, like if it goes like Knight Relictor 110, him 125, Relictor 145. Sure.
Yeah, I hope they don't nerf the Lord Relictor, honestly.
Yeah.
He's going to become too popular, but I don't know. Maybe they'll make enough money off him.
Yeah.
All right. Drakesworn Templar. So we can't really talk about him without talking about the Lord Celestin on Star Drake at the same time. So let's talk about the Lord Celestin first. Over 3rd edition, he gained wounds. He lost his mortal wounds and it got turned into a missile weapon. The tail is a melee
-3
weapon.
Ren, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good shooting weapon, and you can unleash
Yeah.
hell with it. And
And
his
it wins
melee,
on 2s, I believe.
yeah, and his melee weapons are improved. Not drastically improved. His melee output is good.
It's it's the same. It's actually the same. He just gained like
The tail
instead of the
attack.
D3 mortal wounds, the tail attack, the random
Yeah.
D6 tail attacks. He is still not a brute force hammer.
No.
He's a scalpel and an anvil monster.
He's still an anvil. He doesn't totally fall apart when he's fighting other monsters now, like because the tail got changed and he has got that shooting attack. He's more general use. He's still just an anvil. He's a good anvil. Can't reroll anymore, which sucks, but he's still a good anvil. 18 wounds on a 2-up pretty much all the time if you build him right, and he's a great target for an Amulet of Destiny. So, yeah, he's got enough going on, especially because he buffs wizards, and our wizards suck, so +1 is amazing. He's got a bunch of different attacks for a Saintly Assault, and he's got that cool 18 dice for Blaze of Glory. Like, there's enough.
He's actually a good sniper. He's like up there with people were talking about the Knight Judicator. Use this guy to like kill their support heroes.
Yes, that he's like having a built-in Knight Judicator.
Yeah,
4 attacks instead of 2.
Well, it's like 4 attacks, but they're 2 damage each at -3 Ren versus the Knight Judicator's 2 attacks at 3 damage.
So 2 more damage overall.
Yeah.
Ren 3 shooting.
But then his other utility like makes up for it. Like he's a built-in Knight Judicator on a dragon.
I think what people will want out of this model, and what they've always wanted, what I've always wanted, frankly, is that he's going to be this big, punchy, killing monster that's going to cut through the enemy army like a big hero.
Not if they want to sell Karazai. No.
Yeah, that's what Karazai is, right?
Yeah.
But that's what everybody's wanted this model to be. Stormcast haven't had that before, and it was always like, oh, it's the biggest model, so it should be doing that. But they've always kept it as this tanky support
the thing,
piece.
right? They're always stuck in this like weird limbo because when this model came out, it actually had obscene amounts of damage for its edition.
In 1st edition, yeah.
Yes, and then they kept releasing things that just outclassed it by like 5 degrees or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they came up with this edition, but this edition's focus is dragons from the get-go. So if they make this guy the brick brute monster, why would I take Karazai? Why wouldn't I take him? Because I can stack artifacts on him. I can give him command traits.
And the best artifacts are the defensive ones. So it just makes him even more durable.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's a big durable tank that does enough damage that he can't be ignored, which is fine. Right? Don't
just throw this against Archaon or like their big hero monsters, but like you throw them against like this guy, they're like 2 units of brutes or something, and he'll like tank them.
Yeah. He's not 500 might be a bit much.
I don't know. I think 500 is okay. I think the thing is like he's way too tough to be ever below like 450.
Yeah.
So realistically, I could see a minus 20
maybe?
point shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 480, like where the Drakesworn Templar is now. But yeah.
Yeah. So he's fine. I think there's enough stuff going on with the Celestin on Star Drake that it ends up still being an S tier unit, because I do think it was S tier before. It defines lists based on the criteria we're using. I think it does qualify as S tier. It's not going to kill the enemy army. It's not going to tank the entire enemy army. But it's good. It's good at what it does.
Yeah, but if they don't get rid of it, it'll help you win games.
Yeah. So then we go to the Drakesworn Templar, who is a lot like the other one, but with -1 save for some reason. And I don't understand why.
I was actually very confused with this because looking at the Orc Tome, their Maw Crushes also went to 4, right? Both of them. Except there's a caveat on the generic Maw Crusher, so not Gordrak, where if you take... they have 2 weapons. One does 9 attacks at 2 damage, one does 7 attacks. If you take the 7 attacks, you get a shield. And that shield makes your save characteristic a 3-up. I was expecting something like this on him. And I don't know why he's a 4-up save.
He doesn't even buff Dracots anymore. He's just a fighty hero, right?
Yeah, if he was like 100 points less than the Castellan at like 400, is he? How many points is he? Is he 480 or 400?
455, I think, or 445, something like that.
Yeah, it's like if he was like significantly less than the Lord Celestin on Star Drake for being not as tanky, I would have been like, okay, sure, he's like a cheap dragon.
455.
Yeah, no, at 400, sure, 420 maybe, like same as a Terrorgeist basically, but.
Yeah.
No, not while the Celestin exists at like just 35 points more. 45 points more.
His attacks aren't that good either, right? Like he has the Storm Lance, which is cool. Sometimes it'll do D6 mortal wounds, but super swingy, right? He's got the axe that prevents pylons more than 1 inch. That's a really cool ability, just not stuck on a 450 point model. And like we talked about with the Celestin, they're not high damage monsters. So sticking a medium damage fighter on a medium damage monster for 450 points, it's not there.
Yeah, I mean, these things are just living and dying beyond their defense and utility, and he just seems to be less utility and like
less
these
defense.
little bits of flair on their weapons, and not really that much more damage than the Celestin.
So I put him in D tier because there is a world where all the utility, and this is what happened in third edition or second edition, I should say, where they kept reducing their points enough to the point where I was like, okay, all that utility is what I want out of this thing. I no longer care about the damage. Like it does damage. That's nice that it does damage, but I cared more about the utility, and it eventually dropped the points low enough that I was like, okay, I can justify this in a build. So that's why I'm sticking him in D tier. He's not totally hopeless. He is still
if he goes to Terrorgeist cost, if he goes to 400, sure.
Yeah, it could get there. He's not there yet though, but he could get there.
Yeah.
Okay, unique heroes. Everybody still awake?
Yeah, I am.
All right.
Hanging in there.
All right. We're almost done. Astrea Soulbright, Hammers of Sigmar. She has a cool give a unit +1 save, only Sacrosanct unit, sorry, a Hammers of Sigmar Sacrosanct unit, and only in combat. And you think, okay, that's a lot of restrictions. Why this ability sucks. But save stacking doesn't suck. Save stacking is awesome in this book.
Yes.
So that's more save stacking. It's more of the thing we're really good at and want more of. Right? So if you look at her as a pseudo Castellan, where you give up shooting phase save bonus in exchange for, wizard stuff and faster movement and things like that, she's not bad, and she has cycle. So yeah, C tier. You have to play a very specific version of Hammers of Sigmar, but she does enable that version of it, so it's not terrible.
Yeah, no, like Hammers is not where you want to take your Dracolines if you can, because like they benefit really from like things like Celestial Vindicator or like even like I don't know, Hallowed Knights where Guard is helping them out or something.
Yeah.
But her abilities are good enough to where I would justify taking Dracolines and Hammers, where it's like, okay, +1 save, and she comes with a great spell. Her spell is like an aura until the next hero phase, which means you can run her up next to your Dracolines and they're all -1 to hit.
Yeah, for reference, her spell is the one where it's a 6-inch -1 hit bubble, right? That's good.
Yep.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Offense and defense.
Yeah.
She also, it says Sacrosanct unit, and we tend to think, Sequitors and Evocators. What about Taurolans? What about Aventus?
No, because as we discussed, you can, and there's really nothing wrong with it, especially if you want to like send them into battle. But ideally, you want to sustain them as long as possible, handing out that +1.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're playing defensively,
I could see a situation. Yeah, I could see a situation where you have Astrea, 3 Evocators on Dracolines, and like a Tauron, all next to each other.
Yeah, it's a versatile ability, which is what I like about it.
Yeah,
it has a lot of limitations. It has downsides, but it's a good ability, and I think there's situations where you're like, oh yeah, I'm glad I took this unit.
I actually like her in this edition better than last edition. Definitely.
Yes, last edition she was totally without purpose.
Yeah, and she also went down. I think she was like 215. She went to like 195.
Yes, she is one of the cheaper mounted heroes now. Yeah, not bad. I don't personally.
I could see bumping her up to B if Evocators on Dracolines ever got cheaper.
Yeah, I don't see myself playing it right now, but I could see maybe one day.
Yeah.
Aventus Firestrike. So throw out everything you knew about him before. Compare him to a regular Tauron, which, as we talked about, is quite good, right? Tauron, Lord Arcanum on Tauron is a good thing. So compared to him, he only buffs Stormcast Eternals, and not Stormcast, but specifically Hammers of Sigmar, and Hammerhall units. So if you play a
So you can't even
Stormkeep army,
Stormkeep him.
yeah, which is weird.
You're screwed.
he has 2 spells, which is better than the other Torlon's spell.
Yeah.
But
Okay, can I just say something real quick?
yeah,
The fact that they said this, Hammerhall, I know you can take him in Hammerhall. I'm wondering if people ever get dedicated COS units getting that Hammerhall keyword.
maybe.
Like maybe they only want Demigryph Knights to have Hammerhall. They don't, like that.
It's possible when Dawnbringer Crusades comes out, we'll get some Hammerhall special characters.
Yeah.
He
But yeah,
he's like a regular Torlon, but he can't take artifacts, and his unique traits don't justify him in a Hammers of Sigmar list. I would say. I would rather use
missing. I think he's 1 additional cast. He's a 2-cast wizard.
He is a 2-cast wizard. Did I not mention that?
No, I don't think it's on there.
Oh, right, because I wrote this comparing him to his other edition.
Yep.
Not compared to a Torlon.
Yep. So he has, if you want to run hammers and you want 2 casts on your Lord Arcanum on Talron, you spend 40 more points for this guy.
Yeah. So if you're playing Hammers of Sigmar and you want to spend 40 points for an extra spell, okay. If you have a Torlon already. But he can't take artifacts, and he is 40 points more. So I can't rate him in the same tier as a regular Torlon, because even in the list you would want to use him in, you might just want to use a regular one instead. Instead of the special character.
And considering you're locked to hammers, you'll get a 6-up ward save most cases. So
yeah,
I know 6-up ward saves don't really matter that much, but it's something.
Oops. Stormsire's Curse Breakers. So we've talked about this one a fair amount privately already. I don't think they're bad at all. So if you look at them,
I don't think you take them in a dedicated way.
No, you don't take them in a Hammers of Sigmar army necessarily. And you don't really care that they have the Hammers of Sigmar, because which units actually care about that, right? Like if you're playing...
their own, anything they're buffing, none of their abilities are locked to hammers. They just have the keyword.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like their Empower, I'm pretty sure, I could be mistaken about this, but their Empower can be
their
used
Empower
on any
is to any unit, and even the Incanter, Stormsire is an Incanter, basically.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any spells that interact with just hammers.
Right, so the fact that they're Hammers of Sigmar doesn't matter, because there's no command abilities locked to that stuff like that used to be, right? So anyway, so the reason they're good is because sometimes you're making a list and you have a Knight Incanter already, and you think, oh man, I have around 100 points left and I'd really like another spell. And I find myself in this situation quite a bit because Stormcast wizards are notoriously expensive, and sometimes that extra 20 points over a second Incanter you can't find. And Averron's go ahead.
If you want, it's like if I have a Knight Incanter for a spell, and it's like, oh man, I really wish I had a +1 to wound spell like Celestial Blades or Empower.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes, that's exactly the niche these guys fall in. If you want to get a second spell for 100 points after getting a Knight Incantor, then this is an option. And the fact that it's 2 different units is really good, as we've discussed. Having a second unit to just kind of walk around and do whatever it wants is fine. That's a good thing to have cheap units, right? So 2 units for 200 points that are 2 different spell casts, 2 different unbinds, 2 different dispels. The fact that they're Hammers of Sigmar doesn't really matter. His spell's actually not that bad either. It's like Spirit Storm, but a little bit better. Yeah, this is a fine unit. Not good, but fine. Nothing wrong with it.
You won't take this, this won't be your first choice, but you'll be in where do I spend these 105 points because I don't want to take a Heralder. Just upgrade it.
And let's say in the future spellcasting becomes more valuable, right? We actually open up more options through campaign books or something to have a viable spellcasting list with a Star Drake or something. Here's 2 wizards. You know?
Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah. Celestin Prime. He's pretty much the same, but now he has a 4-up ward, so he will still come down to the table a turn later than he ought to, and he'll still murder everything in his path, but now he won't die immediately.
And effectively, if you roll averages, he has 16 wounds, essentially.
Yes. Yeah. And that's good.
Yeah.
Is it good
enough? And that's really what was missing. It was always a beat stick. I am a little upset that they removed that. When he used to come down, he used to have a bravery debuff for everything and a bravery buff for your guys. And now he doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah, well, they gave the bravery buff to Andrasta. She now makes everything immune to battle
Yes,
shock for some
she
reason.
does everything the Prime should have been doing, or I guess we wanted it to do. She's the better Prime.
Well, he does a lot more damage, so there's that.
So he'll do more damage if he'll do 3 more damage, or actually not even that, because he doesn't. I guess he'll do 3 more damage if he comes down in the second turn, and then like 6 more if he comes down.
Oh yeah, yeah. And, I don't think it's viable to wait that long in competitive matches. There's nothing wrong with friendly matches with this guy, right?
Yeah,
it's fine.
I will say though, in Stormkeeps, because Deep Strike is not, he doesn't use Scions. It's on his War Scroll. You can use him in Stormkeeps for a deep striking unit.
That's a good point. I hadn't mentioned that. There's little things here and there with the Stormhost because he's not Stormhost locked, so he can get the Tempest Lords reroll 1 dice. He can get a guaranteed hit roll of 6 with Celestial Vindicators to immediately proc another hit, which on a Ren 3 damage weapon, that's sweet, right?
Yeah,
he's basically +1 attack that auto hits in Celestial Vindicators. He can get a guaranteed 12-inch charge. Right? Like if you don't want to rely on the reroll, a guaranteed 12 charge is a very useful ability to have.
Putting a bunch of -3 Ren 3 damage attacks exactly where they need to go is an amazing ability.
Yeah, and then surviving for a couple rounds, maybe even 2 rounds, let's say, afterwards.
I mean, with heroic recovery and all-out defense, I can see him surviving more.
I wish he started with like 1 or 2 more attacks just so he could get in there and start. Because Stormcast, like we've been saying, need that punchy hero, right? Celestin Prime was supposed to be it, Stardrake was supposed to be it, and they just keep making him more durable instead of making him these kill monsters that we want him to be.
Well, I expected him to be 4 attacks because it was our base, because every other Prime, Celestin is 4 attacks. If you look at Andrasta, she's 4.
The Celestins are 5.
No. I mean, no.
The name guys.
Celestins. I mean the Order Celestin, not the Celestin Lord Celestins.
I see.
He's from the Celestin Order. So Andrasta and Bastion both have 4 attacks.
Yeah.
And we'll move to Bastion later, but I just wanted him to have 1 more attack. But
is there a world where the metagame slows down enough that you can reliably sit him in reserve for 2 rounds? Maybe. It depends on the battle plans, right? Like if there are a lot of battle plans that reward sitting back and being patient, like Star Strike was in 2nd edition, or there's this new one with these like the deployment keeps, or the objectives keep moving closer and closer towards the center, where you're not the Vice. That one, if you're rewarded for being patient, not over committing too soon, because you might tip your hand too early.
I can also see him like in other, because it's like we keep forgetting about this, but Gur has a special rule now where you remove an objective turn 3. So if you're caught on the wrong side of that, because let's say you take the top of 3 and your opponent says, okay, whatever objective you're dominant on, I'm going to remove it. And then we're not fighting over an objective anymore. This guy can come down turn 3 and be like, okay, that other objective that you were holding with Hindus, it's mine.
Yeah, when you focus the combat at a specific point in the game, and that happens to be the exact inflection point where you want to bring this guy in, that's good. So Celestin Prime, I would say, is a B tier unit because I just can't.
He's borderline A too, in my opinion.
Yes, it's his points that are holding him back a little bit from being an A. If he was,
he's I think 5 points more than Andrasta, 300. I think he should be less than Intent. Yeah, I don't think he should be more than Andrasta. I think 280 is probably a bit too much because he's like -3 Ren 3 damage is amazing. I don't think he can realistically ever be below 300, but I would like him at 300 or 310.
I would feel better about it from an internal balance standpoint. I don't know if it'll happen, but I would feel better about it. It's just hard. It's hard to find room for him in a list because there's so many other things you want to bring, and everything's so expensive.
I have one painted in Celestial Vindicator scheme too, so I really want to use it.
Well, I've got mine in Anvils because I play Anvils. And I played
Soul Wars had him in. Yeah, no, in the lore. It's just a side thing. In the lore, he's very salty that he lost to Catacross and Oleander. So he's having this like grudge and like rage aspect to him that's making him more of an Annals of the Hilden Hammer guy.
Oh, did you read? You read the Soul Wars story about him fighting in Lethis, right? I think it was Forbidden Power. I love how they talk about. I'm not like a big lore guy either, but little snippets here and there. I love the Greek fantasy that is the Greek tragedy fantasy that is Age of Sigmar, and I love when he gets reforged basically on the spot by Sigmar into Anvils of the Heldenhammer, and like his entire personality changes. He starts talking with like this royal tone, but it's like an ancient thing, not like a Tempest Lords kind of thing, and it's almost like he's speaking a different font, you know, like it's just so cool that, and it makes me wonder what else is going on in there, because if this guy's personality can just change on a dime whenever his god wills him to just be a different person, like that's gonna mess a person up. Like, how does he feel?
Well, I want to see
this?
what his interaction with Grungni is, because Grungni, as we know, is now, you know, hand in hand with Sigmar, making his armor for him.
So Celestin Prime is such a cool lore figure, and his rules are actually good. Like, damn, I love this model. And he fires on all cylinders with his rules. I really want to find room for him in my list. I want to play.
I will tell you one thing I'm really, really upset about. He's holding the Warhammer. Like, the game is named after
we'll talk about that.
He has.
Look at the cons.
And we'll talk about that in a minute, because I'm very upset about it.
Yeah. Big lore mess.
All right, let's move on. We'll get to that.
Gardas Steel Soul, the second best hero in the book.
Oh God, Gardas, you were so bad when Broken Realms.
And I remember telling everyone, guys, he was designed with second edition Stormcast in mind. He will be redesigned.
He's the exact same situation with Illuminor Xerath from Necrons. It sucked in Psychic Awakening.
And I actually referenced exactly that model when I was talking about this, if you recall. I said, look, they redesigned the Necrons, they're going to redesign Gardas. There's no way they're going to leave him the way he was. He was the best, and I remember saying this, he was the best Stormcast hero in second edition. And that's not because he was good. Just because Stormcast had garbage heroes, like complete garbage heroes, and he just happened to be the best of a pile of garbage. And now he's the second best, so his position has been knocked down.
Yes.
Despite like getting twice as good. So where do we start? 6 wounds, 3 up save instead of 5 and 4 respectively. He got a bit slower. He took his helmet off and he got a bit slower. His cloak is now a crappy missile weapon.
That happened on all of them though, so who cares?
His melee weapons are much better. Now, that doesn't really matter because that's not why you bring him, but it's a nice thing to have stronger melee weapons. But the most important thing about him is that before, he used to let Hallowed Knight units ignore mortal wounds on a 6. Now he just has a 5+ ward. Aura. Wholly within 12.
So strong.
The way people play Stormcast is either you have a huge castle formation, or you're dropping units outside the castle to contest objectives, right? You still, even if you're playing a really aggressive fast list with a bunch of Drakes, you just drop Gardas next to them, and now they have a 5-up ward.
Yep. And he's so good.
He's so strong.
And if you want to know how good 5-up wards are, it's been the backbone of Daughters of Cain lists for 3 years.
Yeah. Nurgle lives and dies by its 5-up ward, right?
Yeah.
Imagine giving every unit in your army an Amulet of Destiny. That's what this is.
Yeah, it's like a Lord Celestial with a free Amulet of Destiny, but for everyone.
And then on top of that, he does more things than that. That could have been it. He could have just had that one rule. He could have had no melee weapons, just that rule. And he would be the second best hero. But he also has Saintly Assault to give all of your Hallowed Knights units a reroll to charge, which used to just be heroes. Now it's all units.
Yeah.
And he still buffs hero attacks by 1. And there's like no attack buffs in this book now. There's very few force multipliers. It's all just +1 hit here, exploding hit 6
or
there.
Like extra hits on 6s or something. Yeah.
And so Saintly Assault giving you bonus attacks is one of the very few things where you can actually spike up past your War Scroll. So that's a good ability, especially if you have stuff like Taurolans or a Knight Draconis or a Star Drake, which is 4 Prime, Celestin Prime.
Like a Celestin Prime or like Indrasta on 5 attacks.
Yeah, it's like, because you're bringing him for completely other reasons, Saintly Assault is just a bonus, right? So what list doesn't want Gardas, right? You have to specifically want a particular reason to play a Stormhost. Like, I want Battleline Dracoths. I want Battleline Protectors. I want, I don't even know, I want Astral Templars because Maw Crushes are the meta, right? Like, if you don't have a particular reason to play a Stormhost, you're playing Hallowed Knights and you're putting Gardas in your list.
Yep. If you're running Redeemers, like if you want to play I am the grindy Stormcast list with lots of Redeemer units, and I want to play them as OPSEC, you play Windmill Slam Gardas into it.
Yep. Now, the only downside is because he's so good, he's a victim of his own success, everybody will want to kill him immediately. And you know, there is a range limitation on his aura. He can't be everywhere, but just giving some part of your army a 5-up board is nuts, right? So take him. But people will know this and they'll want to kill him, and unlike our other heroes, he can't take a mirror shield. So he's vulnerable to teleport shooting, especially if you're playing him in Stormkeeps, you can't silence him into play. So he might require a Praetor attacks, which would be very unfortunate, but that's what
I would say he definitely requires Praetor, especially if you're preparing for like a Stormcast mirror, where like if they have 6 Raptors and you have 6 Raptors, it'll come down to who can kill Gardas first.
For me, I would play Scions. This is the reason I play Scions. I would love to have, you know, triple wound or triple model Redeemers for objectives, but I just can't get past the utility of Scions.
Fair.
Protecting from other shooting, Stormcast's only weakness is other people hitting them with long range shooting first. And Scions just, you know, for as many turns as you need to, it just avoids it. It's so good. So yes, Gardas, Seal Soul, just, you know, lore Chad, gameplay Chad, this guy's amazing. Yeah, I should have painted mine with grayscale.
You'll never regret it. You're never going to regret taking him, for sure.
And he's only 160. He could have been 200. He could have been 240. Still playable. God, he's phenomenal.
Agreed.
Yeah. Really glad I painted mine. Gavriel Sureheart. Really glad I didn't paint mine. Because he went from being a list-defining, weird Tommy Wiseau looking guy to a Tommy Wiseau looking guy.
Yep. He is a slightly better Lord Celestant on foot with Azerite Halo and a free reroll charge for one thing.
Yeah, so if you would,
including him,
if you would use a Lord Celestant, ask yourself why.
Use him. Yeah.
And then I guess consider using Gavriel instead.
Yep.
Just yeah. So for
he's
reference,
actually, I will say though, like him, the fact that they nerfed him makes me more positive that they'll keep translocation the way it is.
Because he was one of the things holding it back. Yeah.
Yeah, because the only thing he achieved during all of 2nd edition was making sure no other storm hosts but Anvils and Hammers saw play, because he was the most reliable delivery mechanism. And now that they took him out and gave something similar to the Relictor, the ability to assure charge for at least one unit, they're opening it up for other storm hosts. At least that's the message that I get.
I'm also seeing that with how they handled the double tap and long strikes. So long strikes in 2nd edition were absolute trash outside of Anvil's double tap lists, right?
Yeah.
Now they just double tap all the time.
Let's just give it to them.
Let's just give it to everyone.
Yeah.
I think that's more evidence that translocation will stay the way it is. But we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Is there anything else to say about Gavriel? I never really cared that much for him. I'm not
Gavriel,
sad.
You were a gladiator. You did well.
I don't even know his backstory or anything. Like, I just never
got
a
gladiator in a corn arena. He escaped, and then before he got caught and got his head cut off, Sigmar took him.
It's cool, I guess.
Yeah.
He just kind of came out of nowhere. I remember them releasing him.
Yeah,
like
there was no backstory or build up. It wasn't like Gardas.
Here's a new model we made.
Yeah.
Lord Commander Bastion Carthalos, something like that. I'm sure an audiobook will explain it. So this guy is Celestant Prime without the wings. He's gonna walk forward and smash you. He does really heavy damage. He heals himself every time he kills anything, and he's got a 4-up ward, so he's gonna stick around long enough to heal himself.
Yep, he's also a great tool against Gargants. If you're worried about that match,
yes.
Put him in.
If we are in a 3-up monster meta, his ability to deal a bunch of mortal wounds to one big model is pretty good. Not reliable, but pretty good. Even rolling against like a Stegodon, roll 12 dice, a couple mortal wounds here and there adds up.
Well, if you've seen the new model, not new model, but like if you look at what they're doing, so like Maw Crusher gained like 2 wounds and it went down and saved, right? So if the new model is to increase wounds on monsters and reduce their saves so as to, cut out the save stacking for hero monsters, this guy becomes even more valuable. Yeah,
marginal, because it is on 6s. Like it's, once every 3 uses, you'll get an extra mortal wound out of him if you add 2 wounds.
Sure.
But he does a lot of nice things. None of them kind of synergize, which kind of bugs me. Like, is he a support hero? Is he a fighter? Is he...
I think, no, he is a pure fighter. He's not okay. He's not a monster killer. He's not a hero monster killer. He is a. I will get stuck into my opponent's troops, his battle line, his cavalry.
Yeah, he wants to be fighting every round. Now the problem is he can't. He's going to have a 9-inch Scions, or you're going to have to translocate him.
Yes.
And if you're translocating him, who are you not translocating?
I mean, I can see him as like send him in and like here's the thing, right? Anything that wants to kill him is going to require significant resources because he has 8 wounds and a 4 up ward. Right?
Yeah.
So
and he can find a Sour too.
He can find a Sour too. So and all out defense if he really has to. So if you send him in with Scions and tie up your enemy army, and the enemy's army, and like they're busy trying to deal with him, it gives you time to reposition. It gives you time. Like you could send this guy into a screen and watch the entire opponent's army crash into him, and then he'll be okay.
Yeah, he's not quite Gotrek level, but he's tough. The fact that he needs to kill stuff as he fights, right? Like he can't get stuck fighting a cabbage the rest of the game; he'll die.
Yeah, no, don't make him fight cabbages. Like make him fight things like if your opponent has a 5 brute formation, send this guy in.
And is that worth 300 points?
I think so, just because of the pure survivability. Because if they don't deal with him, he'll just ruin their entire front line. Like he's anything that's not a hero monster, he'll kill.
I'm skeptical. I really like the model. I really dig the pose. The whole it's like barbarian crown thing.
What do I
cool.
want to send in? Right? It's like I know like what is comparable to his points that I want to send in, and the answer is at his like
Grand Hammers.
Annihilator Grand Hammers. They'll do the same thing. They'll delete something, but they won't last more than.
No, they won't. They're not an anvil.
Yeah.
I think Celestin Prime is comparable to this guy. Now he does it sooner. But if you're using resources on him, you're not using it on other units, right? So
no, that ability to heal back to full is so good. He has to kill one model, and he's like back to full health
unit.
in turn.
Teach unit, not model.
Oh, let me double check this.
Yeah, he has to wipe out a unit to heal.
I don't know.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure him and Cavalry.
Okay, Mantle of the if any enemy models were slain by this unit.
All right then.
In that phase,
I'm incorrect.
You can heal all wounds. So you kill one model, and he's back up to full.
But it is at the end of a phase. So if you're getting, mobbed,
I think that helps because that lets you charge with 2 things. I could charge a unit of Grand Hammer Annihilators on the right flank, have him on the left, let him fight second, and then he kills something, heals back up to full.
What I'm saying is, if he's getting mobbed down, he can still die. I'm just, looking for weaknesses here, apparently, because I hate this model. No, he's good. He's A tier, right? Like, he's a good model.
I think as Hordes become more popular, he's the guy for Hordes, too. Because it's like, okay, let me just keep killing models and never die.
I think he'd be able to do 16 wounds in a combat phase. Shooting, too. He's not Gotrek levels, right? He's not going to stop the whole.
No. And the thing is, I don't think you ever play him in Stormkeep. I think you just play him in Scions all day.
We'll see. We'll see how he fits into lists. I'm confident in my calling him A tier, but we'll see exactly how he ends up being.
His stats and abilities are way too good, and like redeploy is actually pretty strong.
Yeah,
like being able to like switch things in and out of deep strike.
That one's really important. Yep. You deploy your Raptors down and then pretend you made a mistake, and then your opponent puts down their Sentinels, and you're like, yoink, back into Scions you go. Or just slightly like 1 inch out, well,
at the least, guaranteed he can redeploy himself. So it's like, oh, my opponent didn't deploy to take this. Like, let's say you deploy him first on like the left flank, the left objective. Your opponent's like, okay, I don't want to face that thing. I'm going to deploy everything towards the center and right objectives. You're like, okay, boop, I'm going to move him to the right objective.
Yeah. No, it's a good ability. My problem is that it doesn't... He's kind of all over the place, right? Like, he's really fighty, and then all of a sudden... Like, he's really fighty against hordes, and then all of a sudden he's really good against targeting behemoths, and then all of a sudden he's redeploying your units, and then he's directing commands anywhere. It's kind of all over the place. He's not focused enough, and I know that's a big problem with other... expensive models in the army, like Andrasta.
I think that's Lord Commander. I think that's what he is. He has commanding abilities, he has fighting abilities, and he has a little bit of anti-monster, so he doesn't feel like another Andrasta.
I don't know. I kind of hope not every Lord Commander is like this. I hope the other ones are just different thematically that are appropriate. I hope there's one that like is more force multiplier. Yeah. I hope they all fight well.
I think there is a meta for him. I don't know if it's right now, but I think there is definitely a place for him in the
I agree. No, he's got a niche. and it's a good one, and he's good at it. So, A tier. Neve Blacktalon F. Can we skip this?
No, we discussed the Azeros.
Yeah.
She lost her +1 damage.
It's Azeros, but you have to play hammers.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Zephyros, sorry. Zephyros and hammers without the +1 damage against heroes is bad.
Yeah, no. Don't play this hero. Don't... Well, it's going to be hypocritical because we just talked about all these fighting heroes, and I'm about to say, don't pay points for fighting heroes. They have to fight really well and or be quite durable, and Neve is not.
They have to be worth a Dracothian Guard.
Yeah.
Or
Neve is not. Neve is not worth half a Dracothian Guard.
Yeah.
So, sorry, F. Vandus Hammerhand. So he's better than he was in terms of stats, right? His mount is better. He's got more wounds. His Storm Blast is changed from an AoE ability to just one enemy, which sucks. Objectively, that's worse. His command ability was changed to affect all nearby units to just one unit, and it has to be Redeemer, which is the worst unit to buff, +1 attack on. Because you generally...
The thing is, he makes you, in any list where you don't want to take 10 Vindictors and have them have like 30 attacks, he's bad.
Do you want to bring 10 Vindictors and Hammers of Sigmar?
In Redeemers, yes. In Stormkeep, yes.
Why wouldn't you just not pay this guy's points and bring those Vindictors?
Well, because like kind of you're getting a 3 damage hammer, always on 3 damage hammer, Heldenson. You're getting Storm Blast. You're getting Battle Shock immunity. Vindictors are Bravery 7, so if you lose 3 or 4, you're liable to lose 1 more.
I don't see him surviving long enough to matter. Like people.
Yes, like if you're building the Redeemer list, it's better to just like slam Gardas in.
Yeah,
I could make an argument. I could make an argument that if you like him and you want to run him, the list it's like if I rank the Redeemer heavy Stormkeep list, it's Gardas A, first choice Gardas, second choice Vandus.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to say that the list is going to be good. I was trying to get to a point where it's like it's kind of the same argument I have for Estrella, right? Like there is a list out there, and he defines it, which puts him in C tier, right? Mm-hmm. You wouldn't just put him in any list. He has to have the whole list formed around that idea, or at least a significant chunk of it.
God, if they made Vanquishers good, like, can you imagine a meta where Vanquishers had 2 damage?
2 damage, yeah. That's it.
4 attacks base, and you buff that to 5?
2 damage would fix them. I can't believe they didn't give him 2 damage. I thought for sure. I saw those swords. It's the same sword that the Knight Vexilor has, which is 2 damage. I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a 2 damage weapon. That's going to be their niche. They're going to be the punchy Redeemer unit.
Well, so they did actually say that they get better at fighting more. I'm like, well, they already did the Decimator niche, so maybe they're going to give you like +1 damage when it's fighting Fire War models.
Well, no, see, we have a Cavalry Decimator, we have a Foot Decimator, and now we have a Battleline Decimator. So I guess all that's left is a Shooting Decimator, and then a Hero Decimator, and then a Monster Decimator. We just got to cover every single part of our army with horde attackers for some reason.
Okay, so yeah, that's where I can. If the Vanquishers were better, I could see him being used.
If any of our punchy Redeemers were good, either Sequitors or Vanquishers.
Redeemers aren't punchy. The punchiest Redeemer is Vindictor, so that's it. If you want to run a lot of Vindictors and you really like your Vindictors and you want them to have 30 attacks with 6 mortal wounds and you want to deal like average of 5 mortal wounds per every combat, sure, take it.
Yeah, but no. I wouldn't play it, but I'm sure somebody out there wants to for maybe lore reasons, or they like the model or something, and that's cool. Yeah, it exists. He defines
cool.
it.
Everyone doesn't play at the highest levels. Like I said, this is the second choice. First choice is Gardas.
Yeah.
He's the second choice for Redeemer heavy lists.
He's not the worst special character in the book.
Yeah.
Not a segue. Andrasta. So, Andrasta, the first few times you play her, probably with the Dominion box, you lose your mind over how good she is, right? Like, oh my god, she's got Ren 2 attacks, 3 damage a hit, a spear, she's fast, she flies, she's 8 wounds with a 4 up board, she revives models. But the more you play with her, the more you realize that all she's good for is the revive. Because her damage is not spectacular for a 325 point model now. For some reason, her cost went up by almost 10%.
She is not a brute force hammer, she's a scalpel. A support castle scalper.
Yes, she is a finish them off and weakened monsters kind of character that revives specifically paladin units, and maybe sometimes some Vindictors too.
That's where the money is for her.
If I would love to see it if she could revive a 5 wound model, so she would have some added utility with evocators and with
Oh
Paladors.
no, man, no way.
Would that be too much value? I don't know.
Oh yeah, because you're talking about reviving 115 point models now. That's
yeah,
not gonna happen.
I'm fine. Not 115. not Drakos. I'm saying 5 wound, not 6.
Oh, sorry, 5 wound. Yeah, but still, evocators are what? Evocators are 5. Evocators and Dracolines are 5 wound. Three for 280. So there's what?
About 90 each.
90 each.
You're reviving Raptors for 80 each. Is it is it that big of a stretch?
I don't know. I feel like yeah.
It would open up options. I would like it, but anyway, that's not part of my analysis here. Andrasta doesn't do enough damage to justify her points, and if she was just her support abilities on like a 200 point stick, I'd love it. If it was just her attacks on a 200 point body like a Lord Celestin on Dracoth, you wouldn't bring it, right? And the fact that you have to pay this weird fighting unit tax to get those support abilities feels wrong, and she just can't fit into most lists because of that, because of her cost, because she has to pay for that damage that she does.
Yeah, I literally think they actually just made her for Stormkeeps. They made her so you could keep reviving models. You could keep reviving, like, you take 2 10 Vindictor blocks and they're on 2-up saves and they're not dying, and you keep reviving models with Emerald Light Swarm. Maybe you have like some protectors in there. Maybe you have Praetors in there for Gardas, and you know the Praetors keep dying because the Sentinels keep shooting at your Gardas. Yeah. Oh, great! You can revive Praetors now. Great.
Yeah, there's nothing bad about her. It's just her points that are holding her back, and her abilities don't mesh together.
Okay, so her max damage is what, like 12, and plus that throwing spear, which is on 2s and 2s, minus 3d6. So like let's call it 15. She does max 15, which is not bad. Like that's, you know. Yeah, she's definitely not meant to, like, go swinging on her own. She's not Bastion Karthalos.
She's not Bastion. She's like, not Celestin Prime.
Yeah, that's like, what I'm saying. Let me hide behind my Vindictors. Vindictors, okay, 3 of you died. Okay, cool. I'll bring one back. Okay, you took 6 wounds off of him. Let me finish him off for you. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like she's kind of all over the place in her value, and you can't. It's hard to find a list and a role for her that gets the most out of her good enough damage and her good revival ability. And if it was maybe expanded to 5 wound models, you might find more room for her in other lists, because the problem with the 3 wound models she revives, they're slow. They don't keep up with her, right? So there's not even this thematic element of her flying forward with a bunch of cavalry and, you know, cutting them down while resurrecting her fallen troops. That doesn't even exist with her.
Yeah, I think she's more like she's a backfield commander in a way.
And that doesn't match her model. She's got these huge wings unfurled, ready to, like, she's leading the charge, you know, like she's got all this. It doesn't match. It's a miss in my eyes. So
I will say though, like, the amount of defensive with her defense, she's very annoying to fight for.
Not annoying enough.
not annoying enough, but very annoying to fight for non-hero monsters. That, like, you don't want to throw her against a Mog Russia. But, like, if you throw her up against 6 Gorgruntas and you have, like, 10 Vindictors beside her, your opponent's going to have a tough time.
She's one of the units in our army that's really good at soaking up mortal wounds. Because you almost feel like, she's a 2-up save because of all these save bonuses. I guess I'll throw mortal wounds at her. But she's so efficient at absorbing them. Same with Prime and Bastion. They have this thing going on.
Battle Shock immunity is great. If you want to spam Redeemers, it's 7 bravery, 8 bravery.
I've been workshopping a list with her and Knights Excelsior using 2 squads of 5-man Retributors, because I really like them, as we talked about a few hours ago at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's the biggest tome in the game, so. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully the next review won't take this long. Okay, I think we've said enough about Andrasta. Do you agree with my B tier ranking here? I don't think she's quite A.
Yes. I don't think she's quite there, because I can't see her in a Scions list ever. I can't see her in a Stormkeep list.
Yeah.
A lot, so. Yeah.
All right. Krondys, new model.
Oh boy.
600 points. The question with Krondys, he's obviously got a good War Scroll. There's no doubt about that. But is it 600 points good? I think that's what we got to solve here. So
okay.
He's big, right? Lots of wounds. The save you want, the 3-up save, 10 bravery, so he's going to heroic recovery all the wounds away. And he doesn't have a Stormhost keyword, so if you're using a specific Stormhost like Tempest Lords or Celestial Vindicators, if he gets into melee, he can benefit from that stuff, right?
Yeah, he has a lot of attacks for Celestial Vindicators, I'll say that.
Yes, yeah. He does have quite a few attacks, especially if you get the tail in range. Oh, look, here's our Desolator monster.
Yeah.
What I like about the tail especially is that you can funnel the attacks. It's like if you fight, 30 skeletons and there's a hero just in range, all 30 tail attacks go into that hero.
Yep. Or like if Archaon positions himself next to like 30 Marauders or something.
Yes. Now, one of the problems with Krondys, Karazai doesn't really have this problem, but one of the problems with Krondys is if he gets stuck fighting another monster and there's nothing around for him to whip his tail at and then throw the models at the other guy.
No, he's bad value. Then.
Doesn't do a lot of damage. Now he does have he's kind of like the old Star Drake. He's really good at fighting hordes, just like the old Star Drake was, and he's not so good at fighting single targets.
Yes. Thing is, because of his spell, I think, which is the best part about him, that spell is very, very good.
Oh, yes. It does cast on the 9.
Yeah, I mean, he has +3 with his Sigmar's Friendship Bracelet. So, that means he's casting it on a dice. You have to show a 6 on the dice.
Which is...
And 9 is very hard to unbind.
Okay, but is that good? Because how many times did you try casting an Everblaze Comet with +0? Because it's the same odds.
I like 6. I don't like 7. I like 6.
I like 5 is much personally. I like 5. 5 is when I start thinking, I can rely on
5
this.
5 is best. Yeah. 5 is best. 6 is good. 7 is bad. 8, like Mind Razor.
No.
Thank God this isn't Mind Razor.
Yeah.
Like that would have been.
So he's bulky, right? In addition to his just tons of wounds and 3-up save, enemies have -1 attack with all their melee weapons against him. Another reason you just want to throw him into like cavalry or infantry or something.
Oh yeah, oh god, just like reducing your output by half before you even get to me is amazing. Like I put this guy into a Mortec Guard unit. It's like, oh great, have fun launching like 8 attacks.
And he's a monster, so if you're playing him, you will be playing Menagerie for a -1 to wound, and you could probably find a -1 hit somewhere too.
Yeah, but that spell, that removing 1 from your save rolls, period, for your whole army is amazing.
Not just that, but it also reduces. You can double that spell up with his ability, and you can give an enemy -2 attacks.
Yes.
Which is gross.
And that is very good in like. Well, let's say you're facing a prime. That's really good.
So is there room in your list for an expensive, durable horde funneler? I don't want to call it a horde slayer because that's not enough. He's got this extra utility where he can channel the attacks into something else. He does tons of damage around big enemy units, not so much against single targets, and his casting gets weaker as he gets damaged.
I don't even view him as like a single. Like he's a single target killer, but in the wrong way. He's like a single target killer in the sense that hey, if I have some raptors in my list on this guy, the raptors are on -3 right now.
Yeah, he can focus fire. Yes. He can increase the focus fire.
But you do need to use him carefully because at the end of the day, he has no word save. He's a unique character, so no traits, no artifacts. He can benefit from a -1 to wound, but that requires you to take a Knight Draconis, which is the cheapest hero you can put that on.
Or a Toralon.
Or, sure, if they do get around to FAQing that, sure.
Yeah,
eventually. Oh, no, it's a command trait. Wait, sorry. It's not I keep doing this. I'm sorry,
it's not a mount trait.
Or Tolerant. Yeah, so you can put it on a Tolerant, and I think that's wonderful. I don't know if 600 is the right. I think just because of how good he is in damage, because -3 rend and Blazing Tempest, Fire Breath, -1 attack when you're in melee. I think it's way too good to be below 580, 560. So maybe 580.
It's like a Star Drake, right? It's dangerous because he's so durable and he's got this powerful spell. You can't reduce his cost very much. So will this model be worth 600 points? Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
I could see a list. I could see a list with him.
You'd have to go full monster mash with this guy. If you're spending 600 points on this guy, you gotta really go.
I don't know about that. I could think you could argue for a utility list similar to the Lord Arcanum on Talron Raptors we talked about, and we'll talk about this in other podcasts about lists. But think of it as like Arcanum on Talron Raptors, your Vindictors or your Protectors or whatever. Then this guy.
Yeah,
this guy casts a spell. I could see that list.
Yes, but the same spell exists on the Skink Starseer for -1 save. Like if you're just using the -1 save aspect of it, Skink Starseer is 145 points instead of 600.
But you can also use him as a scalpel, right? It's like the spell is good, but you're talking about 4 attacks at -2 rend 3 damage, and then the bunch of 2 damage attacks, and then a breath.
He's not a slouch. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's just hard. I'm having trouble fitting him into list. So maybe we'll bring this issue up again. I think he's good. He's got a good war scroll, and I don't think he can get any cheaper, so it's not like something points can fix.
It's like one of those things that I think it's not S because it's not an auto take, but you could build very good lists around him. Now, I don't know if those are 5.0 lists for GTs. I think they are decent for 1-3-2 lists.
I think you can also make it's very similar to Celestant Prime, where it's a good model, and the problem is it's such a high investment. Anyway, we're going around in circles at this point, so let's move on to I believe the last model.
One more question.
Yeah.
One more thing, by the way. Can Praetors protect him?
Yes. He's a Stormcast Eternals hero.
Okay.
I'm going to double check that now. I was thinking about this too. I didn't put it on the slide, but I'm pretty sure Praetors can, which effectively gives him a warp. So that answers the question of what do Praetors want to protect? And it turns out the answer is an 18 wound monster that they can't keep up with.
Yeah. So. Okay, let's move on to his cousin, or brother.
So Karazai is basically Krondys without the spell casting, but with much better melee attacks and the ability to heal himself.
This is the guy who can stay stuck in.
This is the fighty monster that everybody's wanted for a long time, that we talked about. Sorry, I'm just looking up Praetors real quick to see if there's any restriction on that. Any Stormcast Eternals hero. There's no wounds, beautiful. No keywords, nothing.
Okay, that's great. Beautiful. But no, Karazai, when I initially saw Krondys, I was like, I don't know why you would take Karazai at the same place.
Agreed.
Because he has no spell casting. He has the same no ward, no artifact, no command trait problem. And then I saw he had 6 attacks at 3s and 2s, -3 rend, 3 damage, and that's enough to cut through mock rushes.
Yeah. He's got 2 Galmaraz equipped, right?
Yes.
Galmaraz starts at 3 attacks, 3 rend 3, and 3 damage. He's got 2 of those. He's dual-wielding Galmaraz to start with, and he gets stronger throughout the game. He still has that ridiculous tail. Like, this is the beat stick Stormcast I've been waiting for. And I didn't appreciate it when I first saw it. Just like you, I was like, oh, why would I take another beat stick? I've got enough of those in the army. None of them are that good. This guy's got the numbers to be that good, right?
Yep. And the fact that he gets better makes him scarier, because I think if he kills hero monsters, he gets +1 attack, hero or monster.
Yeah, you want to go chomp some small hero right out of the gate. You know, like you're playing an MMO, you're level 1, you go out and you find Hogger and you slay him for that experience. It doesn't work, but whatever. You get the idea.
And also, like, the annihilating jaws, he has his attacks have range. Like, his jaws, the 3 damage attack has 2-inch range. The talons with the 4 attacks, 2 damage, they have 1 inch, but the tail has 3 inch.
Yeah.
So you could smack support heroes just for that +1 attack, and it goes on every single one of your profiles.
Oh yeah, yeah. The fact that it goes on the horns, the tail, or not the horns, sorry, the talons, the tail, and the jaws is just awesome, right? Do you bring Praetors with him? Try to keep up somehow. Maybe bond at the start of the game and then translocate.
No, not at all.
Because you want him to survive long enough to heal, right?
Yes, but I also want him chomping my enemy's face. But Krondys, I can genuinely see holding him back with Praetors a couple turns before sending him onto mid-board objectives. But with Karazai, it's like, I want to translocate him, he's on your face chomping something and getting his attack buffed up.
All right, so given how...
The most I do to Karazai is like send him out with a Mystic Shield and a Castellan Light.
Now, would you bring healing, like Life Swarm and the Banner, for him? Because you don't always fight armies that have wound characteristic of 2 or less.
I would bring a Relictor and try to do Healing Storm.
Okay, I can see that.
I could legit see, along with Heroic Recovery, to try and heal 2d3 each turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think Emerald Life Swarm is too short range to affect him. The Banner of Apotheosis is too
Now, what
much.
If we had a hero that added 6 inches to the movement of an endless spell?
And Cycle of the Storm.
And Cycle of the Storm. Yep, it's there.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
I can see that, because you can Deep Strike the Lord Arcanum and give him an Emerald Life Swarm close to him, and then Cycle of the Storm him,
translocate the Arcanum and then Emerald Life Swarm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can
you can form a list around Karazai. What's holding him back? What's stopping him from being an S tier? 600 points.
When you look at other things in his category, right, he's not a hero wizard, and that sucks, because most things, when they get to the 600 point level, they are.
Yes. Yep. Techless.
He cannot beat Marathi.
No.
He cannot beat Marathi. If Marathi goes up, like what is he gonna do? There's no answer for.
He gets tied down and he can't retreat and charge. That's a
Yep.
big
The best
problem
thing you
with
can
it.
hope for is to tie Marathi down and then keep translocating him elsewhere and try to fight other things.
Yeah.
So that's where his biggest failing is. I can't like. Oh my god, Marathi is just so good. Like so many of these new monsters, he just like stops right out the gate. Like that Annihilator list, I have no idea what to do against Marathi, really. So
You just fling her down over a few turns. You don't go all in against her. You drop the Annihilators somewhere else and you kill the snakes instead of her.
But yeah, but like his So but Karazai, that's the problem. It's like when I think of 600 points, I'm like, okay, I want you to go up against things your point value, and he's going up against things that are hero wizards, and they're gonna have like some buffs or debuffs, or they're gonna be Marathi, or they're gonna be Gotrek, and it's like okay.
Yeah,
Great, I can't really do much.
He's not capable of countering the big meta threats that are at his point level. I don't think, but that's okay because we have an army that can. Stormcast have the tools to counter everything, I think.
Yes, so I will say this: any of the big heroes that are like decent right now, like okay, so like Alario, he'll kill out of the gate.
Yes.
Ragnos, he will kill easily.
Yeah, I would say so. 2-up save is. I don't know. 2-up save.
I mean,
sucks.
even if he puts something off, I mean, obviously you have to use him as a combined arms thing, right?
Yes.
And Kragnos has no mortal wound save either. He also has no word save.
Yeah.
So
and I think you could get the charge off on Kragnos because you're faster.
Yep, you're faster. You have translocation. That helps. You're also -1 attack, like putting a -1 attack on him, which I don't know how relevant that is, but sure, why not? So like him, those monsters I can see, but Archaon and Marathi, those make me nervous. Gotrek makes me nervous. So
yeah. So another cool thing about Karazai is that unlike Bastion, who has to kill something with attacks, Karazai just anytime it destroys an enemy unit for any reason. So if his breath attack kills something in the shooting phase, boom, there you go. Has to wipe out the unit, not just a model. It has to be the whole unit. So it's not likely, but it could. You stomp something.
I mean, you could kill support heroes with that, sure.
Yeah, stomp could do something, right? If you combo it with a bunch of other things, you soften something up and then you stomp into it. If you unleash hell with the Blazing Tempest, like little things here and there, little sneaky ways to increase your likelihood.
Trigger his +1 attack bonus. Yeah, that's pretty good. I didn't actually think of that. That's amazing.
And I haven't really talked that much about Cities of Sigmar because I don't play it, but Hammerhall with him, right?
Ooh, yes, Hammerhall with him is amazing because you will basically just push him into enemy lines and then
he's your list. You bring him and a Castellan.
Fight. Castellan with an Arcane Tome, probably.
Yes.
But you don't even need that. They have such cheap wizards. You don't even need that.
Yeah. That's it.
You could actually make I could see him in a Hammerhall list with like a battle mage to give him like
+2 run and charge.
+2 run and charge. Yeah.
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 Yeah. So that's fun. That's a fun possibility for him. All right. 3 more units. A little bit of gas left in the tank. Just the spells. Let's do it. It's going to be quick. The endless spells. JJ,
none of them are particularly good.
Yep.
You sound like you're on a pillow.
Vortex is bad.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's like I can see myself taking it. It's not an F, but it's not great.
If it was 30 points, I'd take it. Sometimes.
Thing is, so it's a better Quicksilver Swords, right? That's what it's always been.
Sort of. It has a shorter range than Quicksilver, I believe now.
Right, but it used to have a Chaos caveat, if I remember correctly, right? Mortal Wounds used to go to 5, and now that doesn't happen anymore?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Quicksilver ignores wards, though. Which is cool.
Yeah, this thing doesn't.
And they cost about the same. For some reason, Quicksilver Swords are like almost 100 points, I think.
I think they're rating them -1 to hit, too.
And this is
in a meta where every shooter is doing Mortal Wounds on 6s, they want -1 to matter. Like, okay, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, setup range was reduced. You can't set it up within 1 inch of any models, even though it flies.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, they nerfed the damage of a lot of endless spells in the game. So
also, have you noticed how like we are some of the only factions of spells that hurt our own units?
Yes.
What is that?
That can. The Vortex specifically, the -1 hit does not affect Stormcast anymore, thankfully.
Yeah, but the Mortal Wounds could, technically.
If somebody gains control of it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I like the 3.0 change, because, oh my god, 2.0, every other spell in every faction never hurt their own units, but it's like Vortex hurts Stormcast. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's not really relevant. The control of spells makes sure it won't, unless you're playing against Seraphon, who bind the endless spell. then then you're sending it back at yourself, which is just another con as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
When do you need a -1 hit aura on a spell this easy to unbind? And only move.
Is that -1 to hit for missile weapons? Only?
Missile weapons only. Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
And you have to be within 6 inches of the spell.
Oh, that's bad.
It's not good.
Yeah.
For 30 points,
if it was melee, it would have been like maybe B tier. If it was.
Oh
melee.
yeah, I'd pay 80 points for -1 hit in melee because you stack that with -1 to wound, -1 attack with Karazai, you get crazy. Like this is Thundershock, but on an endless spell instead of a hero. You know, that would have been good. But no, -1 hit only on missile weapons. It can potentially spike high and do 12 mortal wounds, but when is it going to do that? Maybe once a year.
Yeah.
Once a year.
I'd have to look at the odds on that.
And that assumes you even your opponent lets you like they don't dispel it because it's only cast value 5, so it's super easy to dispel.
Yep.
And frankly, for the same points, I'd rather have another spell. Pendulum, Geminids, Life Swarm. If I'm gonna take a spell that I want to move an extra 6 inches, even
this thing used to be 30, and I think 30 was okay for it.
Yeah.
At 55, heck no.
They massively overpriced
85, I think.
in the spells.
I think it's 85 now.
We can maybe save this for another time, but I was thinking, how cool would it be if endless spells for your faction cost 0 points? Like that might be a cool design.
Like you just take one as an enhancement or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that could be cool. Anyway,
I don't think they can do that because Vortex exists and it's way too.
They've
small.
already, it's too late in the design process to do it now.
Yeah.
But maybe they could have done that. Could have been cool. I mean, they made us all use faction terrain, right? Everybody bought the Skaven Nahholes. Everybody bought the Flesh Eater Court thing that they've made useless now, I think. All right. Deus Arcanum. This thing's actually the best spell we got because it turns any one of your foot heroes, except the Castellan and the Veritable, into a 12-inch fly move with -1 to be hit.
Yep,
and
that means more range on command abilities. Yep.
-1 to be hit is a good ability compared to +1 save because I love safe stacking, but we have a lot of safe stacking, and a -1 hit instead of +1 save is actually pretty good now.
I like this thing on either a Relictor or a Arcanum even because that lets the Arcanum move up faster.
Yes.
It lets him do Cycle of the Storm to more things, and because he's a Lord, he gets the extended range for command abilities.
Yes, I also quite like it on an Ordinator, who's normally very slow. Yep. Maybe he needs to reposition. Lord Relictor is actually one of the best uses I found, and the Castellan, because they both need to keep up with their teleport targets. They usually get shoved out of range, and then their 5-inch move doesn't really get them very far. So, yeah, I've actually found it to be pretty useful when you turn those heroes into wizards. For 55 points, maybe sometimes you find room for it. Now, it's got some downsides, right? -1 hit against shooting doesn't stack with Lookout Sir, so it's kind of like you just always have Lookout Sir, which is cool. But you never leave your heroes alone anyway, right? You're not.
Think of it this way, right? If they hit on 3s, you make them hit on 4s. They will spend a command point to hit better, and you still have Lookout Sir.
Yeah, no, it forces resources, which is good. But if it doesn't, then it's like, oh, whatever, marginal. But it's also a -1 hit in melee, which is good.
Yeah, which is good. Yeah.
Probably, you're probably going to die if you get surrounded, so don't get surrounded.
You don't want to be doing melee with this thing, but sure.
You can. Why not? Dive in there. Go crazy. The aesthetic of it sounds cool.
It's like that one battle plan that you can only do it if a hero kills the enemy hero. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, why not? Let the Relictor go in there.
If they have a 5-wound hero in there, put him on a Deus Arcanum and send him in.
Yeah, why not? Go nuts. Now, it can't be used by any wizard with 8 wounds or more, or any unique model either, which is kind of a bummer.
What's a unique model?
I don't know, but it's kind of feels like a restriction that they're like, we'll future-proof it,
Oh, I guess no, I know why it's there. It's Elania Elithar. 8-wound unique wizard allied from Lumineth can be allied into any.
This has to be cast by Stormcast, and it can't be used by any 8-wound wizard. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's future-proof.
I'm thinking maybe like Averon can't use it. There's not many really.
Stormsire. Yep.
Another problem is that if you, it's not hard to dispel.
Astrea can't use it, right? Isn't
Astrea cannot because she's unique.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I think she's also 7 wounds. So she would.
She's like 8 or 7. Like
Yeah.
she meets the wound requirement. Yeah, yeah. She
8 does not qualify. Lord Castellan
yeah,
does
so-
not qualify. So 7 or less. So anyway, it's easy to dispel, and if you're surrounded and it gets dispelled, you die instantly. And that might not be your choice, right? You could get charged by some clan rats, and they could just surround you, and then at the start of the turn they dispel it, because they get to choose to dispel first, right?
And then you don't have room.
And then you don't have room to place the model, so it's instantly slain. So that's funny.
That's unlikely because this thing's on a 40, which means if it's surrounded, you'll at least have space for 140, right?
I'm trying to think of scenarios here. I'm trying to talk myself out of spending 55 points on a spell.
Yeah.
It's fine. I think it's actually a niche choice for a Lord Relictor, and the Lord Relictor is so good that this actually becomes a consideration.
Yeah.
In certain lists, right? It's not great. Would you even give up a spell for it? I don't know.
Probably.
Points on a spell, hard. I don't know. It's tough. All right. The Everblaze Comet. It can potentially do D6 mortal wounds now instead of 3 max, but on average it still does about the same amount of damage. Very marginal increase in average damage done. But the problem is they got rid of the aura that did damage at the start of every round. So I'm
no
not
more
even
pulsing.
Sure. I don't know why it's called an Everblaze Comet. It's just a comet, right?
Because the blaze is distracting enemy wizards. They're like, ooh, shiny. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that aura did increase from 5 to 10, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, which is good.
But cool. Would you pay 100 points and try to cast on a naked 6 because you have +0, obviously your Stormcast?
So it's hard to evaluate endless spells because they give you lots of utility for very little risk, especially this thing because I think this has like a massive setup range. Like you could cast it out of dispel range pretty easily.
Yeah, but not in 3rd edition. You're always like, I can't believe
the
number of times I've cast a spell.
You're not always like so. This is pretty important because in most battle plans, like let's say like they have a Bloodrak Medusa, or whatever, and she's trying to do Shadow Dance to teleport Marathi off the board. She can deploy out of range. So unless you're fighting like Seraphon, people aren't going to be able to unbind this.
Sure, I get that as a piece of utility.
And that's it. But when I look at it at 100 points, I'm like, is it like as good as the Vortex, which like literally stops people from moving? And I don't know. I don't think so.
No, it's generally not even worth the spell you give up, right? I think the only way to really make this work is to have an Arcanum with another endless spell that he's casting on another turn, and maybe even Krondys in the same list because he would cast at +3. The only way he would fail is on a miscast, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can see that, but 100 points.
Yeah.
Maybe a Star Drake with an Arcane Tome, right? Because he gives himself +1, but then still 100 points. It's so hard to get past that 100 points. Yep. 60.
I think 60 or 80, maybe.
Yeah. The max range on this thing being 36 doesn't matter as much when everything is so clustered on a smaller table. Yeah. It wasn't worth 100 points in the last edition when it was objectively stronger.
Okay, now, it was worth it then because you could cycle it. Because you could go cast and bind, cast and bind, cast and bind.
No, you couldn't.
You could ally and croak.
No. You couldn't do that because you have to dispel at the start of your hero phase. And if you dispel a spell, you can't recast it in the same turn.
Okay, never mind then.
Like with the same wizard. So you needed multiple. It was a heavy investment. And it was casting on a 6 with +0, right? Which is just not the best strategy. Like you could find, like you're right, you could do that, but it wasn't the best strategy.
Now you can. The D tier sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, you could dispel it in the enemy turn, right? If you're not using your unbind for anything, and then just recast it on your turn. So you can reliably just do the impacts, but if you're double turning, you can't, which sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well that is it. That's the last unit. So I got this little summary slide here. I've got the top units in my estimation for each of those categories we went through. I didn't bother with uniques because they're too specific. And then I've got like a little tally over there of how many units ended up in each tier. So I think the top battle line units are Vindictors and Liberators. I think Vindictors are the best overall, and Liberators are almost there, and they're cheaper, so there's an argument for both. In terms of our melee units, our Grand Hammer Annihilators are the highest damage output and highest impact, easiest to use. But then we've got alternatives in Protectors and Retributors, which have more bodies, but specific limitations. In terms of shooting, Long Strikes, number one. I don't think anything beats Long Strikes. The only alternative would be Judicators, just because they have more wounds and they fill a Battleline slot. And then I noted Ballista as an honorable third mention because they're just versatile. I like them.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of Cavalry,
they're low investment and good, yeah.
In terms of Cavalry, it depends on what you want out of Cavalry generally. If you want an Anvil, Stormdrake Guard are fantastic. If you want the highest damage output, you can pick Fulminators. If you want not to be reliant on charges, like if you're worried about other armies just being faster or not being able to teleport out reliably, you can go with Concussors. And then in terms of heroes, Lord Relictor, number one, Gardas, number two, and the last two there can be interchangeable. Incantor and Draconis are both excellent heroes. Both are really good, and you should consider them both. And then I thought it would just be interesting to look at how many units fell in each tier. I kind of wanted to do this with the previous book too. I think it would take too much time at this point. But I could make an estimation that it was maybe like 2 S tier units in the second edition book, and then everything else was D or F. Like everything else in the old Stormcast book was so bad. And this is a massive improvement. The fact that almost half the book is B or higher is great.
Yep.
There's a lot of options in this book. It's a huge improvement over the other one.
Yep. Buy a Thunderstrike, people. It's good.
Just not the Relictor or the Vigilor
or the
Vanquisher or the Arcanum
yeah.
or the Vexillor. Just none of that. just Vindictors and Annihilators. That's it. And Dragons.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody, thanks for tuning into our first podcast. This was, what are we at? 4 hours, 5 hours? It was a long one. Hopefully the next one's not
it's the biggest tome. Hopefully the next one's shorter. Yeah, and we'll try not to record this on a Friday night after a long week.
Yeah.
Closing thoughts, anyone?
I'm excited to actually... Yeah, I'm excited to use this Battletome on the table.
Me too, man. I'm going to bust out Gardas, first list, Gardas, Raptors, and Protectors. And then
I will say, though, it's better. We should probably timestamp this thing.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to figure out how to do that. Don't you worry. All right. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
All right. Good night, guys.